Today is the day. The one we have all been waiting for. There's no better way to kick it off than with the Great American Race. It's the start of a brand new season. The prestige. The glory.
I gotta go talk to the world here.
A chance to etch your name in the history books alongside some of the best to ever do.
And green. Oh, yeah.
A race so unpredictable that can make it anyone's to win. Memories that will last a lifetime.
That is all him. Didn't do nothing today.
This is Daytona International Speedway. It's early Sunday morning, and already the traffic is pouring in.
So buckle up and strap in, because we are in for one wild ride.
Let's have some fun this year, guys.
This is the Daytona 500. Next on Race Day.
Welcome to Race Day presented by Coca-Cola. The fans are going to have some fun today because it's a sellout crowd at Daytona International Speedway, and they could witness history, they could witness craziness, but they will witness firsts and possibly lasts. A first for rookie Christopher Bell, who's making his first start in the Daytona 500. And then there's the veterans. This could be the last 500 for seven-time champ Jimmie Johnson. And there are 3 Cup champions in the field who have never won this huge race. Which story will prevail? Well, we'll find out after 500 miles. Hi, everyone. I'm Shannon Spake alongside 2-time Daytona 500 winning crew chief Larry McReynolds and 2000 Cup champion and recent Hall of Famer Bobby Labonte.
What I'm talking
about. We have to start there. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much.
I know what an incredible night that was for you and your family.
It was phenomenal. I'm telling you what, I usually don't have as much fun as I thought I would to play things like that, but that was a lot of fun. We had a great time, a lot of behind the scenes. I just enjoyed it. It was just really a good time. I have it.
Yeah, and your brother inducting you as well. What a special moment.
That was a really cool deal. For him to be able to give me my ring that night really meant so much. I've always looked up to him, so that was the best.
Yeah. This isn't the same tie that you were wearing that day, is it? No, not the same tie. Maybe later. Certainly a historic night, and we've seen a lot of history made over the last 20 years. NASCAR on Fox. Hard to believe we're starting our 20th season. And what do they say, Larry? They're never going to accuse us of what?
Never accuse us of not having fun.
We have had some fun over the years. Just take a look back at some of these incredible moments, some of the highlights of the last 20 years of NASCAR on Fox.
And you know, Shannon, I feel so blessed to be here for the entire ride. I spent a third of my life with NASCAR on Fox, and it has truly been a blessing. And I think about some of our Daytona 500s and a couple of our teammates with Fox. I think about Michael Waltrip in 2001, 2003, Jamie McMurray in 2010, but the real call, 2003, Darlington, Ricky Craven, Kurt Busch. Remember this? They touch! Never will forget that. But it has been a great ride.
You were part of some of the highlights, and now you're actually calling the highlights.
I really am. I spent 16 years in the Cup Series racing while Fox was part of the show, and then now I get to be here. So after today, if a crash happens, at least it won't hurt so bad, unless you come up and hit me. But anyway, it's exciting to be a part of Fox. Actually, more today, and then back racing. It was a lot of fun.
Was he good to you over the years? Because you can get him back right here live on TV.
Always good to you.
He was. Yeah, this was a good one.
How can you not be good to this guy?
That's true. That's a very good point. Okay, so now that we've reflected on the last 20, let's look ahead to 2020. Why don't we? We're each going to predict what story we think we're going to see dominating the headlines in the upcoming season. Larry, go ahead.
Well, this was a story that broke right after the race in November at Homestead Miami Speedway, and our 7-time champion, Jimmie Johnson, announced that 2020 would be his final full-time season as a Cup Series driver. And I'm not sitting here and going to be bold enough to say he will be in the quest for 8. We know he'd love to do that. We'd love to see him. But I do believe he will have a much better season than what he has had the last few years, and I truly believe he will find victory lane in 2020.
Multiple times? Are we talking multiple
Let's just
times?
take it one at a time. Let's just take it one at a time.
Yeah, I look at this year, and I think one of the big stories that we'll see in 2020 is the rookie class. There are 6 rookies vying for this Rookie of the Year title, but I think really headlining the 3 that came out of the Xfinity Series last year. You got these guys they've won 31 races over the last 2 years, 2 championships. There's nothing that tells me these guys are not going to be good. They are going to be good this year, and it's going to make some headlines and probably make some people mad throughout the year, some veterans that will look at them and go, how these guys beat me. So I look at these guys to run up front, really learn a lot, and make waves this year.
And you know they'll be looking at each other every single lap of this season.
Race within the race.
There you go. My 2020 headlines. I think William Byron's going to find victory lane multiple times this season.
Wow.
And I'm not just saying what happened in the duels this past week. I think that he's going to find it in points-paying races and races throughout the season. I think that he and Chad Knaus building on what they already started last season, and I think it's going to happen for him.
Would not be a bit surprised. Could happen today.
It could. Whoa, that would be a storyline right there. Speaking of William Byron, as I just mentioned, he won his dual race on Thursday. Just one of the highlights from this incredible Speed Weeks 2020.
Ricky Stenhouse is our Daytona 500 pole sitter. And the green flag is out. The Busch Clash is underway. Eric Jones is going to win the Busch Clash with a car that's ready for the dumpster. Joey Logano trying to hold them all off to win his duel at Daytona. William Byron for Rick Hendrick in a Chevrolet. Oh, it's going to be Enfinger.
Middle, you got it.
What a thriller. Grant Enfinger does it.
First career victory for Noah Gragson.
I told you this kid would celebrate. He's a lot of fun to watch.
So that's my biggest takeaway right there. We were sitting here last night watching Noah Gragson. I never thought he was going to come to victory lane. But, I mean, he should have celebrated that way.
I think he went to victory lane, and he's back out there celebrating some more.
He is.
No
He's
question.
back out there. What are your biggest takeaways?
Well, right here, I have the formula how 18 of the best race car drivers in the world can literally, totally destroy 18 race cars in a 60-lap race, the Busch Clash. But aside from that, just the racing that we had in those dual races on Thursday night, and even the practice sessions, they have been intense. I think we are going to see something amazing today in this 500-mile race.
Can we get this down to Daytona before the start of the race?
It's going in my briefcase.
There you go.
In my briefcase.
One thing that I saw from Speed Weeks, my takeaway is the blocking. Blocking has become an issue, I think, this weekend. I mean, it's always been there. We blocked for years. But this weekend seems to be a little bit more. It got really amped up in the Busch Clash with Logano and then with Brad being a little upset. But, I mean, I think that's what's happening. These closure rate of these cars today, people are going to block, and people are going to have to make a decision real quickly. Do I let off? And this is going to cause a wreck. It's going to really be an accordion effect. So blocking is going to be key. You have to do it, but it also can cause a lot of problems.
Yes.
We saw that in the Xfinity Series race yesterday. It wasn't the block. It was more the accordion. Do we anticipate that's going to be something, like Bobby said, that we're going to see over 500 miles today?
Well, I think there's going to be intense racing because remember now, there are stage points that are available at the end of stage 1, the end of stage 2, plus a playoff point. But I think when you get down there about 10 or 15 laps to go, that's when the intensity is going to ramp up and absolutely blocking will go on. And what we've seen so far, I defy anybody to say we have a clear-cut favorite driver or even a clear-cut manufacturer. It looks wide open right now.
And back to blocking, I mean, when you get to the end, I mean, it gets amped up, like you said. You always close those rates up. You close the gaps up. When you get to the end of the race, if you're leading the race, you got to block. But at the same time, what happens? And if you're running second, you don't want that guy to block, making moves. So to me, it really gets amped up towards the end, and blocking is just part of it.
And the wires start sparking.
Well,
Even a nice guy like Bobby would block in that situation. So we're just getting started here on FS1. There's so much more to come here on race day.
He's
is what's coming up around the turn. We take a look back at some of the greatest moments in NASCAR over the past 20 years and look forward to the new wave of young guns looking to put their name in lights on NASCAR's biggest stage. Plus, we hear from Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Christopher Bell, and Matt DiBenedetto before the big race kicks off. And later, we sit down with Jimmy Johnson and discuss his legendary career and what he expects from his final season as a full-time driver in the Cup Series. Hold the brakes. It's the 60-second running of the Great American Race. We've got that and more ahead as we get you geared up for Green Flag.
Daytona's been a big old party all week long, and last night the NASCAR Ignite Party presented by Geico and Busch Beer continued the festivities. It's an annual event prior to the Great American Race to celebrate the return of NASCAR. All of our friends from Fox Sports and the NASCAR community had a chance to enjoy the evening. They were even treated to a show from country music star Cole Swindell. So one guy who never skips a party is our two-time Daytona 500 champion, Michael Waltrip. Michael's in the infield with a very special guest who knows my pain because the Dolphins make me cry as well.
Thanks, Channing. I'm with three-time Grammy Award-winning country superstar, my buddy Darius Rucker. How are you, friend?
I'm good, Michael. How are you doing?
I'm having a great day. It's my favorite day of the year, the Daytona 500.
I know, and I'm with two-time Daytona 500 champion, Michael Waltrip, so life's good.
We got a lot going on, though.
Working it out over here, absolutely.
How you been? What's new?
Now, you know, just finished the Hootie Tour now, getting my next country record together, going out, playing shows, having fun, man.
You got a gig tomorrow here in Myrtle Beach, so
Yeah.
you're going to watch this race and cheer for who? Who you think is going to win today?
It's Jimmy's day, man.
Right on.
It's Jimmy's day. That'd be really special.
You know what he is? The greatest, arguably.
I mean, you know, it's hard to say the king, you know, but, you know, Jimmy is something special, yeah.
That's cool. Well, I'm really looking forward to your concert. It's really fun that you're here. I know you're a big NASCAR fan. I got a picture on my wall of us back in 2004. I was running the Hootie car at Richmond, and we rode around there.
I have that Hootie car right now, basically right next to like my Grammys and stuff. It's right above it, but that's something we were so proud of, that you were running the Hootie car. I'll never forget that.
Yeah, a lot of fun over the years.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you being here. Have a fun day and a great concert.
Well, thanks.
Guys?
Oh, those fans are in for such a treat down there. We're going to be hearing from Michael throughout the day on FS1 and then, of course, on Fox with his legendary grid walk. Can't wait for that. So speaking of the race today, certainly the art of super speedway racing is a skill. Some guys are just better at it than others, but we all know that it takes more than just a driver. It takes the entire team. So I want us to build our perfect super speedway team starting from top to bottom. We're going to do crew chief, spotter, and driver. Who's your perfect team?
I stayed up into the wee hours of the night. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Looking at drivers, looking at crew chiefs, looking at spotters. And somewhere deep into the evening, it dawned on me. There's already a Talladega Daytona Dream Team out there. They are already assembled. They've already won a dual race. I look at Joey Logano and Paul Wolfe, their first year together. Those two, not together, but collectively, they have a total of 9 wins at Daytona and Talladega, including Joey's 2015 Daytona 500 win. Throw in TJ Majors. Think about how many years he stood on top of that grandstand as Dale Earnhardt Jr. spotter. There's your dream team right there. They're already together.
Thank you, Roger Penske, for doing all of the work for Larry McReynolds. He took the evening off and had a glass of wine.
Look at the bags under my eyes.
Yeah. Well, if you stayed up all night, I must never went to sleep.
Who do you have for your dream team?
So for me, I got Denny Hamlin. You know, he's got 2 Daytona 500 wins, and I look at every time I see Denny Hamlin in the race, he's like always back there. If he's not up front, he's trying to get there. So he's aggressive. I love the way he's driving restrictor plate races. For a crew chief, I look at Rodney Childers. Why not have Rodney Childers? If I had him on the pit box, I'd probably be the most calm person there is at the racetrack.
Like a dial tone.
Oh, yeah. It's like, yeah, we'll be all right.
All right, Kev.
So, yep. So that, and I also love the fact that Tony Hirschman, he spotted for me one time at Daytona, and I thought to myself, okay, this is a guy you need in your ear, talking you through either a crash or helping you out, figuring out where other people are running. So that's my dream team. I think all those guys collectively, you put it together, be better than your dream team.
Ah.
You know who my dream team is? Larry McReynolds and Bobby Labonte.
There you have it.
There you go. That's my dream team. I've got it right here. Another member of my dream team is the one and only Bob Pockrass, who is here to give us the headlines going into today's Great American Race.
Well, Shannon, it's the Daytona 500, so let the Jimmy Johnson tributes begin. He has said that this will be his final full-time Cup season. Now, the 7-time champion has said he may do an event here or there, but this could very well be his last chance to win the Great American Race. They're going to let him lead the field during one of the pace laps and play a tribute video so the fans can cheer him. Now, I'm sure some of the fans are probably wondering who will be in the 48 next year. I asked Rick Hendrick about that on Thursday, and he kind of chuckled a little bit and said he hasn't started talking to any drivers yet. And, you know, frankly, he didn't seem to be in that much of a rush. But he will have a lot of choice in drivers. There are more than a dozen drivers who are free agents after this season. Blaney, Larson, Keselowski, Jones, and they all could really raise their stock by winning the Daytona 500. Ryan Newman won the Daytona 500 in 2008, and we were all asking, hey, are you going to be back at Penske? And it ended up that he went moving on to Stewart-Haas Racing. As far as drivers, like Keselowski, are they already feeling the pressure with their free agency coming up? Brad had a rough start to Speed Weeks. We asked him, and he said, you know what? If he is, that's a view from the forest, and he's still on the ground amidst the trees and doesn't have a great perspective. You know what they're all racing for this year? They're racing for what will be called the Bill France Cup. There's no more title sponsor to the series. NASCAR will keep the trophy the same with the outline of the tracks, but they now have a new name for the trophy, the Bill France Cup. Shannon?
Thank you so much, Bob. So another headline that we're just hearing from the racetrack is that 3 of the Hendrick Motorsports cars have failed the first round of inspection. They do get another shot from what we're hearing, but the 9, the 24, and the 88 are really busy down there right now.
Yeah, they are. And I think about Chase Elliott and the 9 car. It would not be terrible for them. They're starting pretty deep in the field anyhow. They're going to start 25th. But you think about Alex Bowman and William Byron. Alex Bowman is scheduled to start on the outside of the front row. So this would be a huge hit. And I'm sure they're on pins and needles. I would be willing to bet if it's Daytona, it's probably something to do with body modifications, but they get one more shot to get it right, or they'll have to go to the rear of the field. So this could be huge.
I know these guys are busy right now. For a driver who sees this information, what's that like?
Well, you don't want to hear. You don't want to get that text or phone call from the crew chief saying, hey, we might have to start the back today. But you know, Daytona, you don't want to start the back anywhere. But Daytona Speedway Racing, okay, that's not as bad. Right. But still, you hate to have that happen. And all 3 of those 4 cars have the same problem, probably. So
more than likely,
you would hate to have that happen. But so you don't want to get that call. You just don't want to start the back.
So all 3 of us will be here till 1 o'clock when we hand it off to our Fox Sports friends, but we will keep you updated. When we get information, we'll certainly let you guys know. When we come back, we're going to check in with rookie Christopher Bell to chat Daytona 500 emotions, expectations, and how he is prepping for his first race in that 95 car. And later, we're going to talk 7-time champ Jimmy Johnson as he gears up for his final full-time season. All that and more coming up on Race Day.
Ross Chastain was truly the busiest driver in NASCAR in 2019, combining his Cup, Xfinity, and Truck Series appearances. Chastain competed in 77 of a possible 92 races, tied for 4th most all-time. His 36 consecutive races across all 3 series to start the season was the most in NASCAR history. As he looks to compete in all 3 again this year, watch out for another historic run.
And it's already been a very busy week for Chastain. Issues in qualifying yesterday had him switching cars just about an hour before the race and jumping in the 38 car. And, you know, the excitement didn't start there. Let's take a look at Ross Chastain's Road to Daytona, presented by Advent Health.
So we came out to see the kids at school here today and show them our race cars that we'll run in the Daytona 500. But they also took me on a tour of their STEM program. I got to drive one of their all-electric race cars in a 5-lap race around the bus ramp. I think that's awesome that we were able to have that involvement with the kids.
All right, busy week for him. Obviously, he's one of those guys that runs all 3. I mean, he is always busy. But what can we expect out of him today?
Well, remember, in the Daytona 500 a year ago, he finished 10th. But does he ever go a day without putting a helmet on? I mean, every single day. He must sleep in a helmet.
Practice makes perfect, Larry Mack. He's out there perfecting his craft, you know, getting all those laps.
Yeah, I love the fact that he's in a race car all the time. I mean, I admire that. I mean, this guy, he just wants to race. He really wants to make a name for himself. He is. I mean, you just got to love what he's doing, and he's going to make it happen for himself. I definitely see that in his future.
Yesterday was a little bit of a speed bump for those guys that they had to switch cars, but he starts 20th today. And like you said, I mean, you just get in the race and you make it happen. And he's proven that he can finish. Well, I mean, you know, you got to survive all the wrecks, but
Daytona, Talladega, you're in it. You can win it.
You're in it, you can win it. Some of the other guys that are in it, particularly for the first time, we've got the rookies out there today. We are going to talk to Christopher Bell in just a few minutes, but I want to know from you, Bobby, do you remember your first Daytona 500 and what those emotions were like getting into that car?
Oh, I really do. 1993, we made the race through qualifying, through the duels, and but that morning before the race started, we had Maxwell House as a sponsor, had a lot of commitments. We went out there, and, you know, that's my first time there. So, I mean, there was a lot of different things that, that I was doing and having to get ready for that race. And my first Cup race, it was huge. I mean, I knew how big the Daytona 500 was, but when I got in the Daytona 500, I couldn't believe how big it was. It's so exciting.
It's hard to believe it was 40 years ago. My first Daytona 500 jumped across that wall as a jack man.
They weren't running it on the beach back then.
No, they were not, and the drivers did not wear leather helmets.
And I went there.
But to think that was 1981, and to think 5 years before that, 1976, I was a fan in the stands watching the finish with David Pearson and Richard Petty as they were beating and banging and spinning, coming to the checker flag. 5 years later, I'm jumping across the wall as a jack man. It was very surreal.
Yeah. Did you allow yourself to kind of take in that moment and realize
I still take these moments
I do too. I do too. I really do. I try to do that as well, especially when you go to a place like Daytona. So for our Toyota team update, we're going to head out to the racetrack, and we are going to check in with one of those rookies who's looking to make his very first start in the Daytona 500. That, of course, is Christopher Bell in the 95 car. 8 wins last season in the Xfinity Series, but this is the day he has been waiting for. Christopher, thank you for joining us. I'd love for you to take me back to last night, right? As you get ready to fall asleep, what are the thoughts that are going through your mind about today's race?
Yeah, that was tough. And honestly, I would say Wednesday night was probably a little bit worse. But, you know, I woke up this morning and definitely had jitters. It's really cool just to look around the garage area, see all the people, and just really trying to take in the moment and enjoy my first Daytona 500.
So, Christopher, it's one thing to make the jump from Xfinity Series to the Cup Series, but you have a very unique, cool situation. Your crew chief, Jason Ratcliffe, makes the move with you. But, yeah, he's a crew chief over the last 2 years. You've won 15 races together, but Jason has 15 wins as a Cup crew chief. There's a lot of experience on that pit box for you.
Yeah, so that's a huge advantage for me, and that was one thing that I was really excited about 2 years ago whenever we started our relationship together. Was I had a veteran Cup crew chief come in to crew chief me on the Xfinity Series, and he brought a lot of expertise to help me as a young rookie driver, and now here we are again as another rookie driver in the Cup Series. So it's awesome because Jason has won Cup races. He's won Xfinity races with me now. He's won Cup races with veteran drivers. So he's kind of been there, done that, and he's been able to coach me along and give me, or at least show me the ropes of what's different about the Cup side.
So, hey, Christopher, your very first Cup start was Thursday night in the dual races. So has practice time in the race given you enough knowledge and experience in a Cup car to be ready for the Daytona 500?
I mean, I would like to think so. Obviously, it's going to be totally different than anything that I've experienced this week, or really even through the Xfinity cars, too. This rules package is totally different than what I raced the last couple of years. But honestly, it reminds me a lot of truck racing, and I did that through 2016 and 2017. Just the amount of horsepower we have, the big old spoilers that punches such a big hole, so you get big runs. And I haven't even experienced the full pack yet. But I think out of all the practice and qualifying, those Thursday duels are the most realistic situations that I'll be in, and obviously those will be magnified today with twice as many cars out there. The sun's going to be shining. It's going to be a little bit warmer, so I expect handling to be a little bit different than what we had in the duels, and the runs to probably be a little bit bigger too.
Hey, Christopher, I know you're going for some hardware today in the Daytona 500, but I know you have some hardware on that left hand that's new, right? The left hand, let's see it. There you go. Congratulations.
2-week anniversary.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
2 weeks. How's married life, man?
That's honestly, it hasn't changed a bunch yet, but we were able to go on a honeymoon, I guess, right after the marriage. So we went from getting married on Super Bowl Sunday to honeymoon straight to Daytona. So we haven't really been home since we've been married yet. I'm really looking forward to getting home this week.
Congratulations to you and good luck today.
Thank you.
Coming up next, we're going to head back out to Daytona to check in with a couple of Daytona 500 winners right there, Jamie McMurray, and of course our friend Jeff Gordon. Stay with us. More race day coming up next on FS1. Back here on race day. So as the official healthcare partner and founding partner of the Daytona International Speedway, Advent Health has fans covered, from providing care in the infield care center to having fun at the Advent Healthcare Injector at the track here in Daytona. Going to be stuck in our head the rest of the day,
the rest
right?
of the day, the rest of the week.
Oh my God! Well, let's go out to my Daytona right now. Chris Myers, Jeff Gordon, and Jamie McMurray.
Hey, thanks very much. Maestro, I think Larry's playing his 8-track tape music again from his old car. But the atmosphere is just warming up. Great crowd. A little breezy here, but we're excited. Outside here, just above the start-finish line, where we will be doing the NASCAR and Fox pre-race show, continuing up to the Daytona 500. Bob Pockras, developing story, reporting that Denny Hamlin, two-time winner of this event, failed the pre-race inspection twice. A crew member ejected and expected now to move from row 11 to the back of the field. What's the impact on this?
Well, and we've been talking about Denny Hamlin being one of the favorites, defending Daytona 500 champion. He's looked extremely fast, but this is going to take him even further back. I'm wondering, does this do him a favor, Jamie, because he was going to be right in the middle of this chaos to start this Daytona 500.
Well, yeah, I mean, clearly you either want to be at the front or at the back. And I mean, here's the thing is that I don't think it's unexpected for somebody to get caught in inspection here. Teams are pushing everything to the limit, and I don't know that that's going to affect Denny Hamlin that much. It's going to be fun for us, though, to watch him drive back to the front.
So you don't want to be in the middle of the pack, no matter where you are racing.
Well, you know, it just can get really chaotic, especially your nerves are already, kind of weighing on you as you start this Daytona 500. The last thing you want to be to have in your mind is, am I going to be 3 wide? What am I going to do? What's my car going to handle like it's hot? It's going to be slick at the start of this Daytona 500. I'd kind of rather be up front, like Jamie said, or in the back, kind of settling into this Daytona 500.
At a quarter of the time, the guys who started on the front row ended up winning the Daytona 500. We've already seen an example of blocking this week. It's been talked about for a while. Tell me about your reaction, what has happened, and how it might affect today's race.
Yeah, and here's a result with Joey Logano trying to put a block on Kyle Busch. This was in the clash last Sunday, and look how many cars were taken out in this. To me, this was far too early to put on a block. Joey Logano, I don't even think was going to make it on fuel regardless. So, as you go into the Daytona 500, as we come into the end of these stages, guys are going to want those stage points, but you've got to weigh out the risk versus reward, and I just don't think you can put a big block like Joey Logano did.
Easy. We're out here racing, all right? Look, here's the thing is that as sports evolve, you learn how to we've learned to manipulate lanes. They learned this years ago. We know that Joey Logano, based on his past, think back to Dover last year with Denny Hamlin, that he's going to be aggressive, and he's got one of the best spotters in the garage. We just know that that's what you're going to have when you get to Daytona, so not surprised by that, and I think it's totally okay.
Well, I saw Kevin Harvick do it right. He was smart in the duels, gave up that position, has a race car one piece, and he's going to be a smart race car driver, veteran driver, that's going to get himself in position late in this race. Now, on the last lap, it's everything you've got, whatever it takes to get the win, the Daytona 500. We had this happen a few years ago with Eric Almirola and Austin Dillon. This is going into turn 3. Eric's putting a block. The 3 of Austin Dillon gets his rear bumper. You're not going to lift in turn 3 on the final lap of the Daytona 500.
Absolutely not, and I think that we'll see a repeat of that today. Look, when we look back at the 2 dual races, if that would have been the end of the Daytona 500, we would have seen 2 wrecks without a doubt. Those guys were a little more conservative, knowing they wanted that car for today.
Well, is the challenge in the blocking that sometimes the drivers have talked about, the cars pick up so much speed that you almost can't catch up with them or control them at that point?
And that's what you have to weigh out, Chris. There's so much of a closing rate with that big spoiler punch and a huge hole in the wind that you can come up behind them with so much more momentum and speed that you're going to jump out and make that pass. So as you're driving, you're looking in your mirror, your spotter's telling you, you've got to weigh out whether you can put that block on and whether it's going to turn you around and cause a big wreck or not.
Yeah, look, the best comparison is anybody that's driven down the interstate and you want to get in the fast lane, you look in the mirror, you make a judgment. Can I get in front of that guy or can't I? That's the decision these guys make all day long.
So blocking is good. It's just when you block, right, and how you handle your block. More later. And on the pre-race show, we're going to talk live with Kyle Busch. We spent some time with Jimmy Johnson reflecting. Jeff talks to the rookies. He'll be bragging about his Daytona 500. That was a decade ago. It'll be a lot of fun. All right, that's the
Chris
story.
Chris going to be talking about the dog show.
Yes, the poodle has moved out.
The Labrador to the top.
The golden retriever. We'll have more coming up a little bit later from Daytona. Let's go back to Charlotte. And Larry, keep playing the hits, will you, Larry?
Well, Chris, Jeff, and Jamie, they know all about this 2.5-mile racetrack, but let me give you a little tour of Daytona International Speedway. You cross the start-finish line at the Trial, 18 degrees of banking, and you drive down towards 1 and 2, driving away from the spotters. Hard for them to clear you getting off into 1. Turns 1 and 2, 31 degrees of banking. Think about that height-wise. It's somewhere around 3 to 4 stories. You can run 3 wide, but it's a little tight. Off turn 2, down that 3,000-foot backstretch. Fairly flat, but this is where they really get a run doing the bump drafting and pushing one another. Back off into turns 3 and 4, just like 1 and 2, 31 degrees of banking, and it gets really tight on the exit of turn 4. You come off turn 4, headed back to the Trial, you're driving towards the spotter, and it's hard for them to clear you there because you're coming straight toward them. And Bobby, back to the Trial, only 18 degrees of banking at the start-finish line.
Yeah, it really is. You started off at the Trial at the start-finish line, but let me tell you, that is the trickiest part of the racetrack to me. When you get there, you don't have enough banking. You didn't set my car up for this. I got to figure out how to get through here. Always, you go 3 wide, you're bump drafting. This is where the car is the loosest and really moves around on you a lot. And a lot of times, excitement happens here because of the Trial.
Only half the banking that you have in 1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's a dangerous part of the racetrack. You always feel like you're fighting the car, and you're not set up for it, but you just got to figure out how to get through there as good as you can, and you really don't want nobody on your butt.
Thanks, guys. Certainly have your A-game on with that virtual track right there. Jamie Little, Michael Waltrip are bringing their A-game to a different type of racing at Daytona. Let's take a look at who won some Wendy's breakfast with the Wendy's Pit Stop.
All right, Michael, I love racing against you. So this time it's a foot race with real eggs. But wait, what does the winner get?
The winner gets a breakfast Baconator. Now, that's a great idea.
That's a great idea. Let's go.
Go. Oh, I hurt.
Are you okay?
Oh, no, I'm okay.
Oh, you're such a cheater.
I pulled a hammy, but I pulled...
With a big smile.
Pulled the win.
All right, Michael, I may have lost.
Cheers.
You won. You get the Baconator, the breakfast Baconator. But you know what is a good thing? Everybody's going to win on 3-2 when breakfast is served nationally.
I can't wait for America to taste this.
Thank you so much, guys. Straight ahead, our Michael Waltrip, very busy, sits down with 2-time Daytona 500 winner Denny Hamlin, chatting success, failures, and how he's approaching the weekend as a returning champ. Plus, we're going to catch up with Daytona 500 pole sitter Ricky Stenhouse Jr. about leading the field to green in that fast 47. Back here on race day, you did hear Chris Myers mention just a few minutes ago the fact that the 11 team have failed pre-race inspection twice. 2 times. That means they have sent a member of the team home. They're also going to have to drop to the back of the field for the start of this race. That on top of the fact that the 88, 24, and 9 also failed once. They are going back through again. So we're going to talk all about this and what this means for the 11 specifically having to go back to the back of the field. But first, let's take a look at our DraftKings fantasy lineup. lineup. I know that your lineup may be a little changed right now, but let's
okay.
just
I still feel good about my lineup. I picked mine well before all this started unraveling this morning. But I went to the guy that we just talked about I spent a lot of money early, and that's Denny Hamlin. He's fast, he's happy, he may be a little unhappy right now, but he's won 2 of the last 4 Daytona 500, so definitely Denny Hamlin is on my team. His teammate, Kyle Busch, 8 wins at Daytona, but he's never won the Daytona 500. But a lot like that 11 car, he has a fast 18 car. I feel real good about this one right here. Kevin Harvick, fast in the dual races. Remember, won this race in 2007. Happy Harvick will be there when it's all
That's a lot of money on those 3 guys right there.
That's okay. I worked hard on this, about like I did my dream team. Matt DiBenedetto in that 21 car. Matt finished 9th 3 years ago. The 21 car is always fast at Daytona. And to me, this next one is a great value. Michael McDowell, 9th 2 years ago, finished 5th a year ago. He really understands the draft. And I'm going to finish my team off with a guy that had no DNFs whatsoever last year. He finished 6th in the 500, 4th in the July race, Ty Dillon. I feel good about my team right there.
How you feeling about his team? You feeling good about his team? Feel better about your team?
I don't feel quite as good about your team as I do mine.
Well, go ahead. Tell us what it is.
Well, I thought about this over the weekend, and I'm going to go with Kevin Harvick as my first choice because Kevin won in 2007, and I feel like as fast as he was the other night in the duels, he's going to be my choice for this event win. So the Daytona 500 win will be Kevin Harvick. Is my pick.
Well, we're not doing picks. We're just doing DraftKings right now.
You got 5 more to go, pal.
I know, but I didn't spend all my money right away. So Ricky Stenhouse, number 47, sits on the front row. Front row, won the pole. I think, again, fast in the duels. I do believe that this cat is going to get it done. He's very aggressive. So
okay, great lineup so far. Who you got next?
Okay, Jimmy Johnson. Why not? I mean,
why not?
I mean, my guy, he's won 2 Daytona 500, 7-time champion. Why not pick him? He is like, he's going to have horseshoe this year.
I love it. Really racy yesterday.
I love the fact that he finished 2nd, but he was trying to win. So that's a way to start off my first 3. And then I'm going to go with Eric Jones. Eric Jones won the Busch Clash the other night with a wrecked race car. My God, just think what he could do. One for the dumpster. One for the dumpster. Just think if he could just not wreck his car, how fast he's going to be. So why not pick Eric Jones? And then we're going to have a little bit as we go, Matt DiBenedetto. Why not have Matt? Absolutely. Again, he was fast. I mean, again, I've got a solid field right here. So Matt DiBenedetto, he is going to be one of my picks. See, I didn't waste all my money at the beginning. I've got a good field going on here. And then I'm going to pick Ryan Newman. Ask me why I'm going to pick Ryan Newman.
Because blocking is the word of the week, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I have raced with Ryan Newman many times at the back of the pack, unfortunately, but at the same time, he's always there at the end. So Ryan Newman, that's my whole, that field looks really good.
He won the 50th annual Daytona.
Oh, there's your McNugget of the day, right?
Solid.
Yeah,
solid.
right. Okay, we're going to have more on the 11 in just a second, but of course, Denny Hamlin won last year's Daytona 500 in that 11 car. It was his 2nd Daytona 500 win, and it was an emotional win for Hamlin and the entire Joe Gibbs Racing organization. Hamlin would go on to make the championship 4, but fall short of the big prize. It's just a layer in Denny's story, one that Michael Waltrip and Denny spoke about in length.
Denny, 2019 was an amazing season. Coupling it with the fact that 2018 wasn't so great. How did you approach the 2019 season with a new crew chief and so many unknowns really going into the season?
I mean, there were a lot of unknowns, but I knew like right away when I met my crew chief, Chris Gabehart, that he was highly motivated and highly driven to return me back to where I was in years previous. And so we just went to work on it. And I was confident that we were going to have a good season. But when you have a season where you don't win a race after a streak of so many where you do, winning the first race is kind of a stress relief that, okay, we're doing the right things.
Denny Hamlin wins his 2nd Daytona 500 and wins it for Coach Gibbs.
Proud of you, my friend. You did it for JD. So all of it in.
This one's for JD. To have his whole family here is super special to me. It's hard for me not getting choked up. He obviously was such an instrumental part of me getting to where I was. Not only that, but he was kind of like my at-track dad. I'll never forget it. There's a picture in my garage of me and JD sitting on the wall for my very first Daytona 500. And my dad is between us, but he's in the background. And my dad always said, that was the passing of the torch. And I remember him coming up to JD and saying, he's all yours now.
37 wins, 2 Daytona 500s. Obviously, there's one trophy still out there for you.
Big one?
Is that what motivates you? Is that one thing what makes you say, I'm going to get them this year?
I try not to hinge too much of, do I have to win a Cup championship to have a successful career? I don't think so. It doesn't change my motivation. I'm out there to win a championship. I want to win a championship. I'm not happy with being the best guy to not. I'm as driven as ever, but it won't define my career. I know and I'm comfortable with who I am in a race car and who I can compete against.
That was a great piece by Michael and certainly Denny talking about everything. Everything is going on today for that team. As we mentioned, they failed inspection 2 times. They're going to start in the back of the field, have lost a crew member. We do want to update you as well. The 9 Hendrick Motorsports team of Chase Elliott has made it through inspection the second time. The 24 and the 88 are currently going through a second time after failing the first time. Inspection is a busy place today. What does it mean for the 11 teams?
Yeah, I mean, these teams are obviously pushing the envelope. It's the most important race of the year. You know, going to the rear of the field at Daytona, it is not the end of the world. If we were at Vegas next week or Phoenix the week after, a little bit bigger story. He was going to start 21st anyhow, but the biggest thing with the Toyota camp, there's only 5 of them, and they have to find each other and find each other early because we know the theme, Speed Weeks last year at Daytona Talladega, Bobby, manufacturers working together, so he's going to have to hunt early those other 4 Toyotas.
Yeah, he really will. But in that piece, you know, Chris Gabehart, he mentioned him about really probably calming him down, and they really mesh a lot. So starting at the back for him, I still feel like he's just going to be able to get up there with Chris's help and with that team, the Toyota, they're going to get up there. I do feel like you're right. They do have the manufacturers are going to be looking for each other, but you know, I feel like to start this race, they'll just have to find their way up to the rest of them.
So then, our crew chiefs right now, those Toyota crew chiefs, are they scrambling to try to come up with a plan B because of this, or are they just kind of business as usual?
Yeah, I think it's business as usual because where he was starting, only Kyle Busch was going to start behind him. Kyle Busch still will not be that far in front of him, but I will say this, and we're working on making sure we confirm this. It's either a 3rd or a 4th time that you fail. You would have to do a pass-through penalty on pit road after the green flag. That would be detrimental. You would be a lap down before you could even blink an eye.
Yeah, of course, our Bob Pockris is hard at work out there, so we'll continue to check in with Bob and get you all the information as it continues to unfold out there at Daytona International Speedway, Daytona 500 Day. All right, we have XFL, right? We're not the only show in town right now. XFL tonight on FS1. It continues its red-hot start to the season as St. Louis takes on Houston. Do not miss the action as the sports world is buzzing about tonight after the race on FS1 and, of course, streaming on the Fox Sports app. Okay, moving forward, it's a new year, a new ride. It's Matty D like you've never seen him before. We're revisiting the 2019 stats that earned him a spot in the 21. And later, Regan's going to get to know Xfinity Series champ, Rookie of the Year candidate Tyler Reddick. You don't want to miss it.
I am first, the place where it all started. I am dreams coming true and nightmares too. The place where the season begins. I am 101,000 hearts skipping a beat. I am wide open, faster than fast, predictably unpredictable. I am the wind that beats all other winds. I am what you've been waiting for, and I am about to go off. I am the Daytona 500. I am NASCAR.
Matty Benedetto, what a great story.
Why do you interrupt everything? Oh, I'm sorry. This guy interrupts me.
Right. I like it. Right. We're going to have that.
I love that kid. I love watching him race his car.
So, you folded over. Oh, no, I ripped it already.
The fans love this guy.
Welcome back to Race Day, presented by Coca-Cola. Certainly, Matt DiBenedetto has become a fan favorite. He took us along on the emotional roller coaster ride last season when he lost his ride, and then when he learned the exciting news that he would take over the Wood Brothers' famed number 21. Matt's going to start 16th today. Joins us now from Daytona. I am so happy to catch up with you this morning, Matt. I want to know what it was like to finally take that number 21 fire suit out, put it on the morning of the Daytona 500.
It felt pretty dang good, I'm not going to lie. It was good after all the excitement, anticipation to finally suit up and get the laps behind the wheel, because it had been so much anticipation, and pretty darn cool moment of my career, even just making the practice laps and all, knowing what car I was riding in.
So, hey, Matt, so the Wood brothers have been around for, say, 70 years, so that's been around for a long time, and they are such an iconic team in NASCAR. Have you really had time to sit back and reflect this week on the situation that you're in and what that legacy means to you?
Yeah, I have. It's just, you know, it's been so cool for my family and kind of a surreal moment because, I mean, honestly, I'm a NASCAR fan. I've been a NASCAR fan since I was a kid. None of my family, you know, a lot of people know, none of my family watched NASCAR a day in their lives. I was a first-generation guy, so I just grew up as a fan, and you know, as a kid, I loved watching all my heroes. I mean, at my age, I love watching, you know, Kyle Petty and Dale Jarrett, and then going back and studying all the David Pearson days, all the history of the team, and never would I even believe that I'm sitting here about to run the Daytona 500 in the 21 car. So it means more than I could put into words for my family.
Matt, the 21 car, the Wood brothers, they always seem to bring fast race cars to Daytona, and what I've seen so far this year is no exception. Your car looks so strong in the dual race the other night. I know you practiced on Friday, and you actually said after practice, the car's even better than it was in the dual. It must be because you and Greg Irwin elected not to practice yesterday in final practice. Must be pretty good.
Yeah, that's how sporty she felt. So it had pretty good speed. Obviously, in the duels, we were able to run second there and push Kevin Harvick and you know, run first, second for a while. I missed a block. I was a little bit hard on myself after that, but it was also the duels, so I was trying to be smart, keep our primary car because it is so good. But we practiced and got more speed out of it, and I was like, man, I don't even know how we can make this thing much better. So we decided to call it quits after that.
Hey, Matt, I'm going to put you on the spot for a second. If you do go out and win this race today, we expect to see you on Race Hub this upcoming week.
Yeah, that would be a must, and hopefully I'd still be alive after celebration. But we'll take it one step at a time, man. It's a survival game. Hopefully we can be there at the end, and these race cars are super fast. But I've never had a plan go totally, you know, accordingly at these races. So we'll just see how it works out.
Well, all of us here at Race Hub, we've never turned our nose on a good party, so you can just extend it right here. Thank you so much for your time, Matt.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
So let's start there with Matty D, right? A little hit the gas or pump the brakes. My statement to you guys, starting with Bobby first, is Matt D gets a win this season. Are you hitting the gas or are you pumping the brakes?
Absolutely, hitting the gas. This is going to be a year for Matty D. I think he'll get at least one win. He'll get a win. It could come today. You don't know, but I do believe he'll get one.
Pump the brakes, old Hall of Famer. Yeah, Matt DiBenedetto, absolutely. But I have to see more out of that 21 car in the Wood brothers. You go back to last year with Paul Menard. Paul Menard retired at the end of last year. Just didn't see a lot. It was confusing because we know they have that strong alliance with Team Penske. Got to see more out of that team.
Got to see more, but we say today is possibly his best chance, right?
Or a road course.
Or a road course.
Yes.
Okay, so the next statement is a rookie is going to make the playoffs. Larry, what do you say?
Hit the gas, old Hall of Famer. There. Yeah, and I'm not going to be bold enough to say a rookie will win a race, but I think at least one of them will score enough points in the regular season. They will be part of the playoffs.
They've been racy the last couple of years, especially those big three coming from the Xfinity Series. What do you say?
I'm going to agree with old Larry. I'm going to hit the gas. There's no doubt that these guys, after they come from the Xfinity Series, all the rookies, I mean, somebody's going to be in that playoff. I mean, there's no doubt about it. They'll be consistent. They'll make their way into it, and we'll see how far it goes after that, but somebody will.
Okay, somebody will also win the Daytona 500 today. I'm asking you, or saying you, we're going to have a first-time Daytona 500 winner today. Bobby, what do you say to that?
Pump the brakes.
Pump the brakes. So you think it's going to be a repeat winner today?
Yes.
Ah.
Experience is going to pay off today. I think that's the way this game is going to be played. You got to be there at the end, and experience will get you there, Larry Mack.
Pump the brakes, Miss Shannon Spake. Yes. I agree with Bobby Labonte. There's a lot of drivers in this field that could win this race today, but I'm like Bobby. I think at the end of the day, when the checkered flag waving, experience will prevail.
Yeah, well, we'll take our picks a little bit later. I'm hitting the gas because I think it's going to be a first-time winner. And, of course, we'll fill you in on who we think is going to win the race a little bit later. Okay, let's head back out to the Daytona International Speedway, where business has been very busy in the inspection line, pre-race inspection. We are getting word that that car right there, the 11 car of Denny Hamlin, has passed inspection. So we already know that he's going to start in the back of the field and lost his crew member because they failed twice. The 24 and the 9 have also passed after the second time. So they will start the Daytona 500 in their respective positions. The 88 is still going through inspection. So very busy down there, a lot of tense moments as these crew chiefs try to get these cars ready for the great American race that is the Daytona 500. And certainly today we are remembering some people. Bubba Wallace right there, the 43 car made famous by Richard Petty, carries 2 memorials, one for Kobe Bryant and his daughter Gianna, and the 7 other victims of the tragic helicopter crash, and also for John Andretti. As we get set to race, we're going to pause to remember 2 men who passed away in the offseason. First, John Andretti, who I just mentioned, who lost his heroic battle against colon cancer, and of course, legendary driver, owner, and Hall of Famer Junior Johnson, who passed away at the age of 88. Their spirit will be part of this sport forever, and Mike Joy will have more next on Fox. Welcome back to Race Day. So this McDonald's golden moment salutes Kyle Larson for his January win of the prestigious Chili Bowl.
On a personal level, this race is bigger than Daytona 500.
All right, so you heard the quote, right? This race is bigger than the Daytona 500. Now, listen, we have to do it in context, right? He's been competing in this race for many, many years. He's wanted to win this, and he knows how big the Daytona 500 is. But what did you think when you heard those quotes?
Well, I think the thing that's key there, he said on a personal level.
Right.
And I'm not confident enough to challenge what personally is more important to Kyle Larson. I just know from my perspective, being fortunate enough to win 2 Daytona 500s, to me, when you win the Daytona 500, it doesn't stay with you the rest of the season. It doesn't stay with you the rest of your career. It stays with you the rest of your life. To me, there's nothing bigger than winning the Daytona 500.
Yeah, I think when he got out of the car and he won that race, that meant so much to him at that point in time. He's been trying so hard, and very personally, that was his goal.
Yes.
Now, I do think that going into the Daytona 500, he probably has a new goal today. This is a race that he wants to win because it is the most important thing to him today. So I feel like he's got a great shot at it, and I think he did great there. I look for great things to happen to him today.
And in the racing world of the dirt racing, that is the Super Bowl of their world. So certainly in
and
context,
obviously to him personally.
Right, exactly. You also saw on that podium Christopher Bell, one of the rookies. He's one of just 6 rookies in this impressive 2020 class. Our friend Regan Smith got a chance to spend some time with one of those rookies. We'll head out to Daytona and say hello, Regan.
Well, hello, Shannon. As you mentioned, it is a very impressive rookie class, and they're going to have a lot of changes. The guys coming up from an Xfinity Series to the Cup Series, it's a big difference between these 2 garages. I had a chance to put our friend Tyler Reddick through the paces just a little bit earlier. What's up, man?
How's it going?
I'm good. How you been?
Pretty good. Ready for this interview?
Interview?
Yeah.
When did they tell you this was? We're not doing an interview.
We're not?
Time for the first event.
Wait, first event?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Okay, I got to change real quick, and then we'll get started. First thing that you have to do in your cup driver is get in shape before. We're going to do some suicides.
Really?
Back and forth. That's going to be our first competition is suicides. Hold my stopwatch.
All right.
Oh, my back. Oh, that hurts.
I've seen turtles move faster.
You've seen what move faster?
Turtles.
Oh. All seriousness, I know I've seen some videos of you this off-season working out.
Just try to stay disciplined. Taking care of your body in the off-season is helping not lose so much.
Pizza or veggie sticks?
I like pizza, man. Come on.
Wrong. That's a wrong answer.
You can have like 1 slice pizza, just don't have a whole pizza.
I like it. All right, let's do this. Come on, man. Come on, no. 11:36. When you walk through the doors at Daytona, it is a different level. It's a different moment at that point.
I'm doing it this year to set the tone for how our whole year's going to go. And if you can go out and win this first race at Daytona, it really sets the bar high.
Another element to Cup is pressure. You're going to be under pressure all year long.
I love it. I mean, it's going to make me have to work that much harder in the race car.
I'm glad you like pressure because when you see the next event that we have planned.
Are you going to change your outfit again?
Maybe. All right, next event is going to prepare you to focus. You got to focus the whole time.
Regan,
so we're going to hop on and
what is this?
It's clear what that is. We're going to joust. First question. It's 1-0. Big part of focus is sleep. How much sleep a night do you get?
Well, I just had a kid, so I'm getting about 4 hours of sleep, tops.
4 hours
hours of sleep. I don't know if that's going to be enough to go out there and race against Kyle Busch every week. What's your ideal vacation?
This is wonderful. Me jousting with Regan Smith is like vacation.
This is like vacation to you. You need to get a life. You're a Cup driver now, damn it.
You've put me through the ringer today with all sorts of stuff that I wasn't prepared for, so I called some friends and got a mini excavator placed here in your parking lot, and we're going to do an obstacle course.
I'm a little nervous about this, Tyler. I'm not going to lie. I did catch a tip, though, that maybe we were going to be out doing a little construction work here.
Well, are those steel-toed boots?
These are work boots, bud. Look at these. Well, make sure you pull the seat way far forward. Hey, do they got blocks on your pedal in the race car this year?
It's a nice thing about being in a Cup car. They make it all custom. You have a good opportunity here. I really messed that up. What do you want from Chipotle? Because it's going to be like, you know, dinner time by the time you're done.
Don't distract me.
And we're off. I feel like he actually knows what he's doing. Oh! Hey, Bob! Oh! Oh, he's got me beat by a mile.
Victory! What do you think about that?
Well, somebody was bluffing about never being on one of these things before.
That was fun. I can officially say I think you're ready for the Cup Series.
Really?
So let's get going, man.
All right.
Ah, my shoes.
Well, Shannon, Tyler has already made his first rookie mistake this year. He forgot to ask if I'd ever been on construction equipment before he made that his plan to make that the end of the piece. I've got about 2,000 hours on a mini excavator. I've come from a construction family. We do appreciate him having a lot of fun with us, so that was a fun piece. Looking forward to seeing all these rookies on the track this year, especially Tyler Reddick. He was very exciting in the Xfinity Series.
Well, I'm glad that you can drive a tractor, Regan, because your jousting and running skills need some work. So good luck with that.
Yeah, thanks, Shan. My jousting was fine. I did great at jousting.
We're going to get that in slow motion when you
And I've seen those
Thank you,
boots
Regan,
before.
so
That's
much.
the ones he used when he was the bump and run bandit, I think.
Oh.
He's been multitasking with those boots.
That is right. There's a little Halloween costume. So let's talk about these rookies, right? Bobby, when you look at this class, who do you think is most poised to have a breakout season?
Yeah, I think it's going to be Cole Custer. I mean, I look at him, and obviously he's been fast. He wins a lot of races. He goes out there. I love the way he approaches the races, but he's also with a very experienced team. It's a 4-car team. Stewart-Haas Racing is solid. Those guys, I mean, I think just that built around him is going to just benefit him so much.
Yeah, when I look at our big three from the Xfinity Series last year, Cole Custer, Tyler Reddick, and Christopher Bell, I think all of them, any of them, could win a race. But they are at the mercy of their equipment. And to Bobby's point, I think the best known is the 41 car from Stewart-Haas Racing. Where is Richard Childress Racing in 2020? And is that 95 car that Christopher Bell in, are they going to be better? Are they truly like a 5th Joe Gibbs car? Those are questions I think that we're going to have to get answers to.
What about Tyler Reddick, right? Because when you look at the affiliation with Joe Gibbs Racing and then obviously with Stewart-Haas Racing with those 2 other cars, we know that those teams can win races. RCR has certainly struggled over the seasons. What do you need to see out of Reddick in that car?
Well, I think, honestly, going in, that Tyler Reddick is going to be faster than maybe what their equipment will allow him to be. But I do think that RCR, Richard Childress Racing, they're getting better. Yep. They've got the changes to the Chevrolet Camaro for 2020. But again, we're going to have to get through the West Coast swing, I think, before we can answer some of these questions.
Yeah, I agree with you, too. I think Tyler is going to bring a lot to the table there. I mean, he's going to probably have a different word. So he and Austin are really going to have to get along. They are going to get along, and they're going to make that program better. Yeah. There's no doubt.
And they do like each other. They do get along. We've had Austin on Race Hub many times. The relationship is strong. The nickname T-Red was given by Austin Dillon. So those guys, they know how to work well together off the track, hopefully on the track. When we come back, Matt Yoakum and Hendrick crew member Anthony Pursuit they're going to sit down to talk about his road to recovery after a life-altering accident and very scary accident on pit road 1 year ago. And next, Jeff Gordon delivers an essay on former teammate Jimmy Johnson. This is one you do not want to miss. Back here here on race day, you know, the Fox Hangar Shoot is a lot of fun. And over the past week, not just our cameras, but a lot of cameras and media, all of the attention has been focused on Ricky Stenhouse Jr. because last Sunday, he had the fastest car and won the pole for today's race. So we head back out to Daytona to welcome in driver of the 47 car, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Thanks for joining us. You know, hey, listen, we all knew that you had a fast race car, but many wondered how it would race, right? You showed us in the duel that it is fast. So what's it like to know that all of the parts and pieces are in place for you to win this race today?
Yeah, everything's, you know, exactly where we want it to be. Brian Patty gave me confidence after qualifying that we would have a car that was going to be capable of racing and doing what I needed in the race car to, you know, go up and compete for the win in the duel. And I think we made our car more drivable, a little bit better for today's race. Obviously, with the sun being out, the track's going to be a little bit hotter and slicker than the duels. But our Kroger Camaro's been exactly what we've wanted all weekend. The guys polished and did final touches all day yesterday, and we're ready to go.
Yeah, definitely what impressed me, you guys ran an entire dual race without changing tires. Ricky, we started seeing this last year at Daytona and Talladega, and it's went right into speed weeks of this year, and teammates working together. And I'm not necessarily talking about teammates within an organization, teammates within a manufacturer. In your mind, when are all bets off for Ricky Stenhouse Jr.? Don't give me the company line, give me the Ricky Stenhouse Jr. line.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, you know, you gotta get yourself in position. You gotta be in the first 2 to 3 rows, I feel like, you know, within the final 10 laps. And so you work together all race long. You need to pit together. You got to have a strategy to make sure you don't go a lap down in the stages when you do pit. So that's important. And us and the Chevrolet guys, I feel like we had a really good meeting about that. I was able to give a little insight of, you know, what we used to do at the other manufacturer I was with. So I think, you know, putting everything together will get us Chevrolets to the end of the race and have a shot at winning. We got a lot of fast Chevys. I thought we could push pretty good in the duels. I know talking to Chase, he wanted to work on his car a little bit better to be able to push and get pushed a little bit better. But all in all, I think our Chevys are where we want it to be. But I think within 10 to go, you got to get yourself in position.
There you go.
Yeah.
There it is.
Right. So, hey, Ricky, last year you went through a rough time getting let go unexpectedly at Roush. And, man, what a way to rebound coming into the Daytona 500, sitting on the pole with JTG. How gratifying is your situation now after everything that's happened to you in 2019?
Yeah, the end of 2019 obviously did not go according to plan, but I think change is good. And, you know, the way everything happened, it went down. We had great meetings with Tad and Jody and Ernie, everybody at JTG Doherty Racing. And I've been able to spend the whole off season there in the shop with the guys, and I feel really confident. I feel really comfortable with the group that I'm with. I do think that we have the resources, the parts and pieces to go out and run and be able to compete towards the front. And I think this year can be our best year that I've ever had in my career in the Cup Series. Got to be consistent, but, you know, having my crew chief, Brian Patty, come over with me, he brings a lot of confidence that we have the tools that we need necessary to go out here and compete, and it showed on Sunday. They worked hard this offseason. We had the fastest Kroger Camaro down here on Sunday, and we're going to put it up front in the race today.
Ricky, if I remember correctly, in one of your victories, your dad had a little hard time finding victory lane. Do we have a roadmap for him in case this happens today?
Yes, ma'am, we do. So he's excited. He's here. My whole family's here, which is always nice. They, you know, took the week and a half down here to hang out with me, and they're just as excited as I am. But yeah, my dad gets pumped up and, you know, sometimes makes a few wrong turns.
Don't we all? Thank you, Ricky, so much for joining us. Good luck today.
Thank you all.
Business picking up down there at Daytona. Look at that sight right there. Larry Mack, you've been waiting a long time to see that, haven't you?
Oh, I'm telling you, there's an amazing crowd. The infield looks full. How about this guy right here? You reckon the old siren would go off in Dawsonville?
Maybe for the next week it would go off. Chase Elliott made it through inspection, so he'll get out on the racetrack, but a busy morning for his team, and certainly a lot of fans.
How about him?
That guy. Look at that guy signing autographs right there.
Two-time Daytona 500.
Time.
It's more my speed right there.
Yeah, that's more your speed right there. Yeah, well, he's supporting his son and obviously signing a lot of autographs down there for the fans who are Elliott fans, regardless of whether it's Bill or Chase. How about this guy? There's a lot of fans.
Well, they don't have a siren at Hendrick Motorsports, but they do have a victory bell. So I'm sure they'd love to ring that bell for this man, possibly his last Daytona 500.
They got a lot of hardware because of this guy as well.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, at Hendrick Motorsports.
This guy's trying to get that Daytona 500 win.
Yes, the reigning champ, right? I mean, he's got all the momentum coming in from Homestead. Had a great offseason, but yes, as Bobby just mentioned, still looking for that first Daytona 500 victory.
About the only box he has not checked.
Yeah, it's this guy, I mean, how many laps did he lead last year? 49 laps he led in this race last season.
His arms look like my legs.
Did you see the video of he was doing some squats on social media? I think he told us it was like 350 pounds, but that was nothing. That was just a normal day. There, Ryan Blaney. Yeah, one of the Penske guys. There were some shakeups in the offseason. All of them are working with new crew chiefs.
He'll be back at the rear of the field with a backup car after the dual race.
That's right. That's right. Yes, one of the guys getting caught up in stuff. Like you said, there are the cars all lined up. Crew guys walking around, getting ready for their race, get their guys out there, inspection kind of going through. You see the 37 car right there. Of course, that's Ryan Preece, a teammate to Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who we just spoke with and who will start on the pole today at the Daytona 500. So for a member of Ryan Preece's pit crew, just making it to the start of today's race is a huge victory. 1 week after last year's Daytona 500, Anthony Pursuit was badly hurt in a pit road accident in Atlanta. As Anthony explained to Matt Yoakum, the road to recovery was not an easy one.
The goal every year is to be better than you were the year past. I wanted to be the best fielder here at Hendrick Motorsports. God had a plan, and he took it and run with it.
Chris Buescher pits from 7th place in the 37.
We knocked out a good stop as I was coming back to the wall to hand my equipment over. I think I just got hit by a car.
We obviously heard the tire squealing and like, wait, that's way closer than we usually hear.
Clear to the graph. Up, stop.
Crash! Ryan Preece piled into the 52.
That's when just a heating sensation came up my leg.
And then you got up and you walked past me, and what did you say?
Let me walk it off. They took me to the Infield Care Center. From there, they took me over to Atlanta's hospital.
The initial injuries, it was a best case scenario considering he got hit by a car. You know, a non-weight-bearing bone was broken and a torn ACL. You know, that happens every day.
Tuesday morning, I was in the most excruciating pain I've ever been in. My calf was probably the size of my thigh.
Morgan called me and said, Bill, it's been a really bad night. I'm worried about this. We're going to University Hospital, and we're going now.
Morgan flies me over there. This is when I knew it was probably as severe as it was.
Anytime that you have a compartment syndrome, it is a true orthopedic emergency.
You just start hearing over the loudspeakers, emergency, emergency, urgent.
And that's your room.
And that was my room.
And hearing the word amputation, I mean, for me, I was like...
I was in so much pain at that moment. I was telling that doctor, I don't care, take my leg.
If he had sat at home and suffered in silence, we may have a very different outcome than we have.
You know, there's a saying, you know, adversity builds character, but really, adversity reveals character.
The first week that we were home, he had ordered a medicine ball for the house, free weights for the house, because he was determined to get better.
We found in these NASCAR guys, they're so goal-oriented. If you give them a goal and they struggle to get that goal, by the next time you see them, they're going to not only meet that goal, they're ready for the next thing. So you have to be ever creative with new exercises and new ways to challenge things and to keep them interested in the grind.
Until finally, he overcame each and every problem.
You get sucked into identifying yourself through your profession and you lose that, you realize quick where your priorities are. And you start seeing all these people rise to the occasion. My biggest thing this year, and it came through the baptism over here, I finally learned how to enjoy God's grace.
Race morning in Daytona, you walk out to pit road for the 500. What emotions do you think are going to be going through you?
I'll have some goosebumps. It's quite the environment to be around, and to know that's what you do for a living, and get to be a part of that, it's a blessing.
That That was incredible. Thank you so much, Matt. And thank you so much, Zico, for sharing your story. Happy to say he is down in Daytona. He worked the Xfinity Series race. I mean, congratulations.
Yes.
It's just so amazing.
It really is, Shannon. And I know our race car drivers, they are a special breed. But those guys and girls that go across that wall to pit those race cars, their determination is second to none. How many have we seen like Zico that has had an injury or that's had an illness? They were determined to come back and go across that wall again, and I can't wait to see him go across and pit that car today.
Like his wife said, they're goal-oriented, and these pit crew members, they are.
Yes.
And so for him to come back after a year of what happened, I mean, we saw it. We didn't know exactly what happened later on, and a week or so later, but to see him come back is pretty amazing.
And as happy as Zico is, I can only imagine his teammates and his crew guys are just
everybody on pit road. Everybody.
Thrilled.
Yeah.
So welcome back, Zico. Good luck today. So when race day returns, Jeff Gordon's going to deliver a tribute to his friend and former teammate, Jimmy Johnson. It is a must-see. And current drivers have some tough questions for 7-time. They're going to tell us what they think about Jimmy Johnson. Stick around.
Walk-offs. Hail Marys. A 3 at the buzzer. These are the big dreams we have as kids. How we want to win in the big game. And how we want to walk away at our best. In a significant moment on the biggest stage. Elway, Sampras, Marciano. They all walked away after winning it all. A Super Bowl, the U.S. Open, a 6th heavyweight title defense. Sometimes you go out on top, winning, competing for championships. Sometimes a fairy tale ending just isn't in the cards. And sometimes someone else lets us know it's time.
Good afternoon. My name is Genevieve Johnson, and this is my sister Lydia. On behalf of our entire family, we would like to thank you for all being here. Today is a very special announcement.
Jimmy Johnson has told us. He's said it. He's done. One more season. And the last 2, well, they've been far from memorable for that 48.
Jimmy Johnson with a lot of right side damage. He hit the wall up in turn 3.
Yeah, last couple of years have not been kind to Mr. Johnson.
But every moment before that was pure magic. 83 wins, 7 championships, and 5 of those in a row. He was the fastest, the smartest, simply the best for almost a decade. Any car, any strategy, Jimmy Johnson won. And he did it gracefully, humbly, and with absolute class. With one final season left to go, that old 7-time has one more shot to go out on top. Bork did it. Williams did it. Bryant did it. There is no doubt that Jimmy too could do it. Go out on top, like the GOAT he is.
Thank you so much, Jeff. And Jimmy has so many names, right? The GOAT, 7-time, JJ, driver of the 48. But no matter what you call Jimmy Johnson, there's no denying what he's meant and means to this sport. One of the best to ever do it on the racetrack, and one of the nicest, most sincere humans off of it. As Jimmy starts his last full-time season, his competitors weigh in on his legacy.
So, Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson. Man, this guy, huh? Jimmy Johnson, 7-time champ, 7-time champion.
How about our 7-time champion, Jimmy Johnson?
Such a great guy, great competitor.
For the sport, I mean, I don't know that you can put into words what a guy like he has meant to NASCAR.
When I think of Hall of Famer, I think Jimmy Johnson fits that mold better than maybe anyone in our sport.
As a young kid, especially with a dad in the sport at the same time, racing with him, no, I cannot want to be like someone like that.
I think it was really cool when I was running for Xfinity Championship. He reached out to me, and I reached out to him about what I needed to do running for a championship. And he gave me thoughts and kind of like a notebook of goals, what I need to be accomplishing each race leading into that championship year that we had.
It was a cool moment when my first ever NASCAR race, when I'm a little kid watching him win at Fontana, and I'm like, oh yeah, this Jimmy guy, he's a newer guy. We'll see how he does, I guess. And I remember I was so small, thought he was really cool.
The same guy,
that I met when I first moved to North Carolina, out on Dale Jr.'s boat on the lake. He's the same guy now as he was then, and he didn't have any championships then.
The moment for me was the day I got my first win. I ran out of gas, and Jimmy was the guy that pushed me around to the front straightaway to go celebrate, which I thought was just the coolest thing ever.
I think Jimmy brought a grace to the sport that I don't know if we've ever seen, and he combined it with a legacy of winning on the track that we hadn't seen since probably Jeff Gordon, or maybe even before that, with respect to Earnhardt and Petty when it comes to having 7 championships.
Being able to learn from him, whether it's on the racetrack, off the racetrack, whatever circumstances you're in, whenever he's around, I just try to be a sponge and learn everything I can from him.
Just been lucky enough to call him a friend off the racetrack too. So even though he chewed my ass out after Watkins Glen, but we got over that pretty quickly, and I'll never forget that. But he just meant a lot to the sport, meant a lot to me personally. He is one of the greatest to have ever done, for sure.
It's going to be hard to imagine lining up, on the starting grid and not seeing that 48 over there over your shoulder that is that guy that you're always looking over your shoulder at.
Man, it's hard to follow and act like Jimmy. He's special.
So I started covering the sport full-time in 2006, and there was one guy throughout pretty much my entire career, year after year after year after year, that was winning races, winning championships. And what was so cool for me is I had a front row seat, right? I got to interview him in Victory Lane. I got to stand there on the stage when they won the championships year after year. And like I said, he's just done it with such grace, and just everybody just loves Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, what you see is what you get. Yeah. You see the same Jimmy Johnson at the racetrack. If he walked in the studio right now, he'd be the same. But I always chuckle when I think about his 7 championships, especially those 5 in a row, because he did it under so many different rule packages. He did it with a spoiler. He did it with a wing. Hell, one year we couldn't make our mind up, and he won the championship when we ran both. Yeah. In all the different formats, it's almost like he'd win a championship under one format, and he'd go, "You want to try another one? Yeah. Let's try. I won that one. Let's try another one." It just didn't seem to matter with him.
Yeah, he was obviously he's great on the racetrack, and what he's done for the sport, and as far as that goes, is amazing. The time he beat me at Charlotte, though, when I was leading the race, the Coke 600, he passed me. I was a little bit mad at him.
You didn't like him then, huh?
But at the same time, I put out a tweet when he announced his retirement. I thought, when he first came to the sport, I thought, who is this guy? And then I thought, well, he wins a race. All right, give him that, give him that. Oh, a championship. All right, try to repeat that. My gosh, so much has happened to him, but with what grace he's doing this with, announcing that he's going to step away from the sport full time, and I think he's just doing it so right. I'm definitely jealous because he did it the way you want to do it.
And be careful.
In his way.
Be careful with that word retirement.
Yeah.
The only time he has used the word retirement is talking about full time in the Cup Series. Yeah. He keeps leaving that door wide open to come back and maybe run some bigger events, maybe even other series.
And I'll be watching with both eyes wide open because I think it's going to be great to be able to see him do whatever he wants to do.
You know what he's going to do is he's going to go do triathlons, and he's going to kick everybody's butt in the triathlons. I see people line up for races, and they tell me that they were racing next to Jimmy Johnson in the water or on a bike, and they're like, I almost beat him. I'm like, it's Jimmy Johnson,
Have you ever raced against him?
I've been in races with him. I may have passed Chad Knaus in the run portion, but I did not pass Jimmy Johnson. He's a little quicker. Coming up next, we're going to head back out to the track. We're going to check in with our pit reporters and the guys at the desk who have won a couple, right, of these bad boys Daytona 500 trophies. That is coming up next on FS1. From our Fox hangar shoot, you just saw Kevin Harvick. The guy on top of the pit box for Kevin Harvick is longtime crew chief Rodney Childers. But Rodney is more than just a crew chief, because check it out. He and Busch have been working on something very special for race fans during the off season. Matt Yoakum is with Rodney for more.
Shannon Rodney Childress pit crew continues to impress. Last year, they were the top 4 pit crew on pit road. But, Rodney, today, race fans will be focused even more on your boys every time they leap off the wall.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Busch Beer's done a great job the last few years of coming up with ways of getting the fans involved during the race, and today's going to be even more cool for them. But every time we're in the pit stall, they can, you know, get on Twitter and you know, tweet us at #PitForBusch and #sweepstakes and have a shot at winning a sports car.
They need to preload their tweets.
I would say you need to have it ready because, you know, if it's a 2-tire stop, you only have, you know, 5 or 6 seconds to get your tweet in. And so I would have it ready and be ready to hit send as soon as we hit the pit box.
So don't forget #PitForBusch. At day's end, at least 6 lucky fans will have new sports cars in their garages.
Eric Jones getting ready to walk into the driver's meeting room right now. Eric, you're about to start your 4th Daytona 500. You won the Clash a week ago. How do you feel about this race car?
I feel good. I think it's one of the better cars we've had at Daytona the last few years. So, you know, props to JGR and Toyota for that. But the DeWalt Camry's been fast and a lot of chaos that we need to make it through today, I'm sure, to have a shot to win. But I think we've got a car with enough speed to do it. And I felt really good about leading our line of Toyotas. So, you know, we got to see how it all plays out. But I think we got a good plan to make it to the end and at least give ourselves a chance. We can see those last 10 laps, you know, you got a shot at it.
3rd place a year ago. Good luck today, Eric.
Well, 22-year-old William Byron is driving the famed number 24, and it has been a fast track for you. It's only been a handful of years since you were racing on the computer. Now you're at the Daytona 500. How does one gain that kind of success so quickly?
I think it's just all about having the right people around me. I've been really fortunate to kind of grow up in a new age of being able to race on iRacing and things like that. So I grew up differently than a lot of other race car drivers, but I've been really fortunate to get to this level, and it's been a great week so far for us with the dual win. So hopefully we can just kind of continue that momentum into this race today.
That dual win was your qualifying race on Thursday, and it was a victory here. What does that do for you and your team going for victory today?
I think it just gives us the confidence that we can do it. You know, that we can kind of break through and get that win that we've been looking for the last couple of years. So I'm really optimistic that we have a really great race car underneath us, and I think we've practiced super hard too. So I just feel confident in the preparation we've done.
William Byron hopes to become just the 8th driver in history to get his first career win at the Daytona 500. Chris?
Thanks very much. Our great view just above the start-finish line with Jamie McMurray, Jeff Gordon, and top of the hour over on Fox, our pre-race show. As the drivers get closer, you both have won this race, the anxious moments. Tell us what's going through your head here.
Yeah, these guys might say that they slept well last night, but no way. I mean, the racing has been so incredibly exciting this week and intense. We've seen big wrecks. We've seen some great moves at the end of these races. These guys right now are trying to stay focused, but I promise you, they're struggling with emotion.
Yeah, the drivers' meeting just got over, and for me personally, that was my time when I was done doing any sponsor appearances, done signing autographs for a while. You go back to your bus, you get some lunch, you kind of think about those first few laps of the biggest race of the year and get ready.
And you guys have had enough of it. We haven't even done the show. They're all ready to get back in a car and drive. But we still have plenty on the pre-race show. In fact, here's a quick look at what's ahead.
I think I got you, Mike. What do you think,
Whatever, man. Hello, brother.
How are you?
I'm perfect. Great to see you. This is a work of art.
I mean, I tried. That Swan looks like he's had some issues, but he's there, so,
He looks a little like he was in the Busch Clash the other day.
Did you see championships? Did you let yourself envision all of this when you were just starting out?
We went through our first year, we didn't win anything. After that first year, I said, man, are we in the wrong deal here or what? I'm not sure I'd have enough guts to do that now.
Really?
I was probably dumb enough to say we're going to get in racing.
Well, I gathered all of you here to talk about the Daytona 500, so thanks for coming out. And it's really nice to... So Cash, Owen, you guys, we've done this a few times, right? Yeah, nice to see you again. So...
This is their first time.
Their first, so they're a little nervous, you think?
These guys are not going to want to hear this, Cole. But if I had to pick who I feel like is going to be the favorite going in, it's you. And I tell you what, all of you guys are...
My big question is, if you're going to retire, does that mean that you're going to exercise more? Just asking for a friend.
I've always been curious exactly how the conversation went with the boss after the golf cart surfing incident happened. Great question.
Coming up on Fox Top of the Hour live here from Daytona. Those are some tough questions.
We got a great pre-race, by the way. Those are going to be some great questions and great topics. And did Jimmy Johnson avoid that question?
Well, I don't think we could talk enough about, a 7-time champion, when other people in other sports look at his record, the 5 in a row, what he's accomplished, and his announced at Daytona 500, what, of course, his last run. I don't think enough could be said about the classy champion that Jimmy Johnson has been, and hopefully we'll be able to ride off with some style as he has always shown us.
This guy, every step of the way, has just done it first class. And I'm going to say this right now. We are going to miss Jimmy Johnson, and we won't know. People won't really talk about how great he was for several years, because we're living in something we can't quite accept, because it's been so impressive. I raced against some of the best.
Right.
He's the absolute #1 best I've ever raced against.
Wow. High
Big
praise.
statement from Jeff Gordon to say that, but I agree. I think Jimmy's the best that's ever sat behind the wheel of a NASCAR, and his behavior away from the racetrack, everything he does with his, charities, he's the guy that you don't want to like, but because he's perfect, but he just is a great individual, and the pieces that we've seen today of his legacy, what he's going to leave behind, he's clearly going to be missed.
Yeah, and we saw Jeff's going to sit down with some of the rookies in this rookie class as they'll be running in the Daytona 500, right? What a way to start out your career. How much experience for rookies in this race? We always talk about how wide open the Daytona 500 is. It seems like this year it's even more wide open.
Yeah, look, they at least got to have the duels on Thursday, so you get a little bit of practice, a taste of what you're going to have, but they haven't been out there with all the cars on the track. Even in practice, you haven't had those huge packs, so those rookies are going to go through a big learning experience at the start of this.
Yeah, and whether they ran in the Truck Series or the Xfinity Series, even if they had success, Tyler Reddick has won, the Xfinity race here. This is a totally different ball game. The cars drive different. The competition is far more fierce, and this is the biggest stage that they will ever compete on.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris, I got to be honest.
Yes.
The highlight of this show for me is that kids piece.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Can't wait for that.
Well, we added, Clint Boyer and Kyle Larson, their sons, Owen and Cash, and we've done it a few years here. Well, they wanted their younger sisters, to join us as well, and it turned into like a babysitting session. but thank goodness Clint and Kyle and their wives were there to help out. But kids, they say the darndest things.
They're honest.
Yes, they're very honest.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's too honest.
I don't know. You as a babysitter, Chris. I don't know about that either.
That is trouble. But I did want to. How many Daytona 500s for you? I know you have a win in 2010. So how many attended here and driven in? So counting this one.
Oh my Lord, Chris! Don't put me on the spot. I don't even know.
Why are you asking us math? He won 1. I won 3.
But you came here and raced other times as well, right? So
absolutely. That's the thing. And Jamie and I have talked about this. If I look at the last 10 years of my career, the number of times I came here and crashed and didn't compete,
which is part of the deal.
But the first 10 years of my career, we came down here and things went well. And that's what's going through these drivers' minds right now is today going to be that day where everything aligns and goes perfect, or is today going to be one of those days where I'm just caught up in something that I can't avoid?
Well, and I bring it up. This is 20th season of NASCAR on Fox, and we've really enjoyed the run, and especially the Great American Race. And at our table all the time through this, Patrick Perrin, who even before we were doing NASCAR on Fox, and he's a young guy. There he is. But this is 40th straight working Daytona 500.
Incredible.
Behind the scenes, great researcher, great pal. You have a question about NASCAR. He tells you sometimes, between him and John Edwards, they know more about your racing than you remember.
The words get halfway out of my mouth, and he's already handed me the thing that I'm asking for.
That kind of information. And obviously for these fans, sold out. More than 100,000 people are here and ready to race. The weather good. A little rain later, a little breezy now, but we should start on time. A special visit from our president as well. And don't forget, after FS1 top of the hour, it's over to Fox, live from Daytona.
This week on NASCAR Race Hub, the season is officially underway. We're talking with the Daytona 500 champion, and we'll crown the first radio sweetheart of the year.
You winker, you just want to get out of the way. Get the heck out of the way.
Plus, we lighten up the mood with our star-studded cast. Clint Boyer, Austin Dillon, Brad Keselowski, and Drew Blickensderfer join us in studio. That's all this week on NASCAR Race Hub. Weeknights, 6 p.m. Eastern, only on FS1.
Good, no matter what. Couldn't have been planned any better. One of the great race drivers of our time. That's it. It's all over. They're going to Daytona 500. They're hitting the wall. They're head on the wall. Oh, no. This trophy
Jeff Gordon has just become the youngest man ever to win the Daytona 500.
20 years of trying. Dale Earnhardt. The legacy continues. Earnhardt Jr. wins. Jimmy Johnson for the second time. Side by side, bouncing off each other. Denny Hamlin. Oh, my goodness.
The biggest race of your career, the Daytona 500, the Great American Race.
Incredible moments. It's a little over 1 hour and a half away from green flag. And as we take a look at our Pizza Hut countdown clock, Bobby, the drivers, take a look. That's so cool seeing that car right there. How mentally strong does a driver and his team need to be to get through this 500-mile race?
Well, they have to be mentally strong for sure. I mean, they've been here for a week and a half, and they're getting ready for this race. So, you know, when you buckle in that car, I mean, it's just going to be all the pressure is off of you, but you have to stay so focused in this race because it is the biggest race of the year, Daytona 500. Everybody's ready for it, but they want to do good, and that's pressure.
Yeah, I went across the wall or sat on top of that pit box making the calls for 20 Daytona 500s from 1981 through 2000. And I guess as it got to the closing stages of the race, you almost felt helpless as a crew chief because you could have the fastest race car, the best strategy, mistake-free pit stops, but you knew that the outcome of your day maybe depended on your driver, a move he made or didn't make in the last corner of the last lap, maybe even going back to 2016 at the start-finish line when we saw that photo finish with Denny Hamlin and Martin Truex Jr.
Photo finish. And look at all those people that were out there are going to get to see a great race. Time now for us to make our picks. Bobby, you go first.
I'm going to go with Kevin Harvick.
Kevin Harvick.
Yep,
That's
2007 winner,
there
Daytona
we go.
500.
I like it.
I love the way
that back he'll get another win.
I talked to him the other day. He's excited because he extended his contract.
Yeah, there you go.
So.
Who's your?
I couldn't make him work in my DraftKings team. I just couldn't make the money work, but remember my dream team. Joey Logano, 5 years after getting the first one, he will get his second Daytona 500 win today.
That's your pick. My pick is, we are going to hear this on the radio. Winner of the Daytona 500, MTJ. Clayton Hughes is going to be saying it. I'm picking the 19, working with a new crew chief. I think he's going to get his first Daytona 500 victory today. Thank you, guys. Been fun hanging out here. And for all of our race day hardworking folks here, we say thank you for joining us. Take a look at that crowd. It's sold out. Our coverage is going to continue over on Fox, so make sure you head over there. Chris Myers will lead the coverage as we get you ready for green flag racing to the Daytona 500. Have a great day, everyone.
Of our United States, the first to give the command for the Daytona 500. As we welcome you to NASCAR on Fox and the 62nd running of the Great American Race, along with Jeff Gordon, Jamie McMurray, I'm Chris Myers, and nice to have you along with us for this special moment.
I have been to a lot of Daytona 500s, Chris. Never have I felt the excitement and energy. We've had great racing on the track, but we've got the president landing right now. The fans are pumped up. I mean, wow, what a day.
It's one of the most incredible things I've ever seen to see. They said that plane's 800 feet above the racetrack right now. What an entrance by the President of the United States.
He's the Grand Marshal. He'll give the command. Presidents, of course, have attended NASCAR races, Daytona before, but again, the first to give the command for this, the Daytona 500.
And, you know, I just can't, I go into the mindset of these competitors and what they're going through, and there's already so much build that you know, you didn't sleep last night, okay? It's you've waken up to the Daytona 500. You're starting to run through the race and all the things that you're going to have to deal with. And then there's just constant distractions of, you know, sponsor commitments. You're seeing fans and how excited they are for you to win the Daytona 500. And then to add to all of that, you've got the president that's going to be here for the race to call the command.
And a couple of Daytona 500 winners. When he says start your engines, it'll mean a little something for the 40 drivers in this field.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. At Jeff's point, we talked about earlier, this is one of those nights that you don't sleep very well, but when you wake up at 2 or 3 in the morning, the last thing you want to do is start thinking about the race because your heart takes off. You can't go back to sleep. You know it's going to be a long day. To Jeff's point, tons of appearances today. Everybody's asking you about it. It's one of those feelings that you just don't have the rest of the year because you know how special today is.
More than 100,000 people. This event is sold out. The weather nice right now, a little breezy, a chance of rain later, but the conditions are pretty good for a 500-mile race. And every year, it's the Great American race, so it's the best thing that can happen to a driver, and this more wide open than I think any year.
Well, it's always unpredictable because it is super speedway racing, and we've seen unpredictable things happen in this race. But I got to say, you know, I've seen the veterans shine this week. I've seen some young guys shine this week. We've seen some great three-wide racing, some of the best racing I've seen leading into the Daytona 500. Somebody's life is going to change. Whether you've won the Daytona 500 again, going into that elite category of a multi-time Daytona 500 winner, or if you're going to win it for the first time, it changes your life. That's how big this race is.
Yeah, we have 7 first-timers and, of course, some headliners who've yet to win this race. As we mentioned, that sellout, the people, you have seen them who have been here early all day enjoying the scene. If you're not fortunate to be one of those in attendance with all of us, we want to bring you closer to this race from start to finish. So we'll first welcome in our team of pit reporters who are all over the place, and we start with Jamie Little.
Every driver dreams of winning the Daytona 500. No different for Joey Logano, who's won 23 times in his career. Most of those will be forgotten. The one that will always be remembered, though, is his 2015 Daytona 500 victory. Vince?
And as for Jimmy Johnson, when it's all said and done, we won't dwell on a late career dry spell. We'll remember his class and professionalism, his 7 championships, the 80-plus Cup victories, and those special Februaries when he won this great race, the Daytona 500. Regan?
Ryan Newman will always remember his Daytona 500 win, or maybe sliding on his roof upside down the front stretch. But that's what Daytona does. It produces unforgettable memories. Matt?
Brad Keselowski is still chasing that legacy moment. But if the former champ tried to forget that he's 0 for 10 in the Great American Race, well, the fans, his family, and even the media, they won't let him. Chris?
All right, thank you, Matt and crew. A terrific group of people that'll take us throughout the afternoon on our pre-race show and then through the race, all 100 miles. Or if we have...
Hey, Chris, what about me? You forgot one of your pit reporters. It's Michael Waltrip. Oh, 2-time. Hey, I'm over here on the flagman stand. You see me,
What's happening, Michael?
Yeah,
this is an electric atmosphere. I'm telling you, tonight after 500 miles, the checkered flag is going to fall, and somebody's life will be changed forever, winning the Daytona 500. It's a great day. I'm going to be wandering around the pits, bringing you some reports, Chris. Don't worry, I'll be with you.
All right, Michael, we tried to get through the open without Michael.
You never know. How can we do that?
And there's proof that anybody can win. He's won it twice. All right, we kid because we care. Speed Weeks, they like that one. All right. So far, Speed Week's outstanding, and this is the 62nd running of the Daytona 500. And although history has shown that you can win from anywhere in the field, a quarter of the time the winner has come from the front row. And today, in this race, the honor belongs to pole sitter Ricky Stenhouse Jr., also Alex Bowman, 3rd straight year he's been on the front row. A pair of Chevys. Chevrolet, by the way, has won this race more than any other of the manufacturers. But the frenzy that is Speed Weeks, it turned into a collection of collisions and crashes.
Green flag is out. The Busch Clash is underway. Jones is going to win the Busch Clash with a car that's ready for the dumpster. Joey Logano trying to hold them all off to win his duel at Daytona. William Byron for Rick Hendrick in a Chevrolet. It's going to be Enfinger.
The middle, you got it.
What a thriller! Grant Enfinger does it.
First career victory for Noah Gragson.
Noah hitting his arc. Here's a look at the drivers who have had a good start to 2020. Look at the variety, too, with a Ford, a Chevy, you got a Toyota in the mix. What will happen today? Speed Weeks so far, you guys have been here throughout the time. Jeff, I'll start with you. What has stood out so far that you think will have the greatest impact in this race?
Well, and we saw it in Duel 2. We saw Kevin Harvick dominate that race, and late in the race, we saw where the Chevys, led by William Byron, was able to make this late move and make a pass. So that's got me really excited about the end of this race. Then we have some really well-known drivers I think have a great shot at this race today. Denny Hamlin's going to be starting at the back. Kyle Busch starting midfield. There's Chase Elliott. I mean, there's some big names that have some work to do that really haven't shown us all that they're capable of so far this week.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some incredible racing. I don't know that any of these races haven't been spectacular at the end. When I look at this weekend, the thing that comes to my mind is that typically when you come to Daytona, you want to be the leader. You want to kind of control which lane. We've seen a lot of blocking. That's been a huge topic. The other thing is we've seen the winner come from the front row. We saw William Byron come from 6th. I don't know that the guys know right now exactly what position they want to be in on that last lap.
At the end, obviously, you want to be there, but beforehand, you may have to figure that out. Who's your drafting partner? We'll find out. We have 3 NASCAR champions in today's race who are chasing their first Daytona 500 win, along with Kyle Busch. There is Martin Truex Jr. and Brad Keselowski, all with a chance to make history. And as we welcome you live to Daytona and get our show started, history moments ago, a historic visit from President Donald J. Trump as Air Force One descended upon the scene here in Daytona Beach. And we're going to hear from the president a little bit later. This is more than a race. This is a major happening. It's one of the great spectacles in all of sports, and we're just getting started.
The biggest day in NASCAR revs up right here on Fox. Our Hall of Famer Jeff Gordon educates the ruthless rookies on how to navigate the nuances of NASCAR. A guy who convincingly captured the Cup Championship last year, Kyle Busch, stops by as he looks to win his first 500. And as we start to say farewell to the 48, Jimmy Johnson joins us to reflect on a career for the ages and his final season. All that plus musical icon Darius Rucker performs, and Michael Waltrip gets the latest from the biggest names at the Great American Race. Green flags around the turn at the Daytona 500.
Everybody wants to win. Hoist a glossy trophy, a taste of triumph, and now you're the hero, right? The truth is, at these speeds, few can fathom the cost of success. A road to glory, paved by a wake of wreckage and repercussion.
There's a fight. The temper's overflowing.
Didn't mean to really turn around, meant to rattle his cage up. I'll be waiting when he comes in here.
I've been roughed up and put in the grandstands, and I'm still here fighting. It's not going to change the way I race.
For some, it's easy to be intimidated by a mentality they don't understand. But the most decorated drivers learn to value this mindset before any award. The innate understanding that those who win are the ones who want it more, then go out and take it. Because greatness is a greedy ambition. And make no mistake, we are witnessing some of the greatest to ever do it. With volume and sheer vitriol. In order to conquer NASCAR's most prestigious test, are you willing to be the villain?
Good to have you watching Race Day live from Daytona Beach, Florida, and the Daytona International Speedway, presented by Coca-Cola. NASCAR on Fox, and leading you up to the start of the race. Kevin Harvick said this Daytona 500 is going to be more about survival than those in the past, and he and Busch have been working on something special for the fans during the offseason. So let's check in with him and Matt Yoakum.
Chris, it's been 13 years since Kevin Harvick scored his only Daytona 500 win. But Kevin, if the cards fall your way today for number 2, what moment will you look forward to the most?
Well, obviously this is the biggest race of the year, and having won this race in the past, you realize that there's a lot of really cool moments that come with that. But you know, I think it's kind of like winning the Brickyard 400 last year. It had been 16 years, I think, in between races, and having my family there and my kids and being able to celebrate that was more exciting for me than actually, you know, pulling the car into victory lane. So, you know, this is a big day, and obviously it's a great way to get our season started. And we're looking forward to having a chance with our Busch Light Ford, and hopefully we can, you know, park it in victory lane at the end of the day.
Now, the 500 is probably the most unpredictable crown jewel event we have, but what is predictable today, all eyes will be focused on your pit crew.
Yeah. All right. Busch Light has definitely come up with a great contest for the fans to interact with on Twitter. You have to enter the hashtag Pit for Busch and hashtag sweepstakes to enter, but you can only enter during the pit stop. So during that amount of time is not much, so I would suggest pre-typing your tweet.
You would suggest to Myers maybe cutting and pasting, copying so he can preload?
Well, Myers is probably a little better off than you are. His fingers aren't quite as fat as yours.
All right, Chris. Remember, cut and paste, copy. Have your tweets all loaded up.
All right. All right. Always a sense of humor. Happy. IG, I thought it was an upper respiratory problem. I'm trying to figure out Instagram. But while we're talking forwards, Team Penske swapped crew chiefs well after we finished up last season. So Joey Logano ends up with Paul Wolfe. It's Bullens with Keselowski, Blaney with Gordon. So they were there. They just kind of got all moved around. So what's the impact for the drivers in this race this year? It's also the start of the season with those crew chief swaps.
Well, this is huge because Paul Wolfe and Brad Keselowski, Joey and Todd Gordon, those combos had been together the longest in our sport. Once Chad and Jimmy broke up, they had both won championships, 20-plus races for both groups. So when they make a change like this, it lights a fire under you. And Roger Penske recognized that they needed to make a change. And I expect for everyone in that group to go out and want to prove that the change was best for them.
Yeah, and Logano got a watch in the race today. Meanwhile, Martin Truex Jr., former champ here. Here's a new crew chief. Cole Pern stepped away from the business to operate a ski resort, wanted to spend more time with his family. So his new crew chief, James Small, Jeff, he has some big shoes to fill.
He really does. I mean, what a huge surprise to everybody in the sport when we saw Cole Pern step away after coming so close to winning another championship together with Martin Truex Jr. So now James Small comes in. We all talked about how cool and collected Cole Pern is. But what kind of a crew chief is James Small going to be? He's been alongside Cole Pern. He knows how to make those cars go fast. But when you're on top of the box and now you're calling the shots of strategy, working with your driver, trying to plan for the entire season and personnel, it's a whole nother level of what you have to do and that responsibility and how to take it on. But I'm looking forward to watching James Small, take on that challenge. I think it's going to be fun.
And that communication, just like a coach with his quarterback, the crew chief with his driver, so important to success. And it wasn't long ago that a young hotshot driver had a mustache by the name of Jeff Gordon came on the scene, and he won NASCAR's championship in his third year. That's how quick he got there. Man, time has flown. You're getting older, buddy. But like those before him and those after him, there's always the next wave of influencers behind the wheel. Alan Copacabana, he tells us why talk is cheap and wins are real.
As the green flag falls on a new decade of racing, opportunities will follow. There are races and championships to win, and it's a new group that will soon take over the sport. But before we speed forward, let's pump the brakes and look back. The last decade saw champions Tony Stewart, Jeff Gordon, and Matt Kenseth get out of the car. All while Kevin Harvick, Brad Keselowski, Joey Logano, and Kyle Busch went from winners to champions. Now think about the years to come. With Jimmy Johnson looking for one final victory lap before retirement, it's not hard to imagine Harvick and Kurt Busch moving on sooner than later. What does it mean? In a sport filled with tight corners and side-by-side racing, the future is wide open. The big question is, who steps up? Chase Elliott has the pedigree and popularity to carry the sport. Ryan Blaney has an old-school swagger. Kyle Larson has that any track, any car, anywhere mentality that makes legends. Eric Jones, Alex Bowman, William Byron all show more than just promise. But it's time to go beyond the hype. It's a new decade. Veterans, champions will soon move on. So who moves in? The opportunity is there. It starts today in the Daytona 500 on the sport's biggest stage. Where it goes, we'll just have to see.
Well, you get a glimpse of how quickly things can happen and our expectations of drivers, sometimes realistic when they arrive on the scene. Who's catching your eye?
Well, you have to start with the most popular guy in NASCAR, and that's Chase Elliott. I mean, he's with one of the best organizations, one of the best crew chiefs in Alan Gustafson. We've seen him every year get better and better and win more races, but I think now is the time. It's going to be a crucial year for Chase Elliott to step up and be a championship contender.
I mean, look, I think it's easy to look at the guys that are kind of new to our sport as saying that's who's going to dominate the next decade. But I'm looking at the guy that ended the last decade with the championship, and that's Kyle Busch. He's only 34 years old. He said numerous times that he wants to be here for another 10 or 12 years. I expect Kyle Busch to dominate and have some incredible stats this decade.
Well, you know the age-long debate, car driver. So for a young guy especially to be put in a good ride with a good crew chief or good support team can make all the difference in the world in how fast he gets to victory lane.
No doubt about it. I mean, everything has to align. You can be the most talented driver if you're not in a good race car, or you can have a great race car and the rest of the chemistry is not there. But the key ingredients are talent, team, and a little bit of luck along the way.
Okay, you need some luck.
Better to be lucky than good any day, I think. But I mean, that's what it all is. It's all, we hear chemistry every week, and you see drivers that struggle with one crew chief, you put them with someone else, and they have success, or vice versa. So it's about trying to get that combination all together, and it's much harder than people realize.
Yeah, and a first-time winner at the Daytona 500, well, that's something special. But a long-shot winner, Trevor Bayne, he's coming up at our pre-race show live from Daytona. We're also going to talk live with Kyle Busch. But the story of a long-shot winner from the Daytona 500, enjoying life, but you might be surprised what he's doing now.
Now he pushes Trevor Bayne. It's over. Trevor Bayne is going to win the Daytona 500. Unbelievable. Happy birthday, Trevor Bayne, 20 years old. Are you kidding me?
Our first 500, are you kidding me?
What a moment in Daytona 500 history, and hope you're enjoying race day as we come to you live from the Speedway, presented by Coca-Cola. Well, it was Trevor Bayne at age 20, the youngest ever to win the Daytona 500, and he was a 125-1 long shot, and that fact still wows drivers today.
Trevor winning was insane. I mean, of course, that young, I think first time ever in the Daytona 500 and wins it.
That whole weekend, that 21 car was steps above everybody.
With the tandem drafting that was going on, he played his part.
Hey, he's a rookie. This is his first 500. What's he going to be able to do with what he's got?
Trevor and my youngest brother, Jesse, grew up racing together. So it was a crazy dynamic for me to think that could have been my little brother, or that was my little brother's friend that just won the Daytona 500. Seeing Trevor come home with that trophy, I mean, he did a great job the whole weekend.
He had the fastest car. He had the bullet that can really win this thing.
Finally found himself in the right position and got the help he needed to win the Daytona 500. It was an impressive win for the Wood brothers and Trevor.
The craziness of that finish with the repave of the racetrack that year was pretty fun to watch.
And there is the car, that 21 car. And quick, man, it was quick. I'm sure people are curious about how he pulled that off and where Bayne is now. He stopped driving in 2018, and if you're wondering what he's doing at the moment, well, Mike Joy, he has the answer.
I'd go a long way for a good cup of coffee, so we're in Knoxville, Tennessee, looking for a lively latte.
I think I got you, Mike. What do you think, man?
Hello, brother.
How are you?
I'm perfect. Great to see you. This is a work of art.
I mean, I tried. That Swan looks like he's had some issues, but he's there, so,
He looks a little like he was in the Busch Clash the other day.
Maybe not that bad. That was a rough one.
9 years ago, you weren't hoisting coffee cups. You were hosting the trophy for the biggest stock car race in the world. And now, coffee.
That's a big transition, and a lot of people are like, what in the world? How did you go from driving race cars to owning a coffee shop? But when racing was coming to an end, unpredictably early, I guess you could say, I didn't really have plans to get out of racing. Ashton and I just looked at each other and said, what are we going to do next? Coffee was a hobby that I thought we could turn into a business, and it's been really fun.
You go all the way. You roast the beans, you make the blends, you do it all.
Yeah, it was a lot of research and diving in, which I really enjoyed. When you have something something like racing that requires so much dedication, so much time, I knew whatever I did next, I didn't want to just do it passively. We wanted to go all in. So we flew to Australia. I spent about 10 days roasting there, learning how to run a coffee shop, and we brought all that back to Knoxville and have tried to do the best we can with it.
With all you've got to do here, it almost sounds like you don't have a lot of time to miss racing.
Yeah, it's both ways. Once the season gets going, I'm really busy, I'm okay. Off season this year, when everybody was talking about their new teams and new fire suits, new race cars, I was like, oh, I want to go race so bad. But I just have had to decide to dive all into this. I'm actually going to go to the 500 this year. This will be the first race I've been back to since my last race in Texas. I just didn't have it in me to be around it and not be on the racetrack. After Texas, I didn't know, hey, am I going to get to race again? Am I not? I still don't know that, I guess. But for the most part, I haven't had opportunities. So I'm going just to see everybody, to hang out, to be around Daytona. I think it's going to be special, and I really am excited to go.
Well, it was one of those landmark moments in the history of this great race. We saw him in the lobby of the hotel. He was in town. He gave me a double espresso or something. And I'm sure drivers have their own way of getting caffeinated for this race. But I remember that week you and him were like working partners. He had the speed. And then what happened?
We did. You know, we worked together. We kind of bonded because I wanted to have a young rookie get behind and push me. Little
didn't work out that way.
I know I was going to be the one to make a mistake, and he goes on to win the Daytona.
You were so
500.
generous. It was nice of you, I'm sure.
Look, Trevor Bayne called me at the end of 2018. He was frustrated, wasn't sure what was going to happen. But he said something to me that I'll never forget. I asked him, I'm like, what are you going to do? And he's like, Jamie, he said, God has a plan. And he said, I'm just waiting to figure out what that plan is. And I think he's found that plan in the next chapter in his life. And like you said, we saw him at the hotel last night. He seems really happy. Yeah, yep. I mean, the difference with Trevor is that he's only 28 right now. It's if you have a full career and you're 45 years old, it's a different retirement than when you're 28. Right. But he seems really happy.
Yeah, very content. And of course, a Daytona 500 champ, always a race fan, Trevor Bayne. I'm sure here in the crowd, the upset today, who could be the long shot? You at home have thoughts on who will win this race, from the 500 club behind us to the infield fans enjoying the fan-friendly atmosphere. So speaking of that, let's check in with Michael Waltrip, who has someone with him that's hitting all the right notes.
Thanks so much, man. I'm in the infield with my buddy, three-time Grammy Award-winning country superstar, Darius Rucker. How are you, friend?
I'm good, Michael. How are you doing, man? It's always great to see you. Always great to see you.
It is great to see you, too. Back in 2004, I raced a Hootie car.
Yep.
And that was one of my proudest pictures. It's on my wall.
That's one of the coolest things. I still have those cars. I got like 3 of them, and one of them was right above my Grammy. And when you ran that, it was one of the proudest days of my life, man.
That's really cool.
Absolutely.
The greatest. Who's the greatest? Who do you think gets it done today?
Today's Jimmy Johnson's day. I think this is going to be his year, actually. I'm looking forward to coming to a lot of races and seeing Jimmy run. And I mean, I think today's his day.
Man, it's about time. You're going to do this concert for these screaming fans back here. Can you give me a little preview of what we might hear?
We're probably going to we might sing on like some, what is it, radio? Radio. We're going to do, this, let me hear to this. And you know what we're going to do. Rock me, baby, like a wagon wheel. See, a country singer right there. Rock me, baby, like the way you feel. Michael Waltrip is a country singer. Mama, rock me.
The mellow, soft tones of Darius Rucker.
Darius and Michael. New country duet.
Thanks, bud.
Absolutely. Great to see you, man.
Thanks. So I could listen to Rucker all day with that voice. And there is President Donald Trump, his car, entering the Daytona International Speedway. We're hearing he's going to take a few laps before giving the command. You're watching NASCAR on Fox. We're at the Coca-Cola Fan Zone at the track with Bubba Wallace. You'll see him racing in a moment. And Jim Deakins, who's the president of Coca-Cola North America. And Coca-Cola is one of the 4 premier sponsors of NASCAR, a long-standing relationship with NASCAR. What does this sport, Jim, mean to Coca-Cola?
Well, it means a lot. I mean, we've been a partner with NASCAR for over 50 years. And we've done some incredible things together, like the Coca-Cola 600, the Coca-Cola Zero Sugar 400, working with them on our racing family that Bubba's a part of, which we're really excited about, and also being involved with the tracks like the one here at the Daytona International Speedway. So we just want to connect to fans' passions, and the NASCAR fans are some of the best in sport.
And there's a guy who has a passion for what he does. And Bubba, you're going to be going. You got to be excited, by the way, not only to be with the Coca-Cola racing family, but to be ready to roll in another Daytona 500.
Yeah, it's going to be my third
Daytona 500, I think my 7th or 8th year with the Coca-Cola Racing family, so it's pretty special to think of such an iconic brand, so it's pretty cool.
Well, we appreciate your sponsorship and your support and your great product. All right?
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Jim. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right,
Absolutely. Appreciate it. Thank you, Bubba.
Bubba Wallace will be starting in row 6 today, and it was over a century ago. They started racing over on the beach, and Daytona, about 5 miles away. We hit the Daytona International Speedway, where the competition is heating up, even when it's at a different location. A couple of former champs going at it.
All right, man, here it is. Check this out. How cool is this?
Go-karting on a ship. The last time I went go-karting, I was like 12 years old. I love go-karting.
So here's the deal. All right. 3 laps, loser comes out of retirement.
All right, let's do this, man. Let's do this.
What do you mean, man? That's racing, man. Oh, man. You took me out of the last part.
You're coming out of retirement.
Wow, that was pretty. And he did that without Tom Brady.
It was the last lap.
Listen, how did you let a man that big outrun you in a go-kart?
Did you see he took me out?
Why did you get out and act like you're going to do something about it? What were you thinking?
You don't know me very well, do you, Jamie?
It was a rough week for Jeff, because you had with Clint Boyer, known Chief fan. You're a 49er fan. The Super Bowl on Fox, and the Chiefs had that tremendous win. So you lost the friendly win.
Jeff's batting 1,000.
With the Chiefs jersey on, even though you're a diehard Garoppolo and 49er
You know,
fan.
I'm all about the show these days. It's all about TV. Whatever brings the people in, I'm all for it, even if I got to take a loss.
Yeah, it's all right. You're a loyal fan.
Go-kart race and the football game.
I know, you're a good sport. Patrick Mahomes, not a rookie, but a 24 Super Bowl champ. I'm wondering about the rookies in today's race, and we have 6 of them worth mentioning here, the Daytona 500. No Rookie of the Year contender has ever won the Great American Race. And, Jeff, you got to kind of hang out with some guys. I bet they love talking to a Hall of Famer a little bit before this one.
Yeah, you know, from where I sit, this is one of the most impressive rookie classes since 2006. Well, welcome, guys, to Daytona Speed Weeks. All rookies. I was a rookie in 1993. None of you guys were even born yet.
Just a couple years ago.
Not quite. I must say, this is one of the most impressive rookie classes that I've seen.
Bell and Reddick put on an unbelievable show.
John Hunter Nemechek, that car just keeps getting better and better.
If you look at what you guys accomplished in the Xfinity Series.
Today belongs to the California kid, Cole Custer.
And the rides that you have coming in this year, pretty exciting.
I think the 4 of us will be able to push each other along the way. Kind of what we've had in the past year in the Xfinity Series, or in our past racing against each other. We're going to just elevate each other to perform better and pick it up quicker.
Yeah, I mean, I think, honestly, this year it's kind of been a little bit harder to prepare since they did away with rookie testing. Yeah. So we kind of you got video to look at, you got the simulator. There's a lot of unknowns when you get there, but you just try and work it out the best you can.
Now, you mentioned pushing one another. You and Cole down here had a little push and shoving match.
And there was a fight, actually.
We've got a altercation down here. Cole Custer came up.
Where does that stand today?
You know, I'm normally guilty of trying a little too hard. The unfortunate part is I feel like me and Cole could have left the race amongst ourselves had I not gotten hung on his left rear and put him in the fence and killed the momentum. I was frustrated with myself. He was frustrated with me, as he should have been.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it's the playoffs. I mean, we're all racing hard, and, you know, it's part of it. I don't think any of us really have any hard feelings now. It's just, I think it was just a part of the playoffs, really.
So as I've transitioned from driving and I've gone into the booth, the one thing that I've gotten myself caught up in is every year, young guys come along, and I'm like, oh, here we go. Here's the next superstar. And I got to admit, I've been a little bit let down. How are you guys gonna separate yourselves? What are you guys going to do to live up to the expectations?
From my side of it, I've never even driven a Cup car. I don't even know what to expect at the moment, but I do know that the cars are completely different than what we've been accustomed to the last several years.
Yeah, I'd say for myself, it's all about earning respect with the veterans and trying to learn as much as I can, trying to put yourself in a spot to where it may just be your day. You can capitalize on the moment.
I think all of these young guys, they're going to deal those veterans a fit.
You know, besides pressure coming in as a rookie, the unknowns, expectations, is personality. You know, give me a little nugget that we can pull out of you guys this year, get you to do something fun and exciting.
All of us have a little bit of a relationship already built. Like, I remember running micro sprints back whenever me and him were, 10, 12 years old. John Hunter Nemechek, he actually taught me how to drive a pavement car for the first time I was ever on pavement.
I kind of regret that decision now being there the first day, honestly. I think the coolest thing is us being a rookie class and all moving up together. We've all raced against each other in the Truck Series and the Xfinity Series, and now the Cup Series. So your top 3 NASCAR series we've all been a part of together. But for all of us to come in the same rookie class, it's going to be one heck of a year.
Took me a while to win my first race, but not this guy, Jamie McMurray, second start.
I got lucky, yeah. Look, I was in a little different position than what these guys are going to be in. I got in Sterling Marlin's car. He had led the championship all the way up to Kansas where he got hurt. Got to get in his car, and I was fortunate that I capitalized on the moment. I will tell you from that race, what I remember is I remember getting in practice and you being in the DuPont 24 car and seeing you in my rearview mirror. And I got nervous in practice. I'm like, I cannot believe Jeff Gordon's behind me right now. I'm on the track.
Yeah, and then he just walked away from me.
Yeah.
You know, I brought up 2006, Chris, because that was the year that Truex, Hamlin, and Boyer were all rookies. I mean, Denny Hamlin went on. He won 2 races, both Pocono races. I think he finished 3rd in the points, and that's why I've not seen a rookie class come along that I think has the potential since that year in 2006.
Yeah, I mean,
these guys have it.
Rookie odds to win, and who has the best chance of win? No rookies, by the way, won last year in the NASCAR Cup Series. So who has the best chance, in your opinion, of at least getting that first win?
Well, and I know, Jamie, all the focus is on Christopher Bell. He's incredibly talented, but don't count out the race team. And Stewart-Haas Racing has Cole Custer. I think they're the best team until these other teams can step up, like Bob Levine, as well as Richard Childress Racing, to allow these other rookies to be in position to win.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with Jeff. I mean, Cole Custer's in the best position, best car, able to bring his crew chief over. The thing about Tyler Reddick is that RCR, their cars just weren't good last year. Had a big turnover in the winter. They could get those better, and we don't know what kind of cars Joe Gibbs Racing is going to give Levine this year. So we'll have to wait a few races, but I think Cole Custer is definitely in the best position right now.
Hey, Cole Custer has the great name. He was named after the character in the Days of Thunder, that terrific movie. As we continue live here from Daytona, DraftKings is an official daily fantasy partner of NASCAR. Today, you can play for free for your share of over $800,000 in total prizes. Just sign up. The promo code is PITSTOP and draft 6 of your favorite drivers from the race here in Daytona. And if you want to get in on the action, remember, you're playing for free. We got you covered.
In America,
Toyota been entertaining fans all week long here in Daytona with a range of activities, from driver appearances to checking out the all-new Supermodel. Fans have had plenty to do leading up to the green flag and the Daytona 500. We want to congratulate the 2020 NASCAR Hall of Fame class. Waddell Wilson, an engineer, builder, crew chief. Driver Buddy Baker won this race, the 500, back in 1980. Joe Gibbs, who is great at whatever sport he touches. Tony Stewart, personality, a 3-time champ. Bobby Labonte, also a Cup champion, now part of our Fox NASCAR broadcast team. And he was a longtime member of our team. Dick Berggren, who covered the pits for us and this sport for so many years, the distinction receiving the Squire Hall Award for NASCAR media excellence. Well deserved for a great guy who lives and breathes this sport. Well, it's rare for anybody to enjoy the kind of success in 2 sports like Joe Gibbs has. From coach to team owner, he can gather a group and orchestrate success like no other. Lindsey Zarniak sat down with the coach who's in 2 Hall of Fames.
Joe Gibbs, the NFL Coach of the Year. 5th time he is a Cup Series championship owner. The Redskins are the world champion.
I was thinking about it on the way over here, though. There is no one else that you can ask, what is it like to be in both the NASCAR Hall of Fame and the Pro Football Hall of Fame? What is that like?
I think for me, I just want to really emphasize all the people that got me here. When you think about it, I would have taken probably any head coaching job in the NFL. I get a chance to go to the Redskins, and then we get a chance to win Super Bowls. I come over here, And it's the same thing. I didn't have anything. I had no driver, no race shop, nothing. And you really realize all those people around you that have really been the ones that have made the team successful and won.
Did you see championships? Did you let yourself envision all of this when you were just starting out?
I had no idea. No. We went through our first year, we didn't win anything. The second year, we started off, we won that Daytona 500. But after that first year, I said, man, are we in the wrong deal here or what? You know, am I over my head? And that win kind of verified, you know, that maybe we belonged. I'm not sure I'd have enough guts to do that now.
Really?
I was
what,
probably
to
young enough. I was probably just dumb enough to say we're going to get in racing.
Denny Hamlin wins his second Daytona 500 and wins it for Coach Gibbs.
This one's for JD.
You had said that last season was the biggest accomplishment of your professional career. Why so?
I said that the victory was the greatest victory in my life of anything I've done. JD went to be with the Lord January the 11th. Denny put JD's name over the door to finish 1, 2, 3 in that. You know, you go through life and, hey, you think of Super Bowls and championships and all this. And then you see something like that with JD. That's the most important thing I think I've ever experienced.
If you're most proud about one thing, what is it?
Being a part of teams and the fun that I've had. And I do realize that most people in life never get to have one dream occupationally. And I've had 2, football and racing. I just realize how blessed I've been.
So last decade, they've been the elite teams. When you look back, Hendrick Motorsports, 68 wins, 6 drivers, 3 Cup championships, and you know they're familiar faces. Joe Gibbs Racing boasting a whopping 99 wins, 7 drivers, 2 Cup titles, most recently last year with Kyle Busch, the champ, and throw in some Daytona 500 wins. Does the Gibbs dominance continue?
I think it does, and it starts at the top. There's no coincidence that success has followed Joe Gibbs from football into NASCAR. He's a great leader. And what impresses me the most is his ability to take talent and all these different personalities and groom them into being a winner for the betterment of the team.
They just have an incredible combination. When you look at the driver lineup they have right now, 3 of those guys are going to go in the Hall of Fame. I looked at that list of Joey Logano, Matt Kenseth, Carl Edwards. Those are some amazing drivers that have been a part of that. One thing that's not talked about a lot is that the funding of that team. The sponsorship woes did not hit Joe Gibbs Racing like it did almost all of the other teams, and they also have amazing manufacturers.
Yeah, his decision to take on Toyota.
Hey, best chance of overthrowing what team if somebody does, or at least challenging them for the next decade of dominance?
Well, I mean, I think Stewart-Haas would be the pick I would have. I don't see that happening, though. I think that right now that team is incredibly strong, and I see that lasting for the next 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, and I would say, you know, maybe a Hendrick Motorsports this new Chevy Camaro, can Chevy step up? Can Ford step up for
And the new car could change it as well. We don't know that.
Can they get back to it? But right now we know one thing. The target is on Joe Gibbs Racing.
And that's a good thing. And there are a number of drivers that will be free agents right after this year, or at least can change teams, and who
a lot of contracts
goes where.
Are up at the end of this year.
That could change the
fascinating to watch.
Yeah, I mean, always keep an eye on the Penske team as well. All right, time for 10 seconds, and you know the ground rules are simple. I ask a question, you have to respond on a variety of topics that you have not seen these questions to. Be as brief as you can. All right, that's a nice way of saying hurry.
I was excited about coming down here, but I'm not excited about it.
You can handle this.
Yeah.
All right, what's more likely, the Daytona 500 winner leads the most laps or is involved in a crash?
Well, with what we saw last Sunday in the clash, I'm going to say they're going to survive a crash. They're going to have some damage, even though they pull into victory lane.
Absolutely survive a crash. I think the guy that wins today will have some marks on his car.
All right, very good. That Busch clash, right? It was just who was around at the end. All right, Jamie, we'll start with you. Of the champions in this race, this Daytona 500, who have not won won this race. Who has the best chance of winning today? Kyle Busch, Brad Keselowski, or Martin Truex Jr.?
Kyle Busch finished second here last year. He's won everything else in this sport. I think today, if I have to pick somebody, that'd be his day.
Martin Truex Jr. was so close in 2016. I think it's his year.
And with a different crew chief that you
with a different crew chief. Wouldn't that be a way to start the season?
Earlier. All right, Denny Hamlin, he's won 2 of the last 4 Daytona 500s, including the closest finish ever, which was against Truex, was terrific. What makes him so outstanding here?
Yeah, he's just so aggressive. You know, he does it. He's never content. When he gets a run and gets momentum, he takes it as far as he can take it, and he's a great pusher, but he's also finds a great way to get the right guy behind him to get him to lead.
Yeah, I think Denny's just so good at thinking 2 laps ahead. Like, what moves are I going to make? What lane do I need to be in? And to Jeff's point, he's never content. When we see everybody get single file, Denny Hamlin is always on the bottom trying to make something happen.
This was 10 seconds for each of us.
That's right. Big, yeah, the producer already said you went over 10. You have to go to the rear now.
Question's like 2 minutes long.
Yeah,
you got to like process all that.
It was good information. We'll move the clock. But Denny Hamlin again moving to the rear because of a rear toe problem, and a car chief, Bob Cockress reporting earlier, was suspended or at least removed from the team. But still a guy who can win from anywhere. All right, of the 40 cars in the crash, what's the over/under on cars involved in a crash today? When we finish, if we have 20, I said 20 and a half. Going to be over/under? What do you think?
I'm going to say over. Yeah, I think there's a chance.
I think the way these cars are drafting, there's so much closing rate. It's slicker, going to be slicker and hotter today. I think well over 20.
Okay. All right. And then when Darius Rucker, if you go back historically, remember Hootie and the Blowfish, he had the big hit, Only Want to Be With You, right? And in there he sang, and the Dolphins Make Me Cry, because he was a loyal Dolphins fan. So what makes you cry? And I remember your Daytona 500, very emotional,
I
tears of joy.
Probably the guys that cry the most in NASCAR up here right now.
2 of the guys most passionate to cry. Everything makes us cry. What doesn't make us cry?
Well, yeah, but they're tears of joy and happiness.
Absolutely.
Losing to Boyer makes me cry.
Hanging out with Boyer will make people cry. With Jamie McMurray, Jeff Gordon, Chris Myers, glad you are watching Race Day presented by Coca-Cola. We're live, Daytona International Speedway. Our spot is just above the start-finish line with the 500 Club right behind us, and this more than 100,000 fan gathering. Excited to hear some music. Let's head to Michael Waltrip.
Hey guys, are you ready to rock this house? Yes. Welcome to the stage, 3-time Grammy Award winner and country superstar, the pride of Charleston, South Carolina, my buddy Darius Rucker.
God, I see headlights. I made it down the coast in 17 hours, bringing me a bouquet of dogwood flowers, and out over the rally I could see my baby tonight. Come on, y'all. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Sail paddle train. Hey, mama, rock me. Come on, boy, play that fiddle. Come on. Running from the cold of a New England, I was born to be a fiddler in an old-time string band. My baby plays the guitar, I pick the banjo now. Oh, North Country winners keep getting me down. Lost my money playing poker, so I have to leave town. But I ain't a turning back to living that old life no more. Come on with me. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Yeah, rock me, song took. But he's headed west from the Cumberland Gap to Johnson City. I gotta get a move on, leave on the sun. I hear my baby calling my name, and I know that she's the only one. And if I die in Raleigh, at least I will die free. So rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. Rock me, mama, any way you feel. Hey, mama, rock me. Oh, rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. Rock me, mama, like the southbound train. Hey, hey, yeah, mama, rock me. Come on, yeah, now rock me, mama, like a wagon wheel. I wanna feel, hey, hey, yeah, mama, mama, rock me, mama, rock me, mama, like the wind and the rain. I wanna rock like a southbound train. Hey, hey, yeah, mama, rock me.
Coming up as Daytona Day rolls on, Chris Myers covers everything from the pitch to the playground as he talks with Owen and Cash in the newest installment of Kiddin' with Chris. After that, we ask the competition about the final full-time season for 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson. And then we'll ask Superman himself about his impact on the sport and the legacy he'll be leaving behind. But before we start our engines, we'll head to the track to introduce your favorite drivers for this year's Great American Race, next on Fox.
Back live here in Daytona, Jamie Little and Michael Waltrip are battling it out on the track for some Wendy's breakfast. So let's see who is up for the challenge with the Wendy's pit stop.
Michael, my stomach is growling. I'm starving. Breakfast is on the line. Are you up for this?
I am so up for this, the breakfast baconator, and I'm taking you down, sister.
I'm taking you down. Stay in your lane.
Cheers.
Cheers. Breakfast Baconator, Frosty Chino. Winning never tasted so good.
Losing never tasted so good either. March 2nd, all across America, nationwide. You can get your breakfast at Wendy's. How good is that?
Everyone wins.
Michael's hair is looking like Wendy's hair in the wind blowing here. You're watching our pre-race show live, presented by Coca-Cola. The Great American Race. It's out, put it on your bucket list for any sports fan. These fans here are having to have a good time, young and old, and it's become a Fox Daytona 500 tradition. Talking to the sons of drivers Clint Boyer and Kyle Larson. And this time we added a new twist. They invited their younger sisters along, and a playful interview kind of turned into a chaotic attempt of me trying to be a babysitter. It was crazy.
There goes number 6.
All right. He's back in the race. Coming around.
And then there's a wrestler public.
Who wins?
Denny Hamlin.
Oh, wow, he's already won twice. Well, I gathered all of you here to talk about the Daytona 500, so thanks for coming out. So, Cash, Owen, you guys, we've done this a few times, right?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, nice to see you again. So
This is their first time.
they're first, so they're a little nervous, you think? That's your sister, right,
Yeah.
Presley?
Yeah, with the Blondie shirt on.
All right, and your sister, Owen, is Presley.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Audrey.
Audrey, my mistake. I already got confused. With NASCAR on Fox 20 years. Maybe you've seen me or watched. Does she like watching the races or no?
No.
No? She's busy.
She only likes playing.
Right. All right, so tell me more about when you guys hang out and watch the races. What is you're imitating your mom during the race because she's nervous, right? She's pacing, yes. Okay. Actually,
Really crazy.
we're going to do some car numbers. You help them out. Presley, you don't need the car numbers or
No.
not really interested? Okay, so give me 48. Who's 48?
Jimmy Johnson.
Very good. Good. All right, Owen, how about 18? The M&M's car? You're not interested?
Kyle Busch. No.
No? Yeah, what about number 3?
Austin Dillon.
All right, very good. How about what's your dad's number, Owen?
42.
Of course, we don't have. Just hang on a Spider-Man there. I'll be with you guys in a moment. And so, your dad's number?
14.
14. Is that your favorite number? Yeah. So give me that sound when the cars are racing around. And Owen, can you help too? Help him with the cars when they go around and they. Should we put them back? If we make a statue, you want to put them like here in this? We'll make footprints. How about that? Look at that. Thank goodness for Play-Doh, right? Because this is fun. Presley, what do you like to do when you're out at the track?
I like a playground.
And you have your pink scooter, right? And you like riding that? You like on that? You're pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh, no, we better grab that. You can grab that. Go ahead. We'll just careful. You all right? Oh, there we go. All right. That's what we're looking for. I knew it was just a matter of time. That's how it works. It's like just like at the track, right? That they're always. Oh, sorry. That one's for you. Okay. So anyway, nice meeting you guys. Enjoy the race. Okay.
It's like a cheese.
We'll see you again.
Cheese stick.
All right. Well, good seeing you. All right. Thanks for Owen. Okay. High five. All right. Hey, thank you very much.
Owen almost left you hanging there.
I don't know how it was in your younger years, but I don't think the girls were that into it.
No, they were not. I get that same response. It's a regular thing. All right, I'll do the jokes. You do the analysis. Let's check in with Adam Alexander, who's watching this. Adam?
I feel like it has become a Boyer family reunion on Fox. Clint in the Xfinity booth with us yesterday. Chris with the kids today. And what did you tell me yesterday about Myers' career?
Poor Myers. The last time I saw him was at the Super Bowl, interviewing Patrick Mahomes after his big Super Bowl win. Man, you want to talk about deflation of the ego. I'm sorry, Myers. Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes to a bunch of 5-year-olds at Daytona. But, man, you nailed it. That was a lot of fun. You did a good job. Appreciate you.
And it looked like we need to put a couple of those kids in the concussion protocol. Maybe they went down hard. We're happy you're a part of the Fox team. And here we are. You're 40 years old. This is your 15th Daytona 500. Tell me why today is the day you're going to win this thing.
That's a perfect day. Great American race. Got Hootie in the background. Darius Rucker up there putting on a show. I mean, all the stars are aligning. So many things go. So many eyeballs are on this race. And you've said it, man. I've been here time and time again. Been oh so close. Today's the day. I want to win this thing more than anything.
You are fired up.
I am fired up. You ought to be. There's Daytona 500.
There's a magical feel in the air. And, you know, Gordon looks really good in his suit. But
there is extra incentive in this for me. Jeff, there he is right there. You said it, buddy. You were already stuck your foot in your mouth once at the Super Bowl. If I win this, baby, you're going back to the Chiefs jersey. I don't care if it says 24 or not. You will be in that jersey. It's going to happen today. Mark it down.
Clint, I'm a man of my word, but your son Cash has already picked Denny Hamlin to win the race. I saw the clip.
You heard that? We definitely have to have a conversation about that. Just like Myers said, he's already had his time in the sun. It's somebody else's turn, and it might as well be me.
All right, thanks, Clint. And Clint Boyer, glad to have him joining us when he's not racing, doing some broadcasts on the Saturday Xfinity races. But what a great personality, and you can hear it in his voice. He had a close Daytona 500 finish upside down once before. He wants this race badly like the other 39 drivers today.
No doubt about it. Clint is very capable of it. Again, Stewart-Haas Racing, really strong. Clint's great on the super speedways. Would not surprise me one bit if Clint Boyer pulled out this Daytona 500. And by the way, great job to Clint Boyer in the booth yesterday for the Xfinity race. He and Keselowski.
Yeah, I completely agree with Jeff. I mean, to see Clint win today would be huge. I would like to see you have to go back and put that jersey on.
That's the only thing holding me back.
The thing that Clint has going for him that's harder than people realize is he has the right attitude. We heard him down there. He's pumped up. He talked about Hootie playing in the background, and he typically has that. But Clint, I feel like, has a little spark in his step this week, and I'm feeling pretty good about him.
Yeah, and you mentioned Harvick. So Fords, Stewart-Haas Fords, will keep a close watch. So we're getting closer to the start of the Daytona 500. I want to thank the moms, too, the wives of Kyle Larson and Clint Boyer for helping us with the kids. They were great coaches, crew chiefs, and some kids here in the infield area. That's my interview next year. Hopefully she'll cooperate, give me a pick on who she thinks is going to win the Daytona 500. Our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Discover what's possible. Keep moving. Goodyear, more driven. We're still going to talk with Jimmy Johnson live with Kyle Busch. More scenes from the 62nd running of the Daytona 500. And how long is he going to have to wear this jersey? The Chiefs are the reigning champs.
Man, that's hard.
The championship for the NASCAR Cup Series will be decided here.
Kyle Busch has the lead.
A fast race car, impeccably driven.
He is a champion yet again.
This is just such an awesome moment. It's a dream come true.
And we continue live from the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway, and you're watching our NASCAR on Fox Race Day pre-race show as the rise of rowdy Kyle Busch, incredible numbers, a two-time champion, second at the Daytona 500, his best finish here, but he's the reigning champ of NASCAR, and it's nice to talk with him before the great American race. And Kyle, thanks for hooking up with us from down on the track. We always appreciate it. And is there anything coming off a championship season that you can carry into this race that you think will benefit you, if there is anything?
Sorry about that. I was a little confused.
Your sponsor appreciates that.
So like coming from last year, obviously being able to win the championship, I mean, it just kind of gives you that over the off-season excitement and carrying on the tradition of being able to do that again here at the Daytona 500, knowing you've just done it. You've won the biggest thing to win in our sport, the championship, now coming into the biggest race of our sport, the Daytona 500, knowing that you have that confidence and that swagger, hopefully being able to come out here today and finish it off and get a Daytona 500 trophy.
Hey, Kyle, I loved your comments earlier this week when you were asked by the media, who's the best driver in NASCAR? And you said, you're looking at him. What does the best driver in NASCAR have to do to win his first Daytona 500 today?
You got to have a lot of luck on your side. You know, this obviously has been a race in which there's a lot of attrition that kind of happens. You know, guys making mistakes here or there, crashes happening just out of racing and what happens in these races. But overall, you know, you got to have a fast car. You got to be smart. You got to have a good pit crew. You got to have a great crew chief. I've got all those things. It's just a matter of being able to put the right foot forward and make the right moves when it matters most down there towards the end. And we were right there, so close last year. Thought we had a shot. Thought we had the thing won. And there at the end, my teammate snookered me and was able to get the win. So great day for Joe Gibbs Racing last year. Would certainly like to make that another great day for the whole team and organization, but this time with the 18 M&M's car.
Kyle, blocking's been a huge topic this week. You were involved in it last week, right in the middle of it with the clash. What's your take on what's too aggressive, what's acceptable, and do you think that's going to play a factor at the end of the 500 today?
I think there's going to be so many different factors that are going to play into this race today. I mean, blocking's going to be part of the story. Obviously, there's going to be a ton of big runs and what's going to happen with those guys with the big runs. The manufacturers all kind of teaming up, being together. There's obviously big stages of Ford contingent and Chevy contingent. There's only 5 Toyota guys, so strength is in numbers, and we kind of saw that in the dual races as well, too, where Harvick, you thought, kind of had the deal sewed up and won, and then the Chevys all got together and made a move there at the end and punched their ticket through. So all kinds of different things are going to play their way out, and we're just going to have to be a part of that here today. You got to make it to the end. You got to have a shot to win this thing and be in this thing in order to win this thing.
Yeah, and that's interesting. The numbers, at least by Toyota's going in, not in your favor. So, Kyle, you'll find, right, different partners that'll work with you based on the speed and where you are on the track until, I guess, you get to the finish line? Is that how it works?
No question. I mean, I kind of found a couple cars there that we ran well with in the dual race, and then I found a couple guys that I didn't like to run well with in the dual race. Not anything to do with the driver or anything in that nature. It's just their car and my car, they just would not coexist and to be able to go forward. So you kind of have that in the back of your mind. You know, we changed a couple things on our car to try to improve it and make it better, but you know, typically the Ford guys, they're going to have a better ability to be able to push. So if you can back yourself up to one of those guys at the end of the race and have a friend in a Ford, that's going to be a better one, I feel like, than a Chevy.
Hey, Kyle, we saw where your cars were really fast. All those 5 of those Toyotas practicing yesterday and the day before. But the conditions have changed. It's definitely going to be a warmer racetrack, a little bit slicker. Is your car going to be fast and handle good, or did you guys have to put a little bit more stability in the car for the race today?
So my Busch Clash car actually drove really, really good. I mean, it was perfect. I had no complaints in that car. And ever since we've gotten into the 500 car, it hasn't quite been as good as my Clash car. So we've definitely dialed in a little bit more downforce for today, tried to get a little bit more security out of the car, have that ability where you're late on tires, you're short on fuel. If it's pushing to the end, you got to have that stability of being able to be pushed while also maybe having the ability to push, and then just basically being able to go up through the middle. I mean, if the middle opens up and there's a way to get up through there, if your car's driving good, you can go up through there, make some ground, that's where there's going to be some time made too.
Kyle, you're starting 28, so a little further back in the pack, and you brought up earlier about the manufacturers working together. What's your guys' plan today? I mean, are you going to go up in a race right away? Are you guys going to try to work together and maybe ride a little bit behind? We see guys have different strategies here. I like where you're going with this.
I can't tell you. You just got to tune in and watch this thing and see what we're all going to do. But overall, obviously, yeah, starting in the back, it's going to be a little bit harder to get your way worked up towards the front early on in the stages and whatnot. But we got a plan, so we're going to see what happens here and try to get all of us together, stay together as a group as much as we can today anyways. And like you said also, we got to find some friends that are going to be out there in different makes too.
Yeah, and we wish you luck. Hope you're celebrating
good luck,
the energy drink in victory lane.
I'm ready to go. Rock on. Thank you, guys.
The 18 M&Ms, Joe Gibbs Toyota and Kyle Busch. Thanks for talking to us from down on the drive. So everybody, it was Mike Tyson. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth, right? So what do you do? How much do you have to freelance and ad lib out there like I have to do on this show every year with you guys?
Well,
that was a shot
that's for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure.
You know, you can come in with the most laid out plan, but as soon as they drop the green flag, all that can change. You really have no idea how your car's going to drive, especially if you're Kyle Busch. You're in the middle of the field. He's not been really stuck in the middle of the pack under these conditions all week long. So I think for everybody, it's how do you get settled in to a groove, get comfortable, let those nerves kind of, temper themselves, and then what is my race car capable of doing? How do I get to the end of 500 miles?
I like the fact that he wouldn't tell us his plan. It kind of makes me think they've got something up their sleeve. Like right? we're gonna see something different
Joe
here.
Gibbs.
I will say that I think the energy drink works because he was talking like the micro machine guy from years ago. I'm like, man, he's talking quick.
He was ready to go.
He was.
How about in terms of, and you talked earlier, he's going to be around a while as one of the, obviously the top driver, the rating champ, whether he's popular, wins are popular. But even last year, he was kind of behind. He got behind Truex, even he had the good car. He showed some, whether it's maturity or patience or focus, to overcome that to be a champion. I guess that's the kind of thing he may need today or again this year.
It's what he's going to need today, and it's why I think he's going to win a lot more championships. What I want to see is who can go and rival Kyle Busch. We know he has this brash personality, right, and he definitely has a lot of fans, but he also has fans that want to cheer for somebody else, and we know what that means to NASCAR racing. That builds a popularity, builds his popularity if somebody can rival him.
All right, drivers are hanging around backstage as the fans are gathering, so let's head there and catch up with some of them. Adam Alexander, and also we'll start with Vince Welch. Vince?
I'm with Brad Keselowski, 30 Cup wins and championship, but no Daytona 500. What would it mean to do it today?
I mean, huge. I mean, this race defines careers, and it's been really close. You just haven't put it all together, Vince. So hopefully today's our day. It takes that right balance of kind of luck and divine intervention and talent. So we'll see what we got.
Good luck. Adam?
And I'm with Brad's teammate Joey Logano. Won this race in 2015, won his duel on Thursday night. How do you put this day in perspective?
This is a great day. I love Daytona Day. I mean, this is the coolest race that we run all year. It means so much to win it. You see the energy when you walk out here on the pit road to driver intros. You know what you're starting. You know how big this is. And the opportunity to win the Great American Race means a lot to me and to my race team. So we're going to do what we can to survive this thing, score some stage points, be there at the end, and race our guts out at the end of this thing.
Going for number 2 in the 22, Vince.
Well, the fastest Ford qualifiers, Eric Almirola, new crew chief. How's the transition been for you guys this year, and what leads you to believe you could win today?
Well, we got a really fast midfield Ford Mustang, so that makes me feel really confident. We had a lot of speed in the duel, and all of our Ford Mustangs worked really well together. So I'm excited. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night, but it wasn't because I'm nervous, just mostly because I'm excited, like a kid ready to go to Disney World. So I can't wait. What an event. Got to meet the president a few minutes ago and get ready to start the Great American Race. Sold out crowd. It's an opportunity of a lifetime. We're going to go race our heart out, and either the good Lord's going to be willing or not, and we'll find out in a little while.
Don't sleep on this guy today, that's for sure. Adam?
William Byron won his duel on Thursday night. As you get set for the 500, how do you manage 500 miles here?
Oh, it's tough. I mean, it's the ultimate challenge for sure, just to kind of manage your gaps and make sure you're doing enough to get maybe a stage win or stage points, but also being prepared for the end. So I think we just got to manage our pace. We have plenty of speed in the car, so if we get far back, we just have to be patient with it.
And if Byron wins today, he'd be the first driver to do it in the 24 not named Jeff Gordon. Chris?
Well, thank you, and it's great catching up with the drivers as they wait to be introduced out on stage, and those introductions are beginning, so let's check them out.
Dillon. Taking the green flag from row 6, making his first start in the Great American Race in the number 41, Cole Custer. And 2018 Daytona 500 runner-up, driver of the Kings 43, Bubba Wallace.
All right, the green flag is approaching. Let's meet who's in this Daytona 500. Row 20, you have veterans Reed Sorensen and Brendan Gaughan. Ahead of them are B.J. McLeod and Joey Gates. Good luck, fellas. One of 7 drivers making their first Daytona 500 start is Quinn Houff. He shares row 18 with Corey LaJoie. The first day nerves continue on row 17 with both drivers making their debut in the Great American Race. Justin Haley and Brennan Poole. Sweet 16 has Timmy Hill and Ryan Preece rolling off together. Clint Boyer has some work to do, starting back in row 15. Georgia's David Reagan will start right next to him. Cup champion Kyle Busch has hundreds of trophies, maybe thousands of trophies, but not one of them reads Daytona 500 champion. He starts in row 14 with Ryan Blaney. NASCAR's most popular driver, Chase Elliott, will look for some luck in row 13, but will his fans see him in victory lane? Elliott rolls off with Michael McDowell. Rookie John Hunter Nemechek and Ty Dillon start a dozen rows back in row 12. Row 11 has a champ and a rookie. Defending Daytona 500 champion Denny Hamlin looks for his 3rd Daytona 500 win, while Tyler Reddick is just making his 2nd start in this great race. All right, that's just the first half. The rest, including the front row, is coming up.
And as the introductions continue, we are live here at Daytona International Speedway with Jamie McMurray, Jeff Gordon, Chris Myers, and Clint Boyer. One of the few times he's not talking.
Yeah, you heard how pumped up he was, though, in our interview. There's Chase Elliott, Michael McDowell. That Elliott name synonymous with Daytona.
Denny Hamlin,
Denny Hamlin.
Winner.
Going to be interesting, like you said, Jamie, him coming from the back. Don't count out Tyler Reddick as a rookie. No. That guy can get it done here. He'll be exciting to watch.
I think back at that win with Mark Martin when Clint Boyer, right? That was a terrific moment for him. Joey Logano.
I thought Joey Logano sounded very confident and really pumped up for this Daytona 500.
Yeah, once he sorted things out with Brad Keselowski, his teammate, and they said they got it all good. So these are the latest odds posted for the race today. The long shots will start with them. And remember, we had that 125-to-1 long shot win, Trevor Bayne, that we heard from earlier.
I mean, the first thing I think about, Bubba Wallace was 2nd in this Daytona 500 a few years ago. He's down there at 61, 60-to-1.
Yeah, and Brendan Gaughan at 150-to-1. He could have won Talladega. He ended up flipping, but he legitimately had a run on the last lap to win that race.
Matt DiBenedetto led the most laps last year. He's driving for the Wood Brothers, a car that's won here.
Great car.
Years ago with Trevor Bayne, we pointed out 28-to-1.
And Ryan Newman, a savvy veteran, hanging around, hoping to punch through victory lane once again at the Daytona 500. Now let's hear the introductions for the top 10.
Drivers, 10 rows, 1 goal to be holding that trophy in victory lane. Chris Buescher and Ross Chastain lead us off in row 10. Row 9, rookie Christopher Bell straps in for his first ever Daytona 500, while 2017 champion Kurt Busch knows how to win this race. Row 8 has Martin Truex Jr. still looking for his first Daytona 500 win, while fan favorite Matt DiBenedetto looks to flex his muscle over the field. Austin Dillon has won this race before, and Eric Jones has a fast car that may end up in victory lane. They both start in row 7. It's the Bubba and Cole show in row 6. You know these guys are going to have some fun today. Cup champions Power Row 5 with Brad Keselowski and Kevin Harvick set the tangle for the trophy. Ryan Newman and Mr. Race Anything, Anywhere, Any Day, Kyle Larson are sitting pretty in row 4. Row 3 has 7-time Cup champion Jimmy Johnson kicking off his final full-time season. And Eric Almirola once led on the final lap of the 500. What will happen today? 2015 Daytona 500 winner Joey Logano will flip the switch next to William Byron on row 2. And then there were just 2. Here is your front row. Alex Bowman, the showman, ready to perform on the sport's biggest stage, which leaves our pole sitter. The mullet is back, and he's looking good as Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will take the green flag and get this show on the road. The starting lineup is set. 40 drivers, 40 dreams, 1 trophy. Have at it, boys.
And going 200 miles per hour once they get going. There's Kurt Busch, older brother of Kyle.
Yeah, and the Ganassi cars have not had single car speed, but I heard all those guys say they thought the car handled well, and that's going to be really key today.
There's Denny Hamlin. Boy, every time he's on the track, he's making moves. And he's just so exciting to watch. And I promise you, he's not staying back in the back of this field for long.
And again, move to the rear with a violation in the pre-race inspection. There's Christopher Bell starting 17th.
Yeah, we talk about Kyle Larson driving anything, everything. So does this kid. Tons of dirt experience and talent. And, you know, I think he's going to adapt quicker than any rookie we've had in a long time in any conditions.
Yeah, Austin Dillon, our 2018 winner, spectacular last lap crash with Eric Almirola. We talked about the blocking today. Eric Almirola pulled down and blocked him, and Austin Dillon did not care. He went ahead and drove right on through me.
Yeah, I was surprised the odds that he wasn't a little bit higher. Here's Martin Truex searching for that first Daytona 500 victory.
My first time in the booth with Fox Sports, that Daytona 500 always will stand out to me. How close. I thought Martin Truex Jr. had that win coming off of turn 4 and lost it by an inch.
Yeah, 1/100th of a second. I mean, you talk about a nose, by a hair, by a bumper. It was that close. Hamlin edging him. So we showed you the long shots, the odds posted for the 62nd running of this great American race. So these are the favorites. And Hamlin with Kyle Busch and Logano head the list.
But what I love is even our favorite Denny Hamlin's at 10-1. That's how unpredictable this race is. Anybody on this page can win this race.
It's much easier to pick the long shot than it is to pick the favorite because everybody, to Jeff's point, can win on this page. But Brad Keselowski has not won here. He had a really good car in the Clash, got caught up in that wreck with 10 laps to go, and Martin Truex Jr. came so close 2 years ago.
And I can't help but think of 7-time Jimmy Johnson, 7-time Richard Petty, the presidents at Daytona. I know it wasn't the 500 for Richard Petty, but it is the Daytona 500.
What a story that would be.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Unbelievable. Yeah.
Yeah, that was Ronald Reagan at the summer race for Daytona. But Jimmy Johnson will be watching closely as he was introduced and what will be his final full-time season in the sport that he has dominated. Fans from coast to coast. Jimmy Johnson, one of the greatest drivers of all time, one of the greatest in any sport to dominate the stretch that he has been active. And this will be his swan song season. And even when you reach the greatest of heights, you never forget your roots.
Growing up in El Cajon, small, kind of close-knit community, everybody kind of knows each other.
I know how Jimmy grew up. I mean, you come home from school, if you did your homework, and then you hopped on your motorcycle, and off you went riding. You could ride for hours.
You got the desert one direction, and you got the beach the other direction. A lot of them head to the desert.
NASCAR has changed my life. I never had a home before. I've never even lived in a house. I've always had an apartment, so now I have not just a house, but a home. And Jimmy's a big part of that. Not only has he helped build these homes here, but he's given back to the schools here in El Cajon, and that means a lot to us.
he really has not forgotten about El Cajon and his roots. He has given back to the school in the form of technology that all classrooms now have, and even some of the landscaping up around our football stadium he is responsible for.
Back then, when he was 16, 17, it was, I'm going to be there someday.
He started off by doing the go-kart racing, so I remember seeing him at our stadium and racing his go-kart, and I think at that point, being there in the crowd and everybody watching the racing, I think it was the first time I'm like, hi, this is maybe more than just a hobby.
He used to come in and get his hair cut, and he brought in one of the pictures for us from the truck series, and he was sitting at the desk up there with my wife, Jackie, and he was practicing drawing his J's. And she asked him, Jimmy, what are you doing over there? He says, well, I'm practicing writing my J's, Jackie. I got to get them just right for when I do autographs.
When you're that young and have that vision of where you're going to go, that's kind of neat.
For me, Jimmy Johnson's a guy that could go to New York and go right into the hottest club and fit right in. And he's also the same guy that could, the next morning, be at a cool little dive bar in El Cajon and be just as comfortable.
He's a California guy. That's what we like about him, is because he is laid back and he's not like some of the other drivers.
That was even evident to people, teenagers in high school. I think that people picked up on that, his diversity and his ability to fit in with the different groups.
He's Jimmy Johnson, our homeboy, California boy. So I don't think it gets any better than that.
Yeah, and there he is, circling Daytona International Speedway. He's been successful at this track before. But, Jeff, you had a lot to do and a hand in bringing him in to the Cup Series and having some of the success he had.
When I was watching that clip there, it just reminded me of when I was with Jimmy and he was coming onto the scene at Hendrick Motorsports 2002, and what a journey. What an incredible journey and career this guy has had. I mean, the wins, the championships, but then how he's done it off the track just as well as the way he's done it on the track. Very impressive.
I was a little shocked that Jimmy Johnson took physics. I saw I'm like, did he take physics or did the physics teacher just know him? But look, I met him in 2001. And the biggest compliment I can give him is that he's the same guy today that he was then. With all of his success, Jimmy Johnson never changed.
Yeah, well, you want to buzz for personality, but he didn't. He always said the right kind of things, and even the great charity work and contributions, low profile, right? Not a lot of fanfare. Jimmy Johnson wanted to have a Peyton Manning kind of moment, and he certainly earned it. The 7-time champions retirement announcement that came in November surprised a lot of fans, members of the media, and even his fellow drivers.
Jimmy, you've done a lot of amazing things in your career. But like any race car driver, I'm sure there are some that just got away. What's the one thing you wish you could redo?
For me, I go back to my first Coca-Cola 600, and the last pit stop, I slid through the pit box and had to back up and lost a bunch of time, and that one still weighs on me today. I could have won the Coca-Cola 600 my rookie year.
My big question is, if you're going to retire, does that mean that you're going to exercise more? Because right now I feel like you have more hours in the day than the rest of us. So now when you retire, does that go to another level? Just asking for a friend.
Yeah, I think so. I think it does open up the opportunity to get more fit. There's some events I want to participate in. I've always wanted to run the New York City Marathon.
I've always been curious exactly how the conversation went with the boss after the golf cart surfing incident happened.
Great question. I think he wants to know in case he's ever in trouble. But the phone call, I called Rick and told him that I had an incident and broke my wrist. And when I landed back in Charlotte, I noticed there was a black Tahoe parked outside of the airplane. It was Mr. Hendrick, and he was there with the doctor to personally escort me to the hospital.
But I want to know, which one was your most fierce and toughest battle of all 7 championships?
The one with you, because that's the one I've ever really entered behind in points. That was uncharted territory for me.
So Jimmy.
Oh, no.
Now that you're retiring, I mean, when are we going to start seeing this? Will it be okay if we hang out now? I mean, you can start doing things that are fun, by the way, all right? Let's go, baby.
I feel like the opportunity to hang out is really finally here, Clint. I've been worried about my reputation and being with you and getting in trouble with you. So now that I'll be out of the spotlight in a sense, yes, let's hang more often.
What type of advice would you give me to help me prolong my career and make an impact the way you've impacted this sport today?
I mean, I would just say keep being you. And you've done such an amazing job being yourself and being authentic to yourself. I feel like I've gotten better at that as my career has gone on, and I think, Bubba, you're off to a great start. Bring your passion like you do each and every week, and you're going to have a nice, long career.
And one of the most fit drivers, or fit athlete you're going to find anywhere. A two-time Daytona 500 winner. There's a look at that 48 car, and the most recent, or the last one, came in 2013. How about his chances today? Obviously, he's always got a good shot, but anything specific you've seen this week for Jimmy in this ride?
Don't let that calm demeanor fool you. Jimmy Johnson is one of the fiercest competitors I ever raced against on the racetrack. I think his chances and his motivation to go out there and win in his final year, he has one thing left to do, and that's go out on top. And that all starts today in this Daytona 500.
Look, I think Jimmy Johnson's a different person since making that announcement. He seems much more relaxed. I feel like he had a lot of pressure on himself to perform, and this year is going to be different for him. He's going to try to savor all this, and I'd have to tell Kevin Harvick that, yes, Jimmy Johnson's going to do more fitness stuff, probably more marathons. I can't wait to see what he has in the future. And the one thing that Jimmy Johnson doesn't know right now is that when he quits driving, how much less stress he's going to have in his life. When you have a bad race here today, you go home, you can't sleep. Jeff and I have talked about this in the past. When you watch the races and someone blows up, you're like, hate that for him. I'm going to go home. You don't worry about it anymore, right? So his life's going to change a lot.
Well, this is also opening day for the NASCAR season and the running of its most important race, the Great American Race. You've won multiple times, 3 times. Jimmy Johnson has won a couple of Daytona 500s. After you won that first one, is there a sense of relief the next time you come to a place like the Daytona 500, or is there more pressure to own up to what you did?
I think after you win this race, you realize how big it is. You know it's a big deal. You know leading up to this that you haven't slept. But after you win it, you do all the media. You get recognized in places that you can't imagine.
Yeah, and what that does is, and I know Jimmy Johnson and others like him, they are motivated by that, to be on the biggest stage, to be able to hoist that trophy up, to be able to go to New York City or wherever you are, be recognized. Even though he's quiet, I'm telling you, that is highly motivating, not just for him, but everybody in this field here today. But he knows what it feels like.
Yeah, right. He wants to feel it again. Chance of USA here at the Great American Race. Before the Daytona 500, you can download the Fox Sports Super 6 app and play Super 6 NASCAR for free. You'll have a chance to win up to $10,000 in a progressive jackpot, meaning that if there's no winner this week, they'll add another $10,000 to the prize next week, so you can get your picks in right now. You want to give us a pick before you head to the broadcast booth? Or you could just throw one or two.
I'm going to go with Kevin Harvick. I think he looks really strong.
All right, I'll get yours in a moment. We still have some time. He's got to head up and join Mike Joy for another call. Have a great call.
Right. I'm pumped. I'm excited. This is going to be an amazing race.
Always great having you here. Jeff Gordon, Hall of Famer, 3-time NASCAR champ and Daytona 500 winner. And our president, we're going to hear from Donald Trump, who is here as the Grand Marshal to start the engines. At Daytona International Speedway, and aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Discover what's possible. Keep moving. Goodyear, more driven. Let's head down to the track. Matt Yoakum is with the fans' most popular driver. Matt?
Chris, down here in the grid, it's electrifying. I saw the godfather of Ford racing, Edsel Ford. He's down here. Now I see Seabreeze High School's Alan Gustafson. Wild Bill, 2-time winner. By the way, no, Chase, come on in. He's one of 12 multiple winners. Can you join the club of becoming a first?
I hope so. Our Napa Camaro has been fast enough, I think, to be a contender today. So somebody asked me today if I was ever going to catch up to him. I said we better start winning now, soon, quick. Got a lot of catching up to do. So looking forward to it.
All right, he's already got a win at Talladega. Let's go farther up the grid and my teammate Regan.
Well, Justin Haley getting ready to make your first ever start in the Daytona 500. What does this day feel like?
It's just such a blessing. I'm so thankful for Matt Collick, Chris Rice, these guys standing behind me. They put this deal together. Everyone at the Fraternal Order of Eagles for giving me this opportunity. We raced our way in to the Daytona 500, and biggest day of my life. So hopefully we can repeat last July's win and get Matt his first Cup win here. But just super, super awesome to be doing this on such a big platform.
All right, good luck, Justin. Matt.
Okay, I'm up here at the 12. We got Oswego Speedway's Todd Gordon, his new driver this year, Ryan Blaney. You know what this race means, especially for your racing resume. You're such a historian. Have you been able to even dream about what it can mean to take the checkered flag?
Well, really all I've done is dream about it because it hasn't happened. But just coming down here as a kid, watching Dad run so much, loving Speed Weeks, and then you understand the history, you know, being able to especially run for the Wood Brothers here. And we ran second in their car here and coming so close, but we've been close a handful of times. Just need to finish it out. So can't thank Menards and Peak and Ford enough for what they're doing. Really nice to get the new year here. That's just great. And be able to work with Todd this year. That whole group is exciting. Just ready to go today.
Well, it's like Blondie said, dreaming is free. Regan.
All right, Freese, 8th place in the Great American Race last year. Your teammate's on the pole. You're back here a little ways further back. How long till you catch up to him today?
Just going to play it by ear. I mean, at the beginning of the race, definitely going to try and move forward here. But this Continental Kroger Chevy's got some speed to it. So just keep it all in one piece like last year, and hopefully the last half a lap goes a little different.
All right, good luck, Ryan. Michael.
Hey, Regan, I'm on the front of the grid here, mid-pack or so, and I got Sheamus, WWE superstar.
What's the crack, fella? How you doing?
It's going great, the Celtic War. We're going to start the grid walk. Come with me. Right now, here's Ryan Newman. Hey, Ryan, you got time for a comment?
No, I'm busy.
Let me ask, excuse me, Sheamus, ask Ryan if he has time for a comment.
Right, how are you doing, man?
I'm good. I'd gladly talk to you.
I get it. He's been following me around all day. My question is, right, you're definitely like the biggest person there, biggest NASCAR driver by far. Probably about like, what, 50 pounds? How'd you fit into this car, fella?
Just slide through the window.
Through the window?
Yeah.
That's
I mean, just made to fit, made custom fit just for me. I bet you could even fit in there.
Mate, I don't know. But if you can get in there, I probably could, because I feel like I'm half the size of you. Either way, mate, have a great race today, and then we'll have a bench press contest one day. Up for it.
One arm.
Yeah. Bench press.
Hey, Sheamus, come along. Come on, buddy. Jimmy Johnson's over here. We'll talk to him. Hey, bud, how are you? Ready to go? Ready to go?
I am. Will he be around for security after the race?
Ryan Newman.
Jimmy, I love your sandwiches, man. I swear to God, I just a big fan of the, I just love it, especially the extra meat. I know, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Do you ever eat a Jimmy John sandwich while you're driving in a NASCAR race?
A little messy, Like being in the ring, be a little messy.
I feel like
that's his beautiful wife, Shani.
Hello, how are you doing?
This is my friend
nice
Sheamus.
to meet you.
He's going to take care of a few things for me later. Good to see you.
Yeah,
congratulations on all this.
A lot of people here have problems with
Let's go see who else we can find. Here's William Byron.
At least
Sheamus, come on. He doesn't come along like I'd like him to. He's always running behind. Hey. Hi, I brought Sheamus along. If anybody messes with you, let me know.
Oh, boy, yeah. That's for sure.
Look at him right there. Look, we're going to move on. Joey Logano. There's Joey.
Where you going?
Sheamus, come this way.
Where you going? Where's he going?
Down here to Joey Logano. Come on. Hey, Joey.
Over 18 yet.
You ready to go? The Daytona 500. I know you know how good it feels to win this, baby.
It feels good. I was just talking to Paul on here. I said, what a great day for a great day. This is amazing, the energy here. And you see us Thunderbirds flying over here in a little bit, and the president doesn't get more American than this.
Look who I brought with me. There doesn't get much Irish than this.
How are you doing, lads?
WWE superstar Sheamus. Ricky Stenhouse is sitting on the pole.
He's running all over the kip. There's going to be no soles left on his shoes.
Hey, Ricky.
Best luck in the race today.
Mike.
Great to see you again.
Good to see you. I got Sheamus with me. I've just introduced him to NASCAR. He's a big fan. And this is the pole sitter, Sheamus. He beat everybody on qualifying day. Now he's going to do it in the race.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
How do you feel being better than everybody?
It feels good to beat everybody.
Yeah.
Now we got to do it one more time.
I mean, it's only 500 miles, right?
Yeah, short race, quick race.
Do Proclaimer style, man. You know what I mean? Just go there, start singing, and the race will be over in no time. You got this.
I like to sing while I drive.
You do?
Prom country.
There's one more guy.
What's your favorite song?
Neon Moon. Brooks and Dunn.
What are you doing?
I'll have to check that one out.
Garth Brooks, either one.
Okay, Garth Brooks, I can relate to that. Yeah, I can relate to that. He's off again. Energizer Bunny. Good luck.
Sheamus, get over here. You're already bigger than me. Why do you need him? Because I don't fight well. I got an 0-3 record.
You know what it is? Who says I fight well?
You know what it is? He wants to be here beside him so he can show off his great talent. He's been working on this all year, especially for the Daytona 500.
It is a little bit of a contrast.
Complete contrast.
For sure. My beard's way better than yours, though.
You think so?
Yeah, I know so.
It doesn't look like beard, man. It looks like a little bit of bum fluff, to be honest with you.
It's an attempt, and that's all that matters.
I don't know what that is he just said, but
it doesn't matter. People don't know what it means. That's all that matters. I know what it means.
Hey, what? Can you put him in a headlock for me?
No! Why you gotta do me like that?
Man, especially this BO walking around here all day. I don't know.
I smelled you way back there.
I swear to God, I can smell myself too. We might pass out before the race.
Okay, you stay here. I'm gonna go get one more guy.
All right, he's leaving, so now we can have the cool people still be here.
Awesome.
What do you think of the Valvoline colors? They look pretty good.
You know, man, it's really, really clean. You know, I like it. Like it's really good. Like it's not overdone with sponsors. You know what I mean? It's just got the right amount of sponsors.
It is the best looking car on the track.
Exactly. Everyone loves a bit of Valvoline. You know, on your toast, in your tea, on your coffee.
I drink it in my coffee.
You
every
do?
day. Yeah.
I swear to God, that gets you going in the morning, right?
Absolutely.
Hey, Seamus.
Best of luck today at Talladega.
Thank you.
I'm going to talk to Eric Amarola. You ready for the Great American Race, bud?
I was born ready.
It's a beautiful day, great atmosphere. How good does this feel?
It feels so incredible to come out here, the Great American Race, and to see this place sold out. The infield is packed. They sold out of camping in the infield. I think we're expecting 200,000 people here at Daytona. It's an incredible stage for us to put our sport on. And my Smithfield Ford Mustang's really fast, so we'll see what happens.
Nobody wants it any worse than you, I know. So close a year ago.
Only 39 other guys.
Well, have fun
we'll
today.
See if we can't get them.
Have fun today.
Thank you, buddy.
Looking forward to the Great American.
You got 2 of them, right?
Yeah, go fast. Go up front. Stay there. Don't fart around with being in the back.
Be the first one back over there, right?
After 200 times, that'd be really good.
I'll do my best.
Okay, buddy. Thank you. It's a great atmosphere down on pit road. I lost Seamus. He think he's fallen in love with Alex Bowman, but it's a great day. Can't wait for this race to get started. So much energy, so much excitement. This is my favorite place in the world. This is my favorite day of the year. We'll be back at Daytona just in a minute.
The XFL continues next weekend as the Dallas Renegades visit the Seattle Dragons on Saturday. Meanwhile, the DC Defenders head west to face the LA Wildcats on Sunday. Football is back, and it's here on Fox Sports.
The big events on Fox, nearly 500 acres here at Daytona International Speedway. And if you laid out a football field in the middle, in the infield area, well, the fans will have that covered now, but that's what it would look like as we get ready for the start of the 62nd running of the Great American Race. Thanks for hanging with us on the pre-race show presented by Coca-Cola. Jamie McMurray, former Daytona 500 winner. I'm Chris Myers. We're getting a little bit closer. You've won this race. This close to the start, are the drivers anxious, nervous, or is there a sense of relief that finally they're behind the wheel and ready to open this up for 500 miles?
Yes, to all of
all of that.
Yeah, I mean, look, you finally get to have that last face-to-face conversation with your crew chief. You get in your car, you take a deep breath, and you start thinking about your game plan. What's going to happen? You know, you're looking at your pit stall, just getting ready for those first 2 laps of this race.
And there is the chance of later in the day some weather coming in at some point in the race. That may affect how fast, how aggressive some of the drivers start out this race. We're glad you're watching Fox NASCAR live from Daytona and special opening ceremonies here in Daytona.
NASCAR fans, please welcome the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, and First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump. Here to perform God Bless America, please welcome the River Springs Middle School Choir. Please remain standing as Ronnie Barton, former pastor of First Baptist Church of South Daytona, offers our invocation.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we thank you for this great day for the Daytona 500. We pray for the safety of all the drivers and all the pit crews. Lord, we thank you and for your blessings. We thank you for the military, our country, our president. We live in freedom, we worship in peace, and we raise our sights to your glory. We are the United States of America, and we are still one nation under God. For it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Presenting our nation's colors is the North Florida Joint Service Color Guard from Jacksonville, Florida. Here to perform the national anthem, please welcome from the United States Air Force Joint Base, Anacostia Bowling, Washington, D.C., Tactical Sergeant Nalani Quintello.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
We're getting closer to the start of the Daytona 500 as we welcome it back live on Fox. Let's head down to the track now and join our Jamie Little, who's with President Donald Trump.
Thank you, Chris. Well, Mr. President, of all the events that you can attend, why did you decide to come here today to the Great American Race?
It really is the Great American Race, and I look at this as almost a patriotism kind of thing. It's incredible. The people are incredible. We love the area. We love the state, and it's a very exciting. You know, I've been here 4 times before as a civilian, and now I'm in a different capacity. We love NASCAR, and we love the people of NASCAR.
And you mentioned you have been here before, the last time, though, back in 2001. So what is it about NASCAR that you enjoy personally?
I think it's really the bravery of these people. I mean, these are very, you know, they do all the safety things and everything, but it takes great courage. It's the speed. It's really the technology. You look at what's happened just over the last 10 years with the cars. I love to see it. I love to watch it.
Okay, so inquiring minds want to know, as the president, are you allowed to drive your own car?
Well, you know I'm not, but I think I'm going to really, right now, if I can, I'm going to hop into one of these cars and I'm going to get into this race if possible.
All right, you heard it here first.
Yeah, I love the idea.
All right, thank you for being here. Enjoy your time.
Great honor.
Thank you.
Very much.
Chris?
Thank you very much. First Commander-in-Chief, first President to give the command for the Daytona 500 as the Grand Marshal with Jamie McMurray as the drivers. And you touched on it a moment ago. Anticipation, relaxation at this point, getting ready to roll. And we're just minutes away from those drivers who will run 500 miles and maybe more. There's stage racing involved, but nothing like finishing first in the Daytona 500. How about an interesting comment from Kevin Harvick about this year more than any other because of the way they used to run and trying to block that survival is as important in this race as anything.
Well, if you watch the clash last Sunday, you know, like we had a lot of wrecks towards the end. Now, the guys, they were careful in the duels and made sure that they made it to the end. But today, look, when it comes down to the end, it's going to be chaotic. And I think Kevin's right. I mean, survival is going to be a big deal.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who's on the pole at age 32, a different team. His entire career, he had been with Roush Racing, fast in qualifying, fast in racing. He's got super speedway success.
Yep.
How will that play out here?
Well, look, what a way to start with his new team. He and Brad and Patty, he brought over his crew chief from Roush Fenway Racing. He was really good in the duels. We saw him get hung out a couple times on the bottom, was able to pull back up. I think everyone knows how fast Ricky's car is, and that's a big deal when we come to these kind of tracks. When people know you have a fast car, they're willing to help you.
Let's head upstairs to the booth. Welcome in Mike Joy. Will be calling the race along with Jeff Gordon, who is with us on the pre-race and has worked his way up there getting ready to give this a call. Mike?
Hi, Chris, and hello, everybody. What an electric day, and just the atmosphere here in Daytona is always huge. It's the biggest race of the year, and made today even more so. We've been down here for 10 days in Speed Weeks 2020, and Friday they have something on the calendar called TV Exhibition Time. Fox didn't have anything planned. I thought I'd have the whole track to myself. This could be a lot of fun.
What, you were on the track Friday?
What? I've been coming to Daytona since 1975, so I asked the boys to get me a Wayback Machine so I could go out on the track and reminisce a little bit. Really?
All right, Daytona. So much speed, and more speed.
History here. Right about here is where Cale Yarborough made his move, put Donnie down off into...
This place is so awesome fast.
This is where Lee Petty and Johnny Beauchamp went out of the park in 19...
Oh, yeah. There it is.
Life on this track moves pretty fast, so you need to kind of slow down.
Looking for that finish line and that checkered flag.
Take your time, enjoy things. And what was that?
Woohoo! Yes!
I was doing 70. That blur was you?
I had no idea you were even out there, Mike. Wow, that was you.
Chris, we're speechless.
Well, I think there's a reason that you guys are drivers and we're announcers, but it was nice to see at least Jeff get challenged for a little bit out there.
Yeah, that was very fitting. I can't believe that Mike found that car, but Jeff clearly in that Camaro was right at home.
Now, let's talk about some of the other guys. Denny Hamlin, a chance going for his third. He's won 2 of the last 4. He's in a Toyota. We talked about the numbers. Kyle Busch said, hey, the Fords, we know they can push well with each other. Where will the Toyotas go? The Chevys have the numbers in terms of number of cars in this race, and you lean on help, obviously, at certain times, and Chevy has won the most Daytona 500s.
Well, we asked Kyle Busch what his plan was, and he wouldn't tell us. We're going to find out here in a little bit. Clearly, they don't have the numbers. Denny Hamlin's going to the back. Kyle Busch is already in the back, so we're going to find out at the beginning kind of what their plan is.
Yeah, and those cars going to the back. And in a race 500 miles with the kind of movement we have, and you and Jeff Gordon talked about it on the pre-race show just a little bit, you have an opportunity to kind of move your way around. So how aggressive do you want to be, even to maybe get that first stage? I know the ultimate goal was be there at the end.
Look, we've seen them crash coming to the stage finishes, and you don't want to do that. If you're involved in one of those, you swear you'll never do it again when you come back to Daytona. So, look, I don't expect these guys to be too crazy at the beginning, because the ultimate trophy is at the end, and that's what everybody wants today.
Yeah, will it be a guy who's won the Daytona 500 before, like a Denny Hamlin or a Jimmy Johnson, or will it be a champion driver like Kyle Busch and Brad Keselowski or Martin Truex, who've been a champ of the sport but have yet to win the Great American Race? You got to tune in, wait 500 miles to find it out. We're glad you're watching Fox NASCAR live from Daytona International Speedway.
NASCAR fans, to welcome back your United States Air Force Thunderbirds and to deliver the most famous words in motorsports at the Daytona 500, please welcome this year's Grand Marshal, the 45th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump, accompanied by First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump.
Daytona International Speedway, we love our country, and it's truly an honor to be with all of you at the Great American Race. Gentlemen, start your engines.
Jeff Gordon, Mike Joy, our entire Fox NASCAR crew take you for a wild ride. We're glad you're watching the Daytona 500, the 2020 edition, live from Daytona International Speedway.
Lined up on pit road at Daytona, 40 NASCAR Cup race cars, 4 pace and safety vehicles, and 2 presidential limousines. Let's go to race control.
7, you got me. Mr. President, First Lady, would you please do us the honor of leading the field for the Daytona 500?
Well, this is indeed a first. Donald Trump is the second sitting president to attend the Daytona 500. George W. was here in 2004. A race won by the man who will wave the green flag for today's race, Dale Earnhardt Jr. But this is truly an historic first. A sitting United States president pacing the field for the Great American Race. He said he wanted to do a lap. He's going to do it.
Well, he is the president. He has that right. And I just can't imagine, as a driver, as a competitor, the magnitude of this. This only builds up what is the Great American Race and one of the biggest races in the world to put that much pressure on you to win this race today.
I'm not sure how this idea came about, but I have an inkling. A phone call was received the other day in Franklin, Tennessee, at the home of our former colleague, Darrell Waltrip, who retired from broadcasting at the end of the 2019 season, asking him to fly to Palm Beach this morning and join President Trump on Air Force One on the ride up here to Daytona. So I would not be surprised if Darrell had a little hand in what we're about to see.
Maybe he's giving him some tips down there about those high banks here at Daytona.
And are the drivers excited about this? Well, here's Clint Boyer's radio.
He's going to pace the field? Yep. Love it. Gosh, it's awesome.
You know, Mike, people ask me, do you miss it? You know, are you jealous of those competitors out there? Today, right now, I am. I would love to be in this Daytona 500 field out there competing today. This is just so special.
Now, we know that at least 70 miles an hour is required to keep those cars up on the banking. Those presidential limousines, which are built on truck chassis, weigh about 22,000 pounds, will probably not be doing 70 through the 31-degree banking of turns 1 and 2. But we'll stay down on the apron.
Now, you think when he finishes this lap, is he going to do a burnout? What kind of horsepower is underneath the hood of that car?
Well, Jeff, our Fox graphic department came up with a comparison between the NASCAR Cup cars and what Secret Service calls the Beast, the presidential limousine, built by Cadillac on a truck chassis. With Cadillac sheet metal, it's 2 feet longer than the Cup car. And it's a little heavier at 22,000 pounds. Horsepower and top speed is sufficient, but unknown. It's been estimated that those side windows are 5 inches thick of bulletproof glass and that the sheet metal is some 8 inches thick as it's fully armored. And, of course, seating capacity 7 for the limo and 1 for our Cup cars.
Only thing I wish they'd have modified on that limo is put a spoiler on that rear deck lid. Just for NASCAR.
Well, it does have a couple of antennas for communication, after all. Not sure what those flags on the front fender are going to do for aerodynamics. Nor do we care. Donald Trump is the 4th sitting United States president to attend a race here. Ronald Reagan gave the command to start from Air Force One and was here when Richard Petty drove to his 200th victory over Cale Yarborough in a Firecracker 400. George H.W. Bush, the summer of '92, and George W. Bush, the 2004 Daytona 500. Bill Clinton campaigned at Darlington at a NASCAR race, but the president with the closest ties to the sport was Jimmy Carter. One of Jimmy's closest friends in Georgia when he was governor was Alf Knight, the longtime superintendent of Atlanta Motor Speedway. Jimmy would come down, be a visitor to the track often, and was honorary starter for a race there when he was governor. Someone on Twitter took a picture of the presidential limousine and emblazoned a NASCAR-style number 45 on the door, but that idea was rejected in favor of the presidential seal.
Well, we know these race fans, they've been ready all week. They're super excited, waving flags of their favorite driver, but I got to imagine there's a lot of American flags waving out in that infield right now as we get ready to take the green flag here.
And if you're a fan of professional cars, limousines, and the like, there is a great exhibit of presidential limousines of the past at the Henry Ford Museum in Dearborn, Michigan. And a big roar from the crowd as they come past. The green and American flags are waving from the flag stand. That's a sight for the ages right there. A very special moment for our sport. After all, what sporting event would not want to have the President of the United States in attendance, much less to get the party started? Welcome to Daytona. We're ready. We've been ready for 10 days for the biggest and first race of the 2020 NASCAR Cup season, the 62nd Daytona 500. Rookie or veteran, no matter how long you've been coming to this event, there are butterflies. There have to be. Jeff Gordon has won this thing 3 times, and I'll bet even you're just a little nervous right now.
Well, we've got some rookies in the field today. I'm sure those butterflies are going crazy right now. But even the veterans, I mean, there's nothing like the buildup, the amount of hard work that goes into preparing for the Daytona 500, the biggest race of your career, one of the biggest races in the world. I guarantee you there's a lot of butterflies, but we've got 500 miles to decide the winner of this race.
All right, we'll take you through it. 3 stages of racing in the biggest event of the year. Let's begin with our starting lineup. Ricky Stenhouse, an aggressive 2-time Super Speedway winner, and Alex Bowman, 3rd straight 500. He'll be on the front row. Row 2, Joey Logano, who won his dual race here Thursday, and William Byron, who did as well. They earned the 2nd row spots. Then it'll be Eric Almirola, who has 2 Cup wins, and Jimmy Johnson beginning his final full season in NASCAR. Ryan Newman, a former winner of the Daytona 500, and Kyle Larson, who ran out of gas leading in 2017.
And in row 5, Brad Keselowski, yet to win the Daytona 500 in 10 attempts. And you just heard me say my pick for the day, Kevin Harvick, 2007 Daytona 500 champion.
Bubba Wallace, runner-up 2 years ago, and Cole Custer, one of 6 rookies in the field. Austin Dillon, the 2018 winner, and Eric Jones, who won the Clash here last weekend.
Row 8, starting 15th, Martin Truex Jr., oh so close in 2016. Watch for him to be a real threat today. And alongside him, Matt DiBenedetto led the most laps last year in the 500. Now with a team, the Wood brothers, who are the last to have an underdog win this race.
Christopher Bell, one of the big 3 from the Xfinity Series, moving to Cup this year, and 2017 winner Kurt Busch. Chris Buescher returns to Ford and to Roush Racing this season, and Ross Chastain. Denny Hamlin won 2 of the last 4 500s. He'll have to go to the rear for inspection issues, and 2-time Xfinity champ Tyler Reddick. John Hunter Nemechek, his dad, is running this race. He's a rookie. And Ty Dillon, who finished top 10 his last 3 Daytona starts. Chase Elliott, 2nd generation, NASCAR's most popular driver. And Michael McDowell, 2 top 10s in the last 2 500s. Ryan Blaney has gone to a backup car after a crash earlier in the week. And the defending series champion, Kyle Busch. Clint Boyer, it's his 15th try to win the 500. Will this be the day? And David Reagan, who has a great record on super speedways, coming out of a brief retirement.
In row 16, starting 31st. You want to know who has the best active average finish of active drivers? Ryan Priest, alongside him, an emotional day, making it into the race on Thursday, racing his way in, Timmy Hill.
Justin Haley won here last July. Brennan Poole, a rookie. Quinn Houff, another rookie in row 18 with third-generation racer Corey LaJoie. Joey Gase and B.J. McLeod in the 19th row. And in the last row, getting in on speed, 44-year-old veteran Brendan Gaughan, who announces he'll retire at the end of this season, and Reed Sorensen, who also timed into the Great American Race. Moving to the front of the 40-car field is car number 48, the only number that Jimmy Johnson has ever run in his Cup Series campaign. The only owner he's ever driven for is Rick Hendrick in one of Rick's Chevrolets. 7 championships, tying Richard Petty and Dale Earnhardt on the all-time title list.
Not one to show emotion, but Mike, I gotta believe underneath that helmet, Jimmy is feeling the impact of this final Daytona 500 leading this field. What a moment.
A lap of honor for Jimmy Johnson as he starts his final full season and what may be his final 500. Before we get things started here in Daytona, let's rev up to green, brought to you by Toyota.
Toyota's season kicked off with an emotional win in the Daytona 500 by Denny Hamlin and the number 11 Camry that carried J.D. Gibbs' name above the door. Just a month after the family and the sport said goodbye. Martin Truex Jr. went on to sweep the Toyota races at Richmond and Sonoma. And with 3 Toyotas competing for a championship in Miami, it was Kyle Busch who claimed his second Cup championship and third for Toyota. Time now to get revved up for what 2020 will bring.
Field comes by the start-finish line, yellow flag waving, indicating another couple of pace laps, and time to talk to our defending series champ.
Hey, Kyle, this is Jeff and Mike up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, I got you guys.
And I got to say, I don't think I've ever felt a Daytona 500 like this to get this green flag. You've done it all, man. You've won 2 championships, so many races. You've dominated this sport. I got to ask you, even as a veteran, do you have butterflies right now as we get ready to take the green?
Not really. Just try to put all that out. Just focus on what's ahead. Focus on this race. Try to make all the best moves that you can, and know that everybody else has probably got some of that going on with them. So maybe, you know, first little bit, let everybody work their jitters out and everything, and then get down to business. But overall, for me, like you said, been here a while. When I first started, I remember my first Daytona 500. You won that one, so that one was certainly a bit of butterflies.
Well, you've never been one to just sit back and kind of let the race come to you. I'm just curious, you know, if the opportunity presents itself here early on, you're starting probably further back than you'd like. Will you take some risk? Will you take some chances if you see something that maybe opens up for you?
No, my notebook says manage risk, so try to do that all day long and put yourself in the best position you can at the end. You got to be in it to win it. So, you know, there's nothing that pays besides stage points. We'd love to get stage points, but you know, there's nothing that means as much as collecting that checker flag at the end of the day.
Well, we're certainly all looking forward to watching you. Good luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Got it. Thanks.
Risk management for Kyle Busch in the early going here of 200 laps at Daytona. Let's get down to our Fox NASCAR All-Star pit crew, beginning with Vince Welch.
Well, Mike, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was fired from his ride at the end of last season. Today, he finds himself with a new team starting on the pole of the sport's biggest race. Stenhouse is full of motivation and confidence, and his car has proven it is full of speed. And Stenhouse believes that's a combination capable of carrying him to a Daytona 500 victory today. Matt Yoakum.
Vince, Martin Truex Jr. has written a lot of history over the past decade and a half. The championship cemented his place in the sport forever. But what's missing? The period. A Daytona 500 victory. Now, every driver will tell you that they've got a great shot to win. Truex firmly believes that. He says that he, too, has to manage risk. If he's there at the end, he's got a card that will do anything he wants it to do. He thinks it'll be driving right into victory lane. Jamie Little?
Are you looking for a driver to cheer for today? Well, how about somebody who's fun, exciting, who happens to call Tony Stewart his boss man and will probably throw the biggest party in Daytona if he won? Look no further than Clint Boyer. He's never won this race, and today he has a new crew chief. Johnny Klossmeyer told me it's his job to keep him focused. He thinks they have a good enough car to bring it home to victory lane. Regan Smith.
Well, Jamie, Denny Hamlin is already a two-time winner of the Daytona 500, including last year's race, the 2019 champion. But in pre-race tech, his car failed earlier today. That means he will have to go to the back of the pack. The good news is the team said this race car is just as good as last year's. Should he get his way all the way through the pack to win again today, he would join a list of only 5 drivers who have ever won this race 3 times. Mike?
Thanks, Regan. We are ready to race in Daytona for 500 miles. 200 laps, a race that'll be divided into 3 stages, adding more elements to strategy. So in our Fox Control Center, we have one of the best for strategy and analysis, Larry McReynolds.
Well, Mike, while you and Jeff were joyriding earlier in the week around Daytona International Speedway on one of your 3 off days, I might add, I've been back here crunching numbers for my strategy, wearing this calculator out. Now, the strategy is going to be all over the place, but to create that strategy, I had to take a look at the race analysis, so I want to share the race analysis with you right now. We're going to go for 200 laps, 500 miles. The stages, 65, 65, and the run to the checkered flag will be 70. Look at that pit road speed. It's important, 55 miles per hour. And, Mike, this is what's going to be critical for the strategy. Fuel window, 38 to 42 laps, and you look so good in that Gremlin.
Well, the difference was I got to take mine home, Larry, while Jeff had to return that Camaro to Hertz.
I did. That's a rental car. Hard to believe. 750 horsepower in that thing.
Check the tire depth. All right, President Trump paced the field, and then he asked for an officials radio to all the drivers and crews.
Drivers, this is President Trump. It was an honor to open the Daytona 500. Have a phenomenal day. Have a great race. Be safe. God bless you. We love you.
If you weren't nervous before, how about now?
My goodness.
Seven former Daytona 500 winners in the field. 17 former 500 winners on site here in Daytona. As the lights are out atop the safety car, we'll look for green flag next time by. It was very sunny this morning as folks were lined up to get into the big stadium here. Here's our Fox weather app showing 78 degrees right now. It's going to be cooler as the day goes on and get a bit cloudier.
These drivers have not been on track with all 40 cars. They've not been on track with these kinds of warm temperatures in a draft. I think that, you know, these first couple laps are going to tell them a lot about the kind of day they're going to have and the kind of race car they're going to have.
Ricky Stenhouse has chosen the outside of row 1. And here's a look at our Fox onboard cameras today. Former winner Austin Dillon, Denny Hamlin, Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch, Ross Chastain, Christopher Bell, and Kyle Larson, and Jimmy Johnson, who's carrying our Fox visor cam today. There's a look lower right at what it's like going around Daytona International Speedway from the driver's seat.
There's no better perspective. I mean, you want to know what it's like driving in the draft at 200 miles per hour? That is the angle. Drivers weaving back and forth, trying to clean any loose sand or grit off their tires, maybe get a little heat in them. And there's Jimmy Johnson. Actually, you hear a little fuel savings there, Mike. I mean, even though they haven't taken the green flag, the more they can save, the better they'll be when that first pit stop comes. As we get ready to race in Daytona, the 2020 Toyota Camry TRD leads the field. WWE superstar Sheamus, the pace car driver today. He was fun in our pre-race. That was a good time with him and Michael.
Turn 4, bank 31 degrees on the east side, the ocean side of the speedway. They'll come down onto the flat 1,200-foot short chute and address themselves to Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the green flag. So, folks, for the 20th season of Fox NASCAR coverage, if you've got a favorite saying, keep that in mind.
Please hold.
Please hold. A couple of sprinkles on the windshields, we're told. So we're going to try this one lap from now.
As if the anticipation, the anxiety that you're getting ready to take the green flag, and all these drivers care about right now is getting that green flag, because once the green flag waves, and now you're in the race mode. But right now, even at, this pace lap, you're still thinking, you're overthinking, what's my, how's our strategy going to work? What's my car going to drive like? So there's nothing worse than getting another delay right there off of the last corner.
We have a couple of drivers racing in their final 500, including 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson.
The last 500, I flash back to watching this race with my grandfather and my dad sitting on the couch in San Diego. I recall coming through the tunnel my first time, so excited to come in, pop through the turn 4 tunnel, and that black number 3 car went by. And the feeling, the goosebumps, the experience, I was like, I'm here.
Thoughts of a champion. 7-time.
Yeah, and here's something else that we're going to be bringing you today for the very first time, the Daytona 500. Jimmy Johnson, we talk about his fitness level. We're going to be carrying a heart rate monitor in his race car and following along. Right now, I mean, this guy he's unbelievable. Resting heart rate like 40 beats per minute. Right now, getting ready to take the green flag at 75 beats per minute.
Still a few drops of water on the windshield as 2-time Daytona 500 winner Dale Earnhardt Jr. has the green flag in hand. However, this is the narrowest portion of the Florida Peninsula. It does not have any mountains or big land masses to break up showers, so we get these little pesky pop-up showers, and we've been plagued with them now 3 times throughout this speed week.
But you said pop-up, Mike. I mean, that came out of nowhere. You look at this radar, nothing on it, until you go further back. But just that tiny little pop-up just happened to land right over the top of the Daytona International Speedway.
There's the problem, Jeff. That's the narrowest part of Florida right there. And there's no big cities to break these things up once they start to build. Fortunately, it is clear behind this. So we are hopeful of getting this Daytona 500 underway shortly. Come on, Mother Nature. It's not supposed to rain on our parade. It's Daytona 500 Day.
It's time. You've waited over 2 months for this. Some have waited a lifetime. Drivers, start your engines! And a legend straps in one last time at the Great American Race.
You know that green flag's getting ready to wave in the air, and your heart is pounding out of your chest.
So push the limits, take some chances, and have 2 colors on your mind.
That's storybook stuff right there.
That was meant to be.
Black and white. It's time. Let's go racing at the Daytona 500.
The Daytona 500 on Fox. Ready to take the green flag from Daytona International Speedway. That is Time by the Chambers Brothers. That's on my playlist on the way to the racetrack.
I love that song.
I love that.
And guess what? The time is today for these drivers. They've been waiting all week, practicing the duels, the clash.
And the rain has stopped. It is now sunshine in turn number 1, where that brief shower came across from the west. However, we have to get the track completely dry before we can race with the treadless Goodyear tires on these stock cars. They are not rain tolerant. Let's see if Matt Yoakum is.
Well, Mike, you are correct. Your forecast, the rain has already stopped. And Jimmy, again, a number of things that you're going through as your first of last. So this is your first last Daytona 500 start where we've got a red flag for rain.
Yeah, it's a bummer for the fans. I hate it for everybody at home watching, everybody up here that bought a ticket, but it's gone already, so the sun will be out. Hopefully the track will dry quickly. But pretty amazing opening ceremonies for a lot of reasons. That was really cool for my final Daytona 500.
So many things you're going to experience this year. Do you take every weekend and try to soak up everything, or you try to block it out just to get going down the road so you can meet that final journey at the end of the season?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest challenge for myself this year is to slow down, let it in, kind of enjoy the moments, maybe stay a little longer, go in a little earlier, and just savor those moments for myself, with my team, most importantly with my family. We're really excited about this year, and I know we're going to be really competitive, and I really let it in.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Vince?
And Ricky Stenhouse Jr., our pole winner, just climbed out of his car, and of course now it's not raining at all. What was the anticipation like as you guys were getting ready to start?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Right when we took the one to go, we went into turn one, and the windshield started getting wet. I was hoping it was going to hold off, but looks like they shouldn't be too long getting it back dry, and hopefully we can get this Daytona 500 underway. A lot of anticipation with my team and I. We've been ready to go. We've felt really good since the duels on Thursday, and just kept fine-tuning our Kroger Camaro, getting ready for today's race. This will push us ending, a little bit later, and I felt like my car was really good at nighttime in the duels, so kind of happy about that.
Something to keep our eye on. Thanks, Ricky. Jamie?
And Austin Dillon out of his car now in his pit box, starting 13th, but man, all pumped up and then this. So what do you do now?
The hype was real. I felt it. It was good. I just want to thank all the fans for showing up here and the president. This is awesome. Got to thank our partners, Bass Pro Shops, Dow, American Ethanol, everybody that helps us. It's going to be a fun race. Every Sunday you wake up ready to race, but this one just feels a little different.
How about your crew chief? Justin Alexander is back. You guys won this race together. You won the two biggest races of your career together. What's it like having him back on the box?
It's good. He's a real calming voice, and he's helped me along the way to get some victories. So hopefully tonight we're going to be two-time champions after into this. That would be the best thing. So we're working hard at RCR to get our cars where they need to be, and feel like we've had a 6th and a 2nd in Speedway so far. We just got to get a little further forward. We've been there at the end of every one of them, so hopefully today it's the same.
Austin Dillon, the number 3, Regan.
Well, for the third year in a row, Alex Bowman is on the front row of the Great American Race. Alex, you had a pretty good view of that presidential limo this year, so tell me, how was their line out front there?
Yeah, that was pretty neat to be a part of. This whole event, the Daytona 500, is such a big deal, so that was cool to have the front row seat for it, and then see Jimmy up there too. That was really cool. But man, I'm ready to go. I'm bummed it rained. I just want to get racing. I feel like we've been here forever, and this Valvoline Camaro has been really good all week, so just ready to go.
All right, good luck when we get going, Alex.
Track crews making quick work of track drying. Let's take a look at what we have seen over the last 9 days here in Daytona. Ricky Stenhouse is our Daytona 500 pole sitter. And the green flag is out. The Busch Clash is underway. Eric Jones is going to win the Busch Clash with a car that's ready for the dumpster. Joey Logano trying to hold them all off to win his duel at Daytona. William Byron for Rick Hendrick in a Chevrolet. It's going to be Enfinger.
The middle, you got it.
What a thriller. Grant Enfinger does it.
First career victory for Noah Gragson.
And that is Speed Week so far. It has been eventful as the Air Titans make quick work of drying this speedway. It's been a long look back to 2007, but that is when Kevin Harvick won the Daytona 500. Here's Matt Yoakum.
He's a driver. He's won here as an owner. Also giving tips as a crew chief on how to tape up an umbrella to the monitor. So you're a jack of all trades.
I can tell you that there's a reason that Mike Sabrini doesn't work on the race cars, because his tape job, I don't know what we were doing here, why he couldn't just hold his umbrella. But there's a reason that he works behind the camera and not on a pit crew. So that tape won't work after our fenders get bent up.
So it could be 200-mile-an-hour tape, but not in the rain. When you won here in 2007, it was a spectacular finish. You and Mark Martin racing to the finish. With the way the rain has hit and pushed us back, we could be racing into the dusk and darkness. Will that change anything, or pretty much because we had the duels at night that the notebook was full?
Aside from my vision being a little slower to transition from day to night than it was back then, you know, everything that we've done is at night so far. So I think as you look at the qualifying races at least, and then we did the clash thing, so hopefully we don't do that again. But, you know, I think as you look at our Busch Light Ford, it's handled really good all week. Our cars had a lot of speed. Just got to keep the thing rolling for 500 miles and try to be around at the end of this thing.
Winner in 2007, trying to become the 13th multi-time winner of the Great American Race. Mike?
Right, Matt, just a couple of those in the field. Denny Hamlin and Jimmy Johnson. Here are the former Daytona 500 winners in the field. So 2007 for Harvick. Let's advance 10 years to 2017. And the Great American Race, that number 41. That is Kurt Busch. And after a couple of 500s of pushing the winner to the line, he and crew chief Tony Gibson got to go to victory lane and celebrate winning the Great American Race. Here's Vince.
Still love that shot of old man celebrating. Hey, did you leave anything on the table when you celebrated after winning the Daytona 500, or did you use it all up?
Just see old man right there. That's what got me pumped up. Of course not. We partied. We had a great time, and I had to leave the trophy finally at the shop because I kept carrying it around with me, taking it everywhere. And you know, even that night, you know, it was like 4:30 in the morning. I was with Gronkowski. Monster Energy sponsors him, and we're over at a club, and it's like, guys, we got to get to the breakfast deal in a couple hours. We really partied it up, and that's what it's all about, is the teamwork, the hard work, and the commitment. And when you win something this special, you want to appreciate it. And I think winning it later in my career helped me enjoy it more so.
And does it still have a great anticipation as you guys are out there on those pace laps in anticipation of another Daytona 500?
Yeah, you gotta block it all out. You know, you want to absorb the pageantry and the pre-race, and with our president being here, it's pretty special today. And just seeing the crowd, it's amazing. And it's just my 20th run at it. And at the same time, it's like, I gotta get my helmet on, go out there and drive and stay focused. But wow, I'm really proud of everybody in the effort down here in Florida, and to see this atmosphere. But man, Mother Nature, she always wins.
Yeah, there is a lot of energy down here. Best of luck today,
Thank
Kurt.
you. Appreciate it.
Mike.
Look at those shadows under the brim of that cap, because the sun is out in Daytona, and this track should dry pretty quickly. Kurt will be one of the drivers in the Cup Series, joining our Xfinity broadcast team this year, which debuted yesterday with anchor Adam Alexander and a couple of fellas named Keselowski and Boyer. And boy, did they have fun in the booth yesterday. Jamie Little.
Everything Boyer does, I think, is fun. He doesn't do it unless you're having fun. What was that like yesterday calling the Xfinity race?
Well, a lot of fun. You know, it's so much fun to go out there and bench race first and foremost, you know, and then to be able to do it at Daytona and watch such an awesome race. Those Xfinity boys put on a good show for us. That helps. That helps that job in the booth. Props to AA for being able to keep Brad and I under wraps. But, you know, you want to talk about an emotional roller coaster, look at us. You know, it's like getting on that roller coaster and loading up, and it's shut down for a minute. You know, that's what we got going on. But it gives these fans a chance to get that one last beer, get their butts back to the stands. We'll have this thing dried off and be able to go back underway. But, you know, it's a shame. It really is. It's hard to get buckled in, finally get everybody shut out, put the helmet on, get focused on your task at hand. A little bit of a setback, but it's the calm before the storm. You know it's brewing.
Hey, Brad Keselowski was in the booth with you. Do you have anything to say to him? We're going to him next.
For who? There's that turban. Look.
Loud.
Terrible timing for this interview, but Brad's next. Hopefully he'll be next after I win this thing. Maybe he can push me to a win. We'll just keep him behind me, all right?
Your buddies now bonding in the booth. Very good.
Well, we'll have to see if Brad Keselowski agrees with that. Clint said that you can push him to the win today. You guys are friends in the booth. You can be friends on the racetrack. Brad, talk to me a little bit about being in the booth yesterday. It was a lot of fun listening to you.
It was great. You know, as you might be able to tell, Clint took all the airtime with how much he talks. But other than that, it went really well. Regan, of course, we love the NASCAR Xfinity Series, and it's a great opportunity to give kind of a driver's perspective of what's happening. And so that was a great race yesterday. Hopefully we'll have a great race here when we get back on the racetrack. Just unfortunate pop-up rainstorm just kind of hit us out of nowhere, but there's so much heat in the track that it's drying, I mean, instantly. You can see it out here. So I expect we'll be up and going here really fast.
Years ago, you had a very famous tweet with your cell phone during the race. I see you looking at your cell phone right now. So what does Brad Keselowski do during a rain delay with his cell phone these days?
Well, I was looking to see what my fans were tweeting me. I had a young kid tweet me a picture, had his face painted with a 2 on it. Thank you, buddy. But it's always something interesting. So social media is a lot of fun, but racing is more fun. Hopefully we'll get out there very soon.
All right, good luck when we get going, Brad.
Thanks, Regan. NASCAR has jet dryers, and they have these air titans that blow very tightly compressed air right down next to the surface, and they do an excellent job both of moving water and also getting it to evaporate due to the high pressure, something that NASCAR developed and is used at tracks nationwide, designed just for situations like this.
Look how fast this back straightaway is drying. I really think we're going to go racing here much sooner than we normally would after a rain shower.
Brad Keselowski is part of Team Penske, the captain in an adjacent suite here, looking over the changes for 2020. The drivers kept their spotter and their number, but they changed teams and crew chiefs, entire teams, even the inventory of cars. For reaction, Matt Yoakum.
Paul Wolf told me earlier in Speed Weeks, really the only change that he had to deal with you was the fact that you like your digital dash pages different than what Brad Keselowski did.
I feel like there might be a little bit more than just that. He might be leaning on you a little bit less than that, but it's been a fun little change so far, and trying to just figure things out. It's bringing up a lot of new questions that otherwise we really wouldn't ask, with different thought process and theories on how to build a race car, how to run a race, the strategy side of it. So I still got a familiar voice up in the spotter stand with TJ, and he does good. So it's been a fun change, a lot of learning, and sure it'll be a little more of a learning curve as well, but I think there's a long runway ahead of us to win a lot of races this year with the Shell Pennzoil Ford.
Every kid dreams about that Harley J. Earl trophy. So where did you put it?
I got mine sitting at Clutch Studios in Charlotte, so
you have room for a second on the shelf.
There's room for a lot of trophies. You will make room for trophies. Hey, if you win enough races, you can buy room to make trophies.
Well, you know what? The sun will be setting soon. I will tell you this, Hunter Masling, his front tire changer, already has the lights ready to go on to swap out the visor for better illumination on those pit stops. Jamie?
Well, Ty Dillon just trying to reset here. What happens in this moment? You guys are all fired up. First race of the year, the Daytona 500, and now you have to wait.
Yeah, you got so much energy building up, the hype of this great American race, and when something like this happens and the good Lord kind of shows you who's in charge again, you have to just relax a little bit, reset. I kind of put myself back into pre-race mode. There's so much that goes into a day like this that can drain you really quick before you even strap in the car to race for 4 hours. So just kind of rest my mind again and just lower my heart rate and get ready to go.
Ty, I feel like when we come to these places, you're always in the mix. You figured this style of racing out, and I talked to your crew chief. He said your car is good. What does a good car entail here?
A good car to me is a car that when I make moves, when I have to go from the top to the bottom or get on someone's door, when they're on my door, I'm not unstable. And if I'm unsure, I'm not going to be able to run this race the way I want to. So I feel very confident in the car so I can make confident moves and put ourselves in a position. It's been really fun all week to have a car that drives really good, but it's a whole different mindset when you get to 500. I got to be one of those cars at the end of the race. The last couple of races, there's only been 10 or so cars. If I can be in that group, I promise my guys I can win a race. They put me in the final 2 rows at the end of this thing. So I'm excited to go. We have a really capable Geico Camaro, and hopefully it's our turn this time.
All right, Ty Dillon, the younger brother of Austin Dillon, waiting for this race to start, Regan.
Denny Hamlin just climbed down from the pit box, sitting up there with crew chief Chris Gabehart, having a little conversation. Denny, this is nothing more frustrating in the world for a race car driver. You get ready to get out here and go, but I guess the good news for you, you have got experience winning this race. You know how to deal with anything that can be thrown at you.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've been doing this for so long. You've seen everything. You know, rain delays in the middle of it, at the beginning of it, and at the end of it. So we'll take what it'll give us. It's just not giving us quite enough right now. But the sun's out. This is going to drive pretty quick. I wouldn't turn your channel just quite yet. So I'm looking forward to getting this FedEx Camry up towards the front. I definitely think that we had a strong car all week, and that shouldn't change today.
All right, good luck, Denny.
A two-time Daytona 500 winner. One of the 5 Toyotas in the field. How about one of the powerhouse Ford teams? Stewart Haas Racing. Gene Haas of Haas Automation and Cup champion and Hall of Famer Tony Stewart. There are 4 Ford drivers and where they will be starting today. And here's the boss with Vince.
And when you've got 4 teams in a race, you got to move around on a pit box. Now, you know the drivers have their own special seats in the car. The owner of the team's got to have his own special seat to sit on the pit box. Is that to help your back, or you help your butt, or what is that for?
Well, I climbed on the 14 box where I normally sit and went there, and all it was there was a step to sit on, which I'm a trooper. I can handle it. I was going to sit on the step for 500 miles, and then the red came out, and so I'm like, I'm going down to get my seat. When they switched the crew chiefs and the teams on the 14 and the 10, what they did not tell me is that they switched pit boxes too. So I thought I was going to my normal seat, and my seat was gone. So during the red, I just went down there and stole my seat back and bring it down.
Your name's on the building now to have somebody make sure that's taken care of.
Yeah, but apparently if your name's first on the building, they don't pay near as much attention as when your name's second on the building. So maybe we need to make it Haas Stewart Racing, and I'll see if I can get better attention.
We'll look for a name change. In all seriousness, how would you assess the way the Stewart Haas cars have been so far over these course of the 10 days?
Oh, I'm happy with our speed. I mean, our Ford Mustangs are fast, and you can't thank Doug Yates enough with Roush Yates engines. So we got great power. We got good cars. I think we got 4 good drivers that can get the job done. You just have to survive. I told all 4 of them, you just got to play this like you're Peyton Manning and call audibles all day long, because you have a plan and you want to stick to the plan, but there's 36 other cars out there that we don't have any control over that are always moving around and changing that plan. So you still got to have the master plan in your head of what you want to happen, but you still have to have the ability to, change things. And if you see things that are happening in front of you that you don't like, you got to take care of yourself for the first half of this race. So they just have to be smart. They're the ones that are in the seats, and they have to be comfortable with the decisions they make. So just hopefully they put themselves in positions that they have somewhere to go. If something happens, they got a way to get away from it instead of being right in the middle of it.
Good luck with that seat.
Thanks. Yeah, thing's heavy too.
Jamie.
William Byron, the 22-year-old in the 24. So this time around, it's a little bit different than a year ago when you were making your Cup Series debut. How has it been different for you?
This being kind of my 3rd time around, I feel like last year with the pole, everything was kind of brand new, being up front and being with Chad. And this year I just feel confident and excited to get going. And this rain delay puts a little bit of a damper in that. But I think, honestly, once you get in that car, you're really focused and ready to go. And you don't really think about anything else. So I'm just excited for that.
Usually when you guys come to speed weeks, everybody looks at the Hendrick cars. You guys have that raw speed. What should we expect from the 4 of you here for the race today?
I think you'll see a lot of speed out of all of us. I think Jimmy worked really hard on getting his car to push well and be pushed. And I think, honestly, this year with the way this aero package is, you can get a lot closer to the car in front of you and still be able to close the gap. So that's going to put a wrinkle in everything, I think, with pushing. And you're going to see a lot of bumper locking, especially down the backstretch and areas that the car is a little more settled. So we'll see. Hopefully we can all work together. But if the lanes get shuffled out, we'll just have to find our way back together eventually.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Matt?
Well, we go from the young cub to the old lion, Brendan Gaughan, his retirement race. Usually when you're retiring, you want to speed things up, but this is really dragging out your retirement tour.
Yeah, this is definitely not what you expected in your last Daytona 500, but you know what? I'm too old. It takes too much energy to get in and out of these cars, so I'm just hanging out. Plus, Mr. Richardson, this has been my office for 20 years. I'm comfortable in this seat. I'm good here.
One thing that I love is that you're not only celebrating your career, but you're paying tribute to your family, who was always there with you along the way and helped supported you. And you went to Jason Beam, your helmet painter forever, in Vegas to put together a special lid for this final race. Tell me about it.
Yeah, this is my family's helmet. I got to use it last year a little bit. Beam got this done for me, but this is just a special helmet. Jason Beam's great. I tell him I want something for my family. He found an old picture of my grandfather. He found all my grandfather's old casinos. Found a great picture of my dad, my grandpa together back in the day. You notice, though, black and white. Grandpa was old. Dad's got color. Dad was a little younger, so he found all the old cool places. So Jason does a great job for us. Love him to death. Even suckered him into doing my nephew's helmet. He's just starting to race, so I got another one out of him.
All right, well, you're hanging up the helmet. You parking cars tomorrow at South Point?
No, I don't know if I'll be parking cars. Dad doesn't let me be near the South Point, but you know what? We'll be doing something in Vegas. We win this thing, we'll be doing something in Vegas.
We'll be doing something.
There we go.
All right, good luck, Mike.
And we'll be in Las Vegas next week with Fox NASCAR coverage. It's race number 2 of the season this year. So a lot of blue sky and a lot of light gray, which means dry racetrack. So we are closing in on once again trying to start the Daytona 500. Regan?
Well, John Hunter Nemechek sitting on pit wall here. You grew up around this racetrack. You've been around the sport your entire life, but today you make your first start in the Daytona 500. So I know we haven't gotten racing yet or anything like that, but you did get the motors cranked. What were the butterflies like as you got in that car?
I definitely had some butterflies. More than the duels, I would say, but at least we had the duels race under our belt. Same deal that happened. I mean, this is like deja vu all over again, sitting here talking to you, but I'm looking forward to today. Our sit guard forward, we made some really good adjustments Friday in practice, I felt like, so hopefully that'll be a good omen for today. I don't know exactly what our plan is. We're going to play it by ear, and we just got to be there at the end. That's the goal, run all the laps.
I hope you're right about the duels and deja vu, because they were great races on Thursday evening. What do you expect out of this race once we get going today? And also, give me your biggest memory as a kid of this place.
Yeah, my biggest memory of a kid, heck, it was Blaney and Chase and myself and Tyler Labonte and all of us kids. We were racing Razor scooters around the playground while you and Dad and everyone else was out here racing in the 500. So it's pretty cool to transfer off the playground track out here to the big track and be able to start my first Daytona 500. But I don't know how the race is going to play out today. The clash was one way and the duels were another, so I'm thinking in between. So I definitely think that there's going to be some cautions like normal, some big wrecks. It's not if, it's when.
All right, good luck today, John Hunter. Thanks for making me feel old, too.
You? How about us?
I was going to say.
How many of those rookies remembered your Daytona 500 win?
Well, in my rookie season, I know none of them were born. Some of them weren't born when I won the Daytona 500 in '97, so I'm with you on me feeling pretty old. But, wow, a lot of talent here, Mike.
A six-pack of rookies, including on the top row, the top 3 drivers from the Xfinity Series championship last year. Well, we know Brendan Gaughan has been around here for a long time, and there's another fellow who has a long 2-generation tradition of racing at Daytona. Here's Matt.
Mike, his father, Ken Reagan, is behind. Did your dad bring the food out to all of you guys?
Yeah, he's tried to offer me some pretzels and peanut butter. I don't know where he got that from. I got an orange cracker. I ate a banana earlier, so I think we're all right. I'm just looking at the track. It looks good to me. I don't know why they don't go ahead and call us to the cars, and let's get
the party started.
Yeah, let's get this show on the road. Our Select Blinds Ford is chomping at the bits, ready to go. So
real quick, this is sort of like Godfather 4, where just when you think you're out, they pull you right back in.
Yeah, it's hard to turn away the Daytona 500. I mean, this race means so much, and I've come down here for so many years, and I've been so close, and that just gives you motivation to get more. And so even though I'm retiring from full-time racing to spend some more time with my family, when there's a fast Mustang sitting over there and some good teammates to try to go help run well, I got to get out here. So it'd be good to win today.
And by the way, Mike, talking about classic trophies, the first grandfather clock that Fred Lorenzen won, the guy back there in the blue striped shirt, Ken Reagan, he's the one who has it in his race guy's room.
Former Cup driver himself, and now runs the Legends racing program at Atlanta Motor Speedway. A lot of gray in that racetrack. We are very close to having this track dry and putting drivers back in the cars. But earlier this week, Bubba Wallace is always up for a challenge, so he hopped in that giant airplane and jumped out of it.
He said he had a flight suit on, not a driving suit, and he proved it right here.
Landing in the ball field in the Tri-Oval of Daytona. How about that? Vince,
Now, what's more exhilarating, jumping out of the airplane or driving around here at 200 mile an hour?
Sorry, NASCAR fans, but jumping out of a plane is definitely more adrenaline rush feeling. What a cool experience. Right up there, we're flying in the fighter jets. I mean, thank you to the U.S. Air Force, the brave men and women that have been able to allow me to do this cool things and allow us to be out here for the Great American Race, the Daytona 500, for my third year, looking to do some big things and kind of repeat 2 years ago, but one spot better.
Yeah, you were so close 2 years ago to winning this. How much has that just made the appetite even stronger to get to that next position and be a Daytona 500 winner?
Yeah, it's really been, we've been hungry for it, and our guys build great speedway cars for us, and our Chevrolets are always fast, so we didn't really get the results that we wanted last year, so we are definitely more hungry than we were coming into this race. So we're pumped up. The adrenaline's going. This Mother Nature, rain, you gotta keep moving. So I'm kind of like bouncing around like a little kid, just trying to keep the adrenaline going and blood flowing. But we're going to try to be very conservative and be patient and just be there for the last 20 laps. Told Freddie and Jerry, last 20 laps. That's our goal. Let's get to that point, and then we'll go race.
Aim high.
That's right.
Right there. Jamie?
Chris Buescher is the newest member of the Roush Fenway number 17 team. Would you ever skydive like Bubba did?
I did it once, and that was enough for me. So I'm out when it comes to trying that again. My wife loved it, but not my cup of tea, apparently.
And you grew up riding dirt bikes and doing all kinds of crazy things. Just not your thing.
Just not that. I love roller coasters. I like heights. I'm good with everything. I just did not enjoy that for whatever reason.
All right, so are you enjoying the ride in the new car, the new team, all these adjustments and changes this year so far?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a while of speed weeks already. Pretty happy to almost get on track and go green for the 500 with our Fastenal Ford Mustang, but we've had a really good duel. Car's driving really, really good, going where we want. It's staying with the group really well. It drafts well, so that's all pretty exciting. Just got to get into the race. The duel, you're kind of conservative, saving everything. It's been a busy week. We've had a lot of fun with Fastenal, with Fifth Third has a boat on Lake Lloyd out back that a lot of our guests are watching from. On the bright side, the sun's back out. I need to go find my Wally Egg sunglasses because it's about time to get back in the race car. The track's drying out. It's hot, and it's ready to put on a good show out here. So we're ready to go again.
We're ready. All right, the 17 Chris Buescher will roll off 19. Michael, where are you?
Well, Jamie, I'm at the lake. Check out this beautiful view. The fans are just like the drivers. They're eagerly anticipating the start of this race. Many of them have been here for hours. And if I interviewed any of them, you would realize that right quickly. There's a lot of fans from all over our country here having a great time. So while the drivers are anticipating a start, the fans are having a lot of fun.
Beverages are involved, for sure.
Oh, they've been having fun for a while, all night.
Lake Lloyd was formed when they dug up the dirt to build the bankings at either end of the speedway back in 1958.
If you are what you say you are, a superstar, then have no fear. The camera's here and the microphones, and they wanna know, the return. If you
A lot of superstars here in Daytona, where aerial coverage is provided by Goodyear, celebrating the endless pursuit of forward momentum. Goodyear, more driven. Look at that bright sunshine as crews have been called to uncover the cars, Matt.
Mike, nothing says patriotism like when we had the Air Force Thunderbirds do the flyover. Now, you've been in the back of an F-16 before.
Yeah, I got the privilege to fly with the guys out of Luke Air Force Base in my hometown. Yeah, just a lifetime experience. So much fun. It's not like strapping in the loved Ford Mustang, but it's pretty close to it.
Keep an eye on this guy because he's always great on the speedway races, Regan.
Well, Cole Custer over here doing a little bit of late work to your helmet before you get ready to climb back in the race car. What were you working on there?
Just little stuff, just making sure everything's right. But everybody's done a great job, getting ready for this year. So I'm just ready to get going. I mean, it was really exciting to get going on those pace laps, and then we had to stop. So I think we have a good enough hustle to make some Mustang to go to the front. It's just a matter of getting there at the end.
All right, have fun today, Cole. Vince?
A week ago, Eric Jones won the Busch Clash. That was an exhibition race. What's it going to take to win the big one today?
hopefully not like the Clash. I'd love to have the same result, maybe a little better looking car. So the DeWalt Camry's got good speed. We just need to make it to the end. I don't know that you can win with quite a car like that today. So long race, hopefully we can get it back going here and make it to the end. Have a shot. We need to be there in the last 10 and race it out.
What a sight that would be, though.
Yeah, for sure.
Matt.
Martin Truex Jr. walking to his car, and the common phrase in the Toyota camp is managed risk. How do you do it trying to get yourself to the front and stay there?
Just got to do it at the right time, and hopefully, we got a strategy. Hopefully it works out. This rain's going to mess us up. I think there's, a little bit coming, so it's going to be a lot of guessing going on strategy-wise and things, but got a lot of confidence in our guys, and we have a plan, and if we need to make an alternate plan, I guess we'll do that. But feel good about our Bass Pro Tracker Toyota and see what we can do with it.
All right, go buckle in, Mike. You can certainly feel the sense of urgency and excitement here on the grid.
Truex roll off 15th, Austin Dillon 13th, getting ready to climb back in.
Little preparations there. Every driver has their own little nuances of what they like to do with their routine. You saw Joey Logano and how he likes to tape that foot protection to keep his foot from getting too hot on the floorboard.
Kevin Harvick getting wired up. And pole sitter Ricky Stenhouse. What a story. He drives for a family race team, Jody and Tad Geschecter, partnered with NBA legend Brad Doherty in the 47 and the 37, released by Roush Fenway Racing at the end of last year. When he came to this team, he brought crew chief Brian Patty and car chief Mike Kelly with him. And wow, they came here at Daytona. They had speed right when they unloaded, and they put that car on the pole with Hendrick power to the surprise of many. Now, it's the 8th year in a row that a Chevrolet has started the Daytona 500 from pole, but hardly anybody expected it would be this one.
Well, and he continued to surprise me, Mike, in his duel. Very aggressive. We always talk about when you're locked in on the front row, especially the pole sitter, you're going to take it easy, not put your car at too much risk. To me, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was aggressive, taking lots of risk, had a very fast race car, and that was before they could even adjust on it as they have in these last couple of practice sessions leading into today. So I think Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is going to make a big statement today.
He'll be one of the men to beat, and here is another 7-time NASCAR champ, Jimmy Johnson, about to buckle in for his final Daytona 500.
This is the biggest heavyweight fight in recent history.
Here we go again. Shots fired, I'm going in. Standing alone for the last. Whoa! He's up!
This fight is a draw. Bring them all on!
It's the pay-per-view event of the decade.
You gotta be kidding me!
Wilder Fury 2, Saturday on pay-per-view or buy now on the Fox Sports app.
Fox. What everyone has their eye on is this. It's the Harley J. Earl Trophy. Harley Earl was the head of styling at General Motors in the 1950s. He and Bill France Sr. were close friends, and Earl commissioned this model of Firebird 1, a GM show car, to become the symbolic trophy of the great American race.
No trophy in my trophy case that I hold at a higher level or am more proud of than that Harley J. Earl Trophy. I'm still trying to figure out how I hoisted it up Victor Lane, though, Mike.
Yeah, it weighs how much?
54 pounds.
Wow. Here are 4 drivers who would love to hoist that trophy for the very first time. It's the 16th Daytona 500 for Martin Truex, 15th for Kyle Busch and Clint Boyer, 11th for Brad Keselowski. They've seen success. Look at those finishes. Everything but first. Word from the tower is to restart engines and get ready to roll off pit road for the second time today.
Interesting, Mike. Some of these drivers I see had tinted shields on their helmets, and with this delay, we're going to go into nighttime here. See, there's a veteran Kevin Harvick with the clear windshield shield on his helmet. He knows when this race is going to be wrapping up, and he's going to be ready, prepared to be there when it's the final laps.
So let's check back with Larry McReynolds. Obviously, Larry's still 200 laps, 500 miles to go. These few pace laps and this brief rain delay, does that change your thinking any?
Well, it does, Mike, and I've been actually running some numbers. You know, that's what I talked about at the top of the show, and the fuel window is 38 to 42 laps, and remember, this first stage is 65 laps, so no matter what, you have to pit one time. But if you're one of the teams that was thinking about running out the fuel window, you're going to have to factor in, the engineers are working on this right now, I'm sure, somewhere around 9 to 10 pace laps, so you're going to have to back that number down just a little bit, but I think for the most part, once the window opens like we saw in the dual races, somewhere around lap 20, we're going to start seeing some guys hit pit road.
As they roll off pit road. You know, I know the crew chiefs are thinking a lot about strategy and execution, but right now, you know, the drivers, they were in that mindset looking at the green flag, and then the caution car put those lights on. So now they've been thinking about, all right, we got to do this again. To me, I always want to just get in, start the engine, and go. And now they've got to do this all over again.
Jamie McMurray joins us. Same thing, Jamie. Jitters. And what about this brief delay?
Man, I couldn't agree more, Jeff. I like things being the same and having a schedule and structured. And when you have those rain delays and you have to get out, it messes all of that up. So those guys got out, they went over, they probably got a snack. Now they got to get back in, get focused, and remember that this is the biggest race of the year, and get your mindset back to where it needs to be.
And maybe even something even worse is they went back and looked at the radar, and you know, it's just there's these spots, these things that can pop up on us. And so I think it's going to make even more urgency to get going, get under green, and how long can we go before another pop-up might hit us?
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree on that. You're going to be asking your crew chief now on, you know, is the rain coming, what's happening? And I like what you said about the visors. I was always paranoid about that, and I see some of the guys with clear visors, and some of the guys it's going to be hard to see later when it gets dark.
Now, Kyle Busch, that looks like a clear visor with a dark tinted tear-off. Best of both worlds.
Yeah, and that's what we started going to at the end of my career. You have that tear-off, so you do have both options. So a lot of these guys, that might be what their plan is as the lights come on and the sun goes down.
It'll be one to go at the line. Let's take a look at today's Ford Performance Track Facts. The last 4 Ford wins in the Daytona 500 have come with 4 different race teams, all of whom are in today's race. The Wood brothers with the 21, Roush Fenway Racing, Team Penske, and Stewart Haas. Larry, how about a look at our Ford virtual car?
Yeah, Mike, if you remember at the top with the race analysis, I talked about pit road speed being 55 miles per hour. And they're going to be out there racing at over 200 miles per hour. And it's measured through loops on pit road, time over distance. So rather than having to look at that tack right there, they have their lights. And different drivers set their lights up different. But what you want is all the green lights lit up. That tells you you're right there on the right RPM. If you do happen to trickle into the reds, you're going to have to back it out a little bit through that segment, or you'll be too fast on pit road, Mike.
And subject to penalties. Pit road time over distance is done electronically as we look at the visor cam on Jimmy Johnson.
And some of these drivers even have a pit road map. They might switch over to that map just so the whole dash, because there's plenty of options that digital dash can offer to the drivers and teams with information. Pit road entry and carrying the right amount of speed. These crew chiefs want them to get it down to the 10th of a mile per hour over the entire distance of pit road. That's a lot to ask.
Well, let's discuss weather, and the rules are different this year. The race is 3 stages, 65, 65, and 70 laps. Now, last year, we had to make it to the end of stage 2 to have an official race. This year, the rules are different. Either half the total distance or the end of stage 2, whichever comes first. So 100 laps will be half the distance. That will become before lap 130, the end of stage 2. So if we make it to 100 laps, whatever laps we can run tonight will make the race official. We can't come back tomorrow. If we don't make it to 100 laps, we have to come back tomorrow.
And we already heard the mindset going into this race day is that it's 500 miles. And I just want to get my car to the end of 500 miles. So you have a strategy to do that. Well, that could all change now if now you have to get to the halfway point of this race.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., two-time winner, getting ready with the green flag to start the Daytona 500.
Boy, one of the best on super speedways. Just like his dad, you felt like the guy could see the air. Always one of the toughest competitors. When we came to a track like Daytona, Talladega, you knew you either had to keep him behind you or you're going to work really hard to try to make a pass to get by him.
Chevrolets on the front row, a Ford and a Chevy row 2, the same with row 3 and 4, 2 Fords in row 5. The first Toyota is back at row 7. That's Eric Jones.
I calmed down a little bit, Mike, but I'm getting excited again. Cannot wait to see what's going to unfold under green flag conditions.
And so are these fans. 101,500 seats, all sold out. Huge infield crowd of campers. And here they come off turn number 4. I'll try it again.
Try it again, Mike.
Folks, if you have a favorite phrase you'd like to yell at your TV before they wave the green flag, now's your time. Dale Earnhardt Jr. waves the green flag. The 62nd Daytona 500 is underway. Ricky Stenhouse started outside, dropped in front of Alex Bowman. On the outside, that's 24 Byron drifting back.
Yeah, clearly they had a plan where Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was going to get down in front of the other Chevrolet of Alex Bowman. But I don't think those Fords are wanting to play that kind of game right now. They're trying to shuffle these Chevrolets to the back.
Joey Logano, Eric Almirola on the outside. Logano in yellow and red. See if Stenhouse can lead the first lap of the Daytona 500. 3 wide, 6 rows behind him. Stenhouse leads lap 1.
Boy, Joey Logano already really aggressive. Got a nice push from Eric Almirola. I thought he was going to make a move around Stenhouse as we came to the starting line.
Kyle Larson in the center lane, that lane that backed up through the middle there. Look at Stenhouse moving up to the outside to cover the spot.
Well, you know, one of the reasons why these drivers block is because track position is very valuable. If you get pushed to the back, it's not an easy task to just get back up to the front. So if you've got the momentum, you have the lead, go ahead and maintain it.
Bowman on the inside with Bubba Wallace in tow, and Austin Dillon up at the top 10 on the inside, trying to gain some ground against that outside lane, which is fully formed up.
See that inside line goes up, does a side draft to that outside line. That stalls him out a little bit, slows him down, helps you maintain. You see right there in the middle of the 4 of Kevin Harvick going 3 wide to the inside of Jimmy Johnson and William Byron. He wants to get back up to some of his Ford teammates, getting a push from one of his actual teammates, Cole Custer.
Harvick in 9th, the red car was Custer. Here's Jimmy Johnson. And you see the 4 of Harvick, the 41 of Custer moving past.
Now, all I can think of is these guys must like the way their cars are driving. They must feel some security. Maybe that cloud covers made the track nice and cool because they're very comfortable right in the middle lane. As you see Kevin Harvick lunging forward to get to the back.
He got a big push from Cole Custer.
You know, guys, to start this race, we know that Denny Hamlin in the 11, Christopher Bell in the 95 had to start at the rear of the field. The minute the green flag dropped, Martin Truex Jr. in the 19 and Eric Jones in the 20 went back there to pick them up, and they're already lined up 5 in a line, as you see right there on the inside.
Yeah, I see that, Larry, and you can see that pack that's right there. Their width that they're drafting off of has actually lost touch to the lead packs. There's a pretty big gap between these two groups.
No points, no payoff for leading laps in this race. The Toyotas have gone back to that second pack. Stenhouse in a Chevrolet out front. Logano's Ford in second, Matt.
Logano spotter TJ Majors told me lessons learned from late last year. This package, he felt like that Joey really needed to focus on speeding up his thought process and planning his moves. That's why in lap 1 he says the Fords are lined up. Go when you want to. That's why he pulled out.
Anytime the closing rate is increased, like what we see this year, big rear spoiler, lots of horsepower, about 100, 150 more horsepower this year compared to a year ago Daytona, you have to think faster. Everything around you happens faster. You need more information from your spotter, and you need to make decisions very concise.
200 miles an hour into turn 3. Now Stenhouse is the only Chevrolet in the front 6. It's 5 Fords behind him, but they may be content to let him lead because the lead car burns more fuel faster.
Yeah, we saw and we know fuel mileage is a concern. It's something that you're going to be playing that game all day long because you just back up the race from the end and you start it. We saw in the pace lap some of these guys saving fuel.
A nice orderly single file, shall we say, presidential motorcade at Daytona.
Oh, the day I was born.
9 laps completed the Daytona 500. Ricky Stenhouse has led them all. The most laps that JTG Doherty Racing has led in 500 history. Chevrolet out front, 5 Fords behind him, then 3 Chevrolets, then 4 Fords. The Toyotas wasted no time in advancing to the rear. They are 32nd through 36th, way deep in this pack.
And we heard Martin Truex Jr. say to us, they've got a plan. Clearly, their plan was to drop to the back because we saw cars like Eric Jones drop back there and pick up that group. Here's Eric Jones. I mean, right at the beginning, that's when they got the green flag, went into turn 1. Immediately, he waved those cars to the inside, went to the outside, and just dropped back to pick up his teammates.
He and 19 Martin Truex both fell way back into the 30s of this 40-car field. Single file off turn number 4, 10 laps complete, 65 laps will make up the first stage. They will need a fuel stop if we stay green during this stage. So there are the drop back cars. Also include Alex Bowman and Bubba Wallace there.
Well, the one sort of surprises me is Clint Boyer. You know, he was already starting further back than he wanted to, and he's decided to go ahead and just let it ride out. Let's see what these guys want to do, how anxious they want to be here early in the stages of the Daytona 500. And this is the advantage. Look at our telemetry on the left. You can run 195, 196 miles per hour. You're not even running 50% throttle.
That's Denny Hamlin, and that little yellow nub at the top of the circle, that is the steering angle indicator. 12 o'clock straight ahead. Well, we asked what happened to Clint Boyer. Here's Jamie.
Well, he started this race 29th, Mike, and now he slipped back to 37th. The only thing he said on the radio is this car is tight. It's out of control tight, Vince.
Well, in the 10 of Eric Almirola says the car is driving really good. And right now, as Mike, you indicated, they are very content to ride in their position right now and let Stenhouse burn the gas. But Almirola and Joey Logano, we've seen this act before. Remember, Almirola pushed Logano to a win in the duel. They said he's got a great pushing car, and we'll probably see that later today.
Here's the feel-good story of this 500. Timmy Hill from Port Tobacco, Maryland. In that 66, he's 26 years old. He had to race his way in on Thursday, and Thursday night said, if we didn't make the Daytona 500, we would have had to shut this team down. He's in 10th place. Regan.
Well, Mike, just to take it one step further, 10th place today. He was third in yesterday's Xfinity race, a career best. His crew chief, Steven Idle, he has never called a race from atop the big pit box. We talk about nervous drivers. That is a nervous crew chief on that pit box as well.
th place, Chase Elliott. 1.5 seconds back of the lead in that number 9 Hendrick Chevrolet. Ross Chastain with him, and then right behind him, Alex Bowman, who started outside pole. And because he was on that inside line that couldn't keep pace with the formed up outside lane, he's now dropped back to 16th.
Yeah, we saw that's the result of Joey Logano and Eric Almirola and some of those Fords shuffling him out. They went to the outside. He was stuck in that inside lane with no help. And he went backwards a good bit. So good job on Alex Bowman to even be in 16th right now.
Chase Elliott working the low side pretty much by himself. And let's go all the way to the back of this long line of cars, and here's your NASCAR champ, Kyle Busch, 33rd. That's Martin Truex just ahead, one of those Joe Gibbs Racing Toyotas, 4 of them in this race, pretty much together.
One of the hardest things I ever did, Mike, was in a race where we decided to have a strategy to go to the back. Because as a driver, all you want to do is pass cars, run wide open. I know I've got a good handling car and a fast car. And I know I can work my way to the front. But you know what? Sometimes the strategy is to be patient, and you've got to be patient in a 500-mile race.
Driver speaking out of line, it was Ryan Blaney that time, and here's John Hunter Nemechek to the inside in the 38. Rookie trying to gain some experience and a little ground here. 16 green flag laps complete in the 62nd Daytona 500. How about this ride above Lake Lloyd? The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR, perfect for race fans. And by Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut. 20 laps and the field comes by the start-finish line under caution. A few sprinkles in turn 2 have halted things temporarily. I once worked a 4th of July race here in blazing heat, 85 degrees. I was on a scaffold in turn 4. Everybody was getting soaked down in turn 2. I was dry. It never rained in turn 4, but everybody in the infield in turn 2 was soaked. Race was delayed about 30 minutes.
Well, it just goes to show you how big this racetrack is. It can be raining at one end of the racetrack and completely dry on the other. Pretty good perspective to see just how long that back straightaway is.
Close to 3,000 feet. Ricky Stenhouse has led every lap of the Daytona 500 so far. With 65 laps in stage 1. Well, we'll see when we come back how this might affect race strategy. First caution of the day in the Daytona 500. The Silverado and new Silverado HD are the strongest, most advanced Silverados ever. Learn more at Chevy.com. Ricky Stenhouse has led every lap of the Daytona 500, and they've just brought the cars to pit road for a shower over turn number 2. Second one so far in this 500. No wipers, no rain tires. We'll just have to dry the track once more.
The good news
and get out
is
there.
that this pop-up only hit 1 and 2, where the last time it was the entire track. So shouldn't take us too long to get it dry.
Cars get covered up and drivers head for cover. Well, hopefully we can learn about some of the varying strategies. The Fords were content to let Stenhouse lead so they could save a little gas. The Toyotas, led by Eric Jones there, dropped all the way to the back. Here's Matt.
Christopher Bell making his first start in the Great American Race. So we had rain, we had a green flag, a little bit of a run there. So what do you feel like 20 laps in or so?
Yeah, well, I'm 2 for 2 on my Cup Series rain delays, so that's not really cool, but at least we got some laps in there. We can get a little bit better understanding of what's going on, or at least for me, since I've never done it before. But really happy with this Procore Camry. It's been really good ever since we got here as far as handling, and seems like it's pretty fast too. Qualifying 9th was really, really good. Everyone on the team was really happy about that, so we'll see what happens here.
So taking a step up to Cup from Xfinity, everything is a learning process, and Jason Ratcliffe told me that you sort of went old school, new to the digital dash, that you wanted it more looking like the old analog gauges.
Yeah, that was a huge learning curve going from the Xfinity cars to these, and something we had to work on. Whenever I showed up, I kind of just told them that run what we had or what they had last year, and I'll get adjusted to it. And then whenever I ran the duel there, I struggled really bad figuring out what, or to hit my lights and stuff like that. So
for pit road speed.
Yeah, for pit road. So we had to work on that, and thankfully we had a lot of practice there where we could just focus on the small extra details, and I think we got a lot closer.
All right, thanks, Regan.
Well, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Joey Logano standing here. Joey, you guys have been working well on the racetrack together, playing nice. You're playing nice right now. A little umbrella holder for everybody. What have you guys been able to learn out front so far with your race cars?
I just told Ricky, don't forget who provides a roof over his head right now. So when we're out there, but no, we're just clicking off some laps. He's getting a feel for our cars, seeing what we got, and he might have the bow tie on there, but I'm trying to bring it back over here to Ford camp, but we got a good line of them behind us there, and Shelpenzo Ford's driving really good. Got some speed, just got a long ways to go, and got to dry this thing off again.
Ricky, what do you think? He's been pushing you along here as we've been going on. Any chance you return the favor later on in the race?
Oh yeah, I mean obviously we battled really hard in the duels. We were talking about that before the race. We just all-out battle trying to win the duel, and hopefully we can battle it out coming to the end of the 500. And I definitely would have done a few things different there, but I had to look in my mirror the whole first 3 or 4 laps trying to keep him behind us. But all in all, our Kroger Camaro's been pretty good. Been trying to dodge all the trash that's out on the track and try not to get any debris on the grill.
All right, good luck, guys. Vince?
Johnson, and it is really coming down now on the front straight. I saw you visiting with your crew chief, Cliff Daniels. Did you learn anything in those first set of laps?
Not a ton, but just trying to guess where balance is going and how the car is kind of evolving as we burn some fuel off. We thought we had a strategy for the way these segments would play out for fuel. All these caution laps, I think it's going to change at least the first segment and how that plays out. So just making sure I had our bases covered for our fuel options that we were looking at. But now it looks like we're going to need a boat or something. It's raining really hard.
You've been through a lot of rain delays. Does it help as you become, a veteran to it, to get through it?
It really does emotionally, but the amount of calories you eat on rain delays, I think anybody that works in this sport knows you just graze through these rain delays and it adds up.
Thanks, Jenny. Jamie?
And Ryan Newman 4th on the board right now, umbrella holder, and cameraman Goat getting soaked right now, by the way, so hats off to all of our guys out there in the rain. But Ryan, were you able to take anything away from those few laps that you guys did get?
The car's super competitive, just as it's been all speed weeks long. Koch Industries Sports guys have done a really good job getting me something that's really comfortable and got good speed. So just kind of biding our time there. I saw Joey trying to make a move to get the lead, but then kind of settled in. So we'll keep. We'll see what it's like here, the way the math works out, kind of in our fuel window right here, so we'll see.
Got a new teammate this year, Chris Buescher. What do you think of him, and are you guys well adjusted and how you can work together perhaps on the track today?
Well, I don't think you can get adjusted for the entire season here in Daytona, but look forward to the entire season with him, and Vegas will be the true test. I mean, the first mile and a half we go to kind of defines what you need to work on if you need to work on anything.
All right, Ryan, thank you. Go stay dry. Matt?
And we're tandem umbrella racing here at the other end of pit road. And when you look at taking over the 21, the legendary iconic car from the Wood brothers, there's a lot of excitement, but there's also a lot of pressure to perform because of their great legacy.
Yeah, I mean, it's been amazing finally being able to kind of pilot the 21 Motorcraft Quick Lane Ford Mustang that I've been wanting to drive for so long. But we're sitting here and, you know, you get all amped up and ready to go and then having breaks. But, you know, as far as pressure, what you talk about, it's I think my career path has just been so much pressure at every point. It's made me pretty mentally numb to that.
You're able to block it out?
Yeah, I just go and do my job. And honestly, man, for anyone that knows the Wood brothers and what kind of people they are and this race team is, it's such an incredibly laid-back group. And it's so fun because we have all the tools and power to perform with the support from Ford and our alliance with Penske and all the great sponsors with them, you know, Motorcraft Quick Lane, Menards, everybody that gave me the shot. But it's a pretty laid-back environment. You've been around the woods enough.
You know, and also when you look at Edsel Ford as well, I mean, he just brings so much passion to the environment.
Oh, yeah. It's, I think I've heard a joke of they call the 21 his baby or company car or whatever you want to call it. So it's neat to have Edsel hanging by our car and on the pit box. So that might be a little bit of pressure there. And, you know, he's really proud of, you know, NASCAR, and it's neat to have the support from those guys. So it was a neat situation.
All right, thanks, Matty. Mike?
That team has had so much success here at the 500. Tiny Lund winning in 63, relieving Marvin Panch, who was injured in a car fire earlier that week. Cale Yarborough in 68. Anthony Joseph Foyt Jr. is in the house today, the 1972 winner, the Silver Fox in 76. And as we learned earlier, Trevor Bayne is here at Daytona, who scored the Wood Brothers' 98th Cup win in 2011 here in the 500. Who will next etch their name onto the Harley Earl Trophy? Here's Vince.
Well, I can tell you this man right here would sure like to do that, put his name on that trophy, that's for sure. We got a long way to go till we get to that point, we think. But were you able to decipher anything from what you did out there before the rains came?
Yeah, for sure, Vince. My discount tire Ford is handling really well. So a couple guys that look like they have a lot of speed but no handling, and I think we've got a great mix of the two, which is really what you want for a daytime race. I'm hoping it doesn't keep raining like this and push this into a nighttime race, or if it does, maybe it'll push it into a tomorrow race. I don't know, because our car is really set up well for when the track gets hot and slick. So I'm excited about that, but long, long ways to go.
Thanks, Brad. Mike?
Thanks, Vince. Kyle Larson out of his car, running in 17th position. What a racer. What an off-season he has had after Homestead. Went to Bakersfield. Checkered flag turkey night in Ventura, California. The Gateway Dirt Nationals, over to New Zealand for Boxing Day, and the International Midget Race, and then the big win at the Chili Bowl. He raced 20 times in the offseason and won 10 of them. Let's meet Kyle Larson.
Well, Kyle Larson, another guy over here holding the umbrella for me. I appreciate that. Kyle, we were just documenting your offseason and the amount of back and forth, and racing in general you did. How does that do to keep you fresh in the race car?
Yeah, I mean, I think just me staying active in a race car is my way of staying fresh. You know, I never really feel like I've got rust to knock off in a way, you know, because I'm staying so busy. So yeah, it was a fun off season, won a lot of races, but now we're here in Daytona, and it wouldn't be a normal Daytona 500 without dealing with some rain delays. So hate that we're having to do that, but you know, so far been a pretty calm race.
Pretty calm race for you. You're riding around in 17th place right now. Have you been able to learn anything about your race car that you can relate to or relay to your crew chief as you sit up on top of the pit box with him?
A little bit loose, I would say. Entry of one I got a couple times, and kind of on exit if I put myself in an awkward spot on the guy in front of me. But it's so early to tell, and you know, now with the delays, you will probably get to race at a night where I was pretty loose, I thought, in the duels. So we'll have to tighten up, I'm sure, but hopefully we'll get the balance good and have a clean car towards the end of it to race for a win.
All right, thanks, Kyle.
Boy, he's a racer's racer, Kyle Larson.
He might be one of the guys that actually wouldn't mind. They went green right now. That dirt track experience and help him in the rain a lot.
There's that pop-up shower that's over us right now. You see there's nothing there, and then all of a sudden up it comes. And things are a little wet here where Michael Waltrip is up on the roof.
Yeah, I came to the spotters stand, and for some reason they all left. I don't really understand exactly why, but you can see they got all their places marked here. They also have pit road maps showing where the other competitors are pitting. We saw some contact from Christopher Bell and Martin Truex on pit road during the quals, so that's really important to understand who's around you. These guys have a tremendous view, but guys, look how far it is over to turn 3, off turn 2, and that's a critical area of this racetrack. The drivers have to have a lot of confidence in their spotters, and I promise you, Jeff Gordon, if you had to come up here and watch how tough this job is, I don't believe you'd have believed them quite as much as you did when you were driving, but the track is drying nicely. See a lot of progress down the front, and as soon as this pesky rain goes away, we're going to go back racing in the Great American Race.
Yeah, Mike, I would just hope that my spotter had a really high-quality pair of binoculars to see me on the back straightaway.
And the sunshine pokes through again. It's been a weird day of weather here in Daytona Beach. There is a faint rainbow over turn number 3. It's raining in the tri-oval. It is bright sunshine down in turn 1. Mark Twain was right. Let's join Shannon Spake and company in our Charlotte studio.
Well, the rainbow says that the sun will come out at some point, right? I mean, that's beautiful over the speedway right there. I'm Shannon Spake here at our Race Hub studios with two-time Daytona 500 winning crew chief Larry McReynolds, 2000 Cup champion and Hall of Famer Bobby Labonte. And I know that there's rain out there right now, but the day has been so incredible from start to finish. You've been to so many of these Daytona 500s, both of you guys. What do you think about what we've seen so far?
Yeah, this would be my 40th Daytona 500, and I would say as far as pre-race activity, this one goes straight to the top of the charts by a large, large margin. Just the energy, the excitement, our President of the United States being there and the First Lady, it gave me chills the entire time watching it.
Yeah, Jeff Gordon, I think, mentioned that it was like, well, you know, I'm not racing right now, but if I could get back in a race car, this is where I'd want to be, because it really was eventful. A lot of stuff happening there, and Jimmy Johnson get up there to lead the first lap under caution. So a lot of stuff happening for that, you know, pre-race, and it was exciting to see and be a part to watch it.
You even heard drivers down there like Austin Dillon talking about how it just felt different today. So let's take a look back at how things have played out so far down there in Daytona. As we mentioned, 62nd running of the Daytona 500. Earlier this afternoon, Air Force One doing a flyover of the speedway. Take a look at that. What an incredible scene.
I mean, look at that plane. And the one thing I noticed from that aerial shot, a packed infield and packed grand.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, President Trump was a grand marshal. He gave the command to start engines, and then this moment. That is just, it's a breathtaking moment anytime you're at a racetrack to see that flyover. You mentioned Jimmy Johnson, Bobby.
Absolutely. You know, doing the catwalk out to the truck to ride around and seeing all the fans and all the people out there. I love that, because you go out there and you see all these people and they're excited to see you, you're excited to see them.
He, of course, was able to go up there and lead the field prior to the start of the race. Of course, Jimmy announced his retirement in the offseason. This could be his last 500. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is leading the field to green, or led the field to green. He has a very fast car in his first year with JTG.
Yeah, he's kind of been the lone Chevrolet up there, though. Joey Logano, the 22 car that started on the outside of the second row, very aggressive. But Ricky Stenhouse Jr., as he has shown since they unloaded these cars about 9 days ago, has a fast race car.
Well, it's been follow the leader, right, Bobby, so far?
Yeah, it really has. You know, I was watching it about lap 6. They all got kind of single file. They run side by side for a little bit and probably, you know, just trying to see who's got what lane was going to go faster. But Ricky went to the outside, and they all went to the outside with him. Single file right now, but they were, you know, right at this point in time, they're just trying to feel their cars out.
Yeah, and one thing we didn't want to see was the caution for rain. And that, of course, came out a short time ago, the second one on the day. So we have been red flagged for rain at lap 20. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has led all of the laps. We're going to talk about what we've seen so far as you see the guys bringing the cars down pit road. They've covered it up. We have lost the racetrack, but we're going to continue to cover this from start to finish. And we are, I mean, the race is going to be great when we do get it in, just because of it's the Daytona 500. But how emotionally draining do you think that this is for the drivers, getting into their car, getting out, getting in, getting out?
It's no fun. I mean, it's definitely emotionally draining, because you've been there for a week week and a half. You've already run a couple races. You practice a little bit. You don't want to practice a whole lot. You get to start the biggest race of the year in front of the biggest crowd, everybody there.
Let's go!
And you got to stop. You got to come in. Then let's go. And then you got to come in again. That is a really tough thing. Rookies or even veterans, I mean, it's not what they want to do, but, you know, they all have to get it together and do it. But at the same time, it's no fun. It's very draining for the drivers and the crews.
Yeah, I think from the crew chief standpoint, that first rain delay, I don't know that was a big deal because all we really had run was 7 pace laps. But now we've run 19 to 20 laps. And I kind of got a feel for what the race car is going to do. And now I've got to start thinking about, okay, this thing is probably going to be run under the lights at nighttime. So now this is when you start stressing a little bit. And you want to make sure your crew does not get lackadaisical.
That's the thing,
you got
right?
to make sure that when they say drivers to your cars, that they are ready to go as well, because when we do go back racing, we're not going to be far from a pit stop.
Yeah, because it's not just a long day for the drivers. Your crew, your pit crew, they're sitting down there on pit road, maybe in the garage, hanging out in the hauler. It's a very long, extended day, and they've got to be spot on when they're called to action.
Well, if there's a good chance by the time we go back racing, these crews have been in that garage area close to 12 hours. So we're looking at probably about a 16, 17, 18-hour day.
Yeah.
So it gets to be very drawn out.
Yeah, the driver's the same way. Jimmy Johnson's probably out riding his bike right now, or maybe running.
A marathon.
A marathon.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, really, you just have to stay in the game. I mean, when there is a rain delay, you just really have to, you know, it makes for a long day. You now wish you would have woke up a little bit later or something like that, but you got to make sure you eat right. You got to hydrate yourself, and you still got to be ready. And so you got to be, when they say drivers to the cars, you got to be, you know, at your best.
We got to get our cameras out there, because I bet you Jimmy might throw on his biking shorts and jump on his bike for
That would be a bit surprised.
go for a little ride. So your advice to rookies, especially the rookies, right? Because we did hear John Hunter Nemechek say, he admitted, I have butterflies, right? So what's your advice to them in handling sort of the emotional ups and downs of what we've experienced so far?
Yeah, he did say butterflies. And I remember my first time there as a rookie. I mean, you are anxious and excited about this. And, you know, those guys, you get in the car, you go run a little bit, you come back out, rain delay. So, you know, I think for the most part, those guys, they probably got it figured out, but it's just a matter of just, you know, tuning that out, get back in the race car, probably run a single file for those guys, or it's probably good, because they're just making some laps and getting more comfortable in it, getting past a little bit. That does help them, but still, it's just frustrating, and butterflies are not going to go away for the most part.
What do you say to young drivers, a young driver who's having to go through this for the first time?
Well, you know, honestly, when I think about our rookie drivers, and of the rookies, the only one that has run the Daytona 500 is Tyler Reddick, who won it last year. This might be a good time now for me to sit down with him, kind of dissect what the car did for those 19 laps. 19 laps is a lot of laps. That's almost a half of a fuel run. So whatever direction that car is going, it started going that direction. So this might, you know, it's not what you wanted. It's not optimum, but it's also maybe a good chance for us to sit down, debrief, and kind of make a plan and talk about what we experienced those first 19 laps.
Is this glass half full or half empty?
It is half full.
You're a half full kind of guy, aren't you? Look at the bright side of everything. The bright side for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is the fact that he has led the laps, all the laps right now. He did start on the pole, had a very fast car. We wondered how it would race, and we saw it in the duel as fast. But take a look. This is where the Daytona 500 pole sitter has finished since 2015. And I think he wants to close his eyes if he's watching right now, because this is not a good sign.
Well, this would be a Larry McNugget.
Oh, did you give this to our producers?
18
It's
Daytona
Larry's fault.
500s. The last 18 Daytona 500s, the pole sitter did not finish inside the top 5.
It's your fault. It's your fault that we have that set up there.
That hurts. That hurts a lot.
Do you just close your eyes and you gotta block that out, right?
Yeah. Just don't worry about that.
All right, we have much more to come. We'll continue to get you ready for racing out of the Daytona International Speedway. There's the rainbow over the front stretch. Take a look at that. We'll be right back here on FS1.
Dear Jimmy, my name is Ethan.
I've been a fan of yours my whole life.
I've been watching you race my entire life.
Since I was 2 years old. You're the best driver I ever seen.
You've won so many races. 7 championships. 5 in a row.
Who does that?
Forget about last year. I have. But I know you still got it.
If anyone can bring it home, it's you. You're not done yet, are you? Are you?
You're the fastest racer. G-O-A-T. The GOAT.
The greatest of all time. It's your last lap.
You got this.
Let's go burn some rubber.
Heading to the medal.
Turn it up, Jimmy. Let's go.
Welcome back to Fox. Track drying underway at Daytona International Speedway. The rain has stopped. The sun is trying to peek out, and the Air Titans are hard at work. Let's go back out to the track and check in with our friend Mike Joy. Take it away, Mike.
Thanks, Shannon. 20 Air Titans and 12 jet dryers are hard at work. The sun is back out in Daytona. We'll update from here periodically, but right now, let's show you Fox coverage of the 2019 Daytona 500. Dry track on the front straightaway here at Daytona. No more rain. The ceiling lifting. And still the Air Titans and jet dryers work on pit road, the track aprons, and turn 1. So we're still a little ways away from getting drivers back to their cars. We will update you as soon as there's news, as track drying is progressing very, very well here. Let's return you to Fox coverage of the 2019 Daytona 500 and the beginning of Stage 2. Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway, where about 10 minutes ago we had a completely dry track and the crews have been called out to uncover the cars. And yet another pop-up shower came up across portions of the track. So the jet dryers and the Air Titans are back out to dry part of the track yet again. Stay right here on Fox and we'll update you in a little while from Daytona once again. Let's return you to the 2019 Daytona 500. Welcome back to the 62nd Daytona 500. The track was dry. The cars were uncovered. The drivers were at the ready and ready to climb aboard, and you won't believe what happened. A wall of water swept across this racetrack. Just a deluge. Postponing the Daytona 500 until 4 p.m. tomorrow. Tough for everybody, especially for these 101,000 fans that are here.
Yeah, I mean, we started out this day with so much excitement, anticipation, not at all the way any of these competitors. And yeah, you know, you hate to see these fans, so many of them come out and get just as ready for this race as the competitors. So tomorrow, we'll go at it again.
4 o'clock tomorrow, 20 laps, 50 miles complete. Ricky Stenhouse, Joey Logano, your leaders in the 62nd Daytona 500. Postponed to tomorrow. Let's join Shannon, Larry, and Bobby in the Charlotte studio.
Thank you so much, Mike. Thank you so much, Jeff. Appreciate all the hard work out there. We were just talking, Larry, right? And you put on your crew chief hat for just a quick second. You were watching the rain and how quickly it came in. You said to me right before we came on, I wasn't worried, but now I'm worried. What's your concern?
Yeah, I'm not just fabricating this story. I mean, that rain came up in a hurry, and I mean, it almost got to them before they could get the cars covered up. So I've got another sleepless night as a crew chief, worried about if there's anything inside that race car that got wet. Electrical, they will, I'm sure they'll let them change radios and things like that out. But if you follow me on Twitter, 6 a.m. this morning, my countdown was to 0. I was just kidding. It's one day now until the Daytona 500.
You love to do that, don't you? As a driver, are you concerned about anything with what Larry just said, or are you trusting that your crew chief's going to take care of it?
I'm going to trust that they're going to take care of it. But, you know, like you said, the rain did come in a hurry. And then to echo what Jeff and Mike said, is just for the fans and for everybody involved, to go to the next day. I mean, you've been the anticipation, excitement of this race. It'll be great tomorrow, but we all wanted to see it today. So these drivers got to get back in, go back to bed, get back to the motor, unpack their clothes, go back to bed, get up tomorrow and do it again. So, and they can do that. It's just aggravating for everybody.
It will not dilute the product. Trust me. It will not dilute the product on this racetrack.
And the drivers have to go back. Their families are there with them. It's been a very long week. So we'll wait an extra day. We are going to hear a feature with Michael Waltrip and Denny Hamlin. If you missed it earlier today on race day, Michael Waltrip sat down with last year's Daytona 500 winner, Denny Hamlin, to talk about winning that big race twice and his quest for a championship.
Denny, 2019 was an amazing season. Coupling it with the fact that 2018 wasn't so great, how did you approach the 2019 season with a new crew chief and so many unknowns really going into the season?
I mean, there were a lot of unknowns, but I knew like right away when I met my crew chief, Chris Gabehart, that he was highly motivated and highly driven to return me back to where I was in years previous. And so we just went to work on it. And I was confident that we were going to have a good season. But when you have a season where you don't win a race after a streak of so many where you do, winning the first race is kind of a stress relief that, okay, you know, we're doing the right things.
Denny Hamlin wins his second Daytona 500 and wins it for Coach Gibbs.
Proud of you, my friend. You did it for JD. Put all of it in.
This one's for JD.
To have his whole family here is super special to me. It's hard for me not getting choked up.
He obviously was such an instrumental part of me getting to where I was. Not only that, but he was kind of like my at-track dad. I'll never forget it. There's a picture in my garage of me and JD sitting on the wall for my very first Daytona 500, and my dad is between us, but he's in the background. And my dad always said, you know, that was the passing of the torch. And I remember him coming up to JD and saying, he's all yours now.
37 wins, 2 Daytona 500s. Obviously, there's one trophy still out there for you.
Big one?
Is that what motivates you? Is that one thing what makes you say, I'm going to get them this year?
I try not to hinge too much of, do I have to win a Cup championship to have a successful career? I don't think so. It doesn't change my motivation. I'm out there to win a championship. I want to win a championship. I'm not happy with being the best guy to not. I'm as driven as ever, but it won't define my career. I know and I'm comfortable with who I am in a race car and who I can compete against.
Quite a career so far for Denny Hamlin, of course, as I mentioned, winning this race last season, his second of 2 Daytona 500s. We talk about the Toyotas all week long, how they're limited in numbers. Despite the fact that Christopher Bell and Denny Hamlin were in the back of the field, those guys within 20 laps are now all together. What do you expect we'll see out of them tomorrow?
Oh, they were all together in about 5 laps because Kyle Busch had qualified back there anyhow, like 28th. But the minute the green flag dropped, Truex and Eric Jones went back to find them. And then Bobby and I were talking. They were lined up, and they are not losing ground. But we saw it all week long in practice, how many times they went out in a row, and they actually kept swapping things around to see what configuration they were the fastest, and they are not losing lap time. In fact, they were a little faster than the lead pack.
Yeah, it's definitely a plan for the manufacturers, and we saw Eric get up in the third lane on the going into turn 1 after the green flag. It just fell straight to the back, gathering all those guys up. You know, all the manufacturers work together, and they have a plan. Now, they didn't go to the front because they already had too many people in the back, but their plan, they're going to stick together. Like you said, they do have good lap times. It's just their plan. They'll have to sleep on it tonight and still have the same plan for tomorrow.
What are the other manufacturers thinking when they see that happen? Obviously, they know that was the plan for them.
Well, we've seen it all week, whether it was in the Busch Clash last Sunday, the dual races Thursday night. These manufacturers work together, and we're right there. I would say when we go back to racing, even before we take the green flag, we're right there on the threshold of being able to make it to the end of stage 1. I think you're going to see most everybody come to pit road. They'll all come together, and then they'll find each other again to run it out to the end of stage 1.
Yeah, we've seen this all week long, and they started this a couple years ago. There's nothing new, but just the fact that the Toyotas went to the back. I mean, they already had a couple back there. It just seemed like it's kind of odd, but again, they're fast. It's just a matter of
it was easier for Jones and Truex to get back there than for Denny and Christopher Bell to get there.
We'll let you say it one more time. How many days of the Daytona 500?
One day.
One day to the Daytona 500. We'll see you back here tomorrow, 4 p.m. on Fox. Thanks for hanging with us today. The Simpsons coming up next on your Fox stations. Good night, everyone.
Welcome back to Daytona Beach, Florida, and the Daytona 500 on Fox. 20 laps were completed yesterday before the rains came after a very presidential pre-race.
To be in this Daytona 500. This is just so special.
Now we approach the moment that you've all been waiting for. Soon, the cars will take to the track for the start. Tires will screech, rubber will burn, fans will scream, and the great American race will begin. Gentlemen, start your engines.
He's going to pace the field? Yep. Love it. God, it's awesome.
Daytona International Speedway, 10 degrees warmer than yesterday and great weather. for the Daytona 500 on Fox, which resumes at lap 21. Hi, everybody, and welcome back. Mike Joy with a Hall of Famer and 3-time 500 winner, Jeff Gordon. I have never been so excited for the start of a 500 as yesterday, and never so disappointed when the rains came. But here we go. We've got 450 miles left to race, and hey, this is the Daytona 500.
Yeah, I loved what Clint Boyer said. Yesterday was awesome. I've never seen so much energy and enthusiasm to get the Daytona 500 started. Now here we are, 24 hours later, and quite a few things have changed. The sun is out. The track temp is going to be higher. Strategy is completely changed. But one thing that's definitely not changed, Mike, it's the Daytona 500. So whatever you did as a competitor to get yourself ready to go in the Great American Race, make sure you go through those same steps, because all of those same things are still on the line.
In the 20 laps we had yesterday, Ricky Stenhouse led them all in a Chevrolet. The Fords lined up right behind him to save gas. The Toyotas all dropped to the back to run half throttle. How is it going to play out now that we've all had to reset? Well, let's find out, beginning with Vince Welch with our pole sitter and race leader.
Well, Ricky, what did it feel like to lead the first 20 laps of the Daytona 500 yesterday and know you've got so much more to do today?
Yeah, we got 180 left. I felt like those 20 laps took forever to go by. The 22 is really aggressive early, and I know they're lined up behind me, and I was just trying to block and keep our Kroger Camaro up front. We were able to do that. I feel like our car drove really well and had our speed that we've had since we unloaded here, which is fun to race and fun to drive. So hopefully we can keep it up. Like you said, we've been leading this thing for a while now, but no extra laps have clicked off. So honestly, I don't care if we lead another one as long as we lead the last one, and that's all that we're worried about. But we got a really great car and a beautiful day here to get racing going again.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Well, Kyle Busch back in the pack just a little bit further than we expected you to see. You have all your teammates back here with you, though, right now. How drastically different do you expect the plan to be today now based on the timing of the red flag?
Not a whole lot different. We're still kind of underneath our same idea, our same strategy here. We think it'll work. We don't know. Obviously, you never know when cautions are going to fly, and that can always kind of derail your plans. But right now, we're going to stick to the plan, and this M&M's Camry's been pretty good. So far in the 20 laps that we've run, the balance has been good. Car's fine. We don't really know about speed related to the rest of the guys. We're not really hunting that right now. So with the sun being out, though, today being hot, that's what we kind of were looking for, and hopefully we're set up for.
Good luck, Kyle.
Thanks, Regan. Well, it'll be the Daytona 450 when they wave the green flag. 450 miles to go. Let's check in at the Race Hub studio with our driver and strategist. And there they are, Jamie McMurray and Larry McReynolds.
Well, Mike, we've only run 20 laps, so we really don't have to pit. But I think the timing of this caution is very interesting. I think you will come to pit road. You will make sure that thing is full of fuel, because this can get you to the end of stage one. I think it's a great time to at least get 2 fresh tires. But, Jamie, I think the big thing, a lot of these drivers are looking for an adjustment right now.
I can tell that he was up all night worried about strategy. I wasn't. I went and had a good dinner. I got a good night's sleep, because I'm going into today in a complete reset mode. I'm going to act like yesterday didn't happen. It's 10 degrees hotter today. It rained last night. My car is going to handle different. The biggest thing is I want to make sure I keep this guy updated on what I need at the end when the big trophy is awarded.
So, Mike, conclusion, I'm the only one that didn't get any sleep last night.
So here's how they will restart with 20 laps complete. Ricky Stenhouse led them all, and then there are those 5 Fords right behind them before William Byron and Jimmy Johnson. You see how much they've gained or lost since the start of the race.
Yeah, not a lot of change on that first page. As you go back to row 5, look at these big gains by Timmy Hill, David Reagan. And what does that mean? That means some had to lose. You saw Alex Bowman lost 14 spots.
Bunch of shuffling around in this part of the pack, all the way back to Bubba Wallace, who dropped 13 spots. And then look on the bottom line here at the Toyotas. Martin Truex dropped back 16 positions to pick up Kyle Busch and his teammates.
Yeah, and we talked about these Toyotas dropping to the back. You heard from Kyle Busch. We're all very anxious to see what their strategy is.
Well, let's get late-breaking stories from pit road, beginning Matt Yoakum.
Mike, several hours of debate this morning over pit strategy, which basically has been written in pencil, depending upon your make. Now, in the Ford camp, they need about 13 gallons. So when Joey Logano hits pit road, look for his gas man, Nick Hensley. down here to hit not one, but hit it with the second can for maybe about a second and a half. That's all they need. Regan?
Well, two-time Daytona 500 champion Denny Hamlin had to start from the rear yesterday after failing pre-race inspection. Conventional wisdom would have him moving to the front very quickly, but instead his teammates dropped back to him as part of a Toyota plan. Today, that plan does have to be altered slightly. They anticipated getting track position as things went on. Instead, they're going to have to possibly pass cars at the end of this first stage. Vince?
Kevin Harvick and his crew chief, Rodney Childers, they've been together 7 years, and they will both tell you this is the best car they've ever had here at Daytona. 20 laps yesterday did not change their opinion. In recent years, the issue for Harvick has been getting caught up in someone else's mess. But if Harvick can keep his car clean, he will be a strong pick today to pick up his second Daytona 500 win. Jamie Little?
Well, Vince, his teammate Clint Boyer opted to drop to the back in those early laps of the Daytona 500 yesterday. It was actually a good opportunity for the team to get a read on his fuel mileage. That's something that can come into play today as early as this next round of laps, 20, 30 laps to go. When he comes in for this very first pit stop, watch for the 14 to take 4 tires and pack it as full as they can get it with fuel. Mike?
Thanks, Jamie.
Good job.
Field in the back straightaway behind the safety car as they cross the start-finish line.
How cool is this
21
shot,
laps. There's our 80-mile-an-hour Fox drone cam. What a great view. That's one you can't get when you buy a ticket, only in front of your TV set.
That is awesome. I'm excited about today. When the sun's out like this and this track is going to be slick, it's going to be a handful for these drivers. Going to make it very, very entertaining for all of us.
$75 degrees right now. It'll trail off to around 68 about the time this race is over. And as they come past, pit road is not yet open. There'll be a green light at the head end of pit road when the teams are allowed to pit. So we listened in on 7-time series champion Jimmy Johnson racing in his final Daytona 500 today. Here's his crew chief.
Good afternoon, everyone. Got a great afternoon for a race here. Want to say thank you to all the fans who came out yesterday and the ones who stayed over for today. Still have a great crowd in the stands. 48 team, let's buckle down, finish this thing the way we want to.
Larry Mack, I think you got competition for your job there. These crew chiefs becoming broadcasters. Have a look inside Jimmy's car at his heart rate monitor that we have right there. His resting heart rate is right about 40 beats per minute, 71 right now under the caution flag.
We talk about the calm before the storm. Well, this is the calm and Jimmy Johnson's heart rate, I'm going to be honest, doesn't get very high, but this race stresses you out mentally. So as this race goes on, I can't wait to follow along with his heart rate and those beats per minute and see what affects him and what makes them go up or down. Mainly, it's going to be stress.
Now, Johnson is lined up 8th. We do expect wholesale changes in this lineup when pit road is open and the green light is on. So cars will be able to pit this time by.
How come when I operate my drone, the shots don't look quite like that?
That is a great piece of equipment we've got there, and very creative uses we're going to find for it as the season goes on.
Seeing the green light as they come through turns 3 and 4, noting that the pit road entry is going to be open this next time by.
Larry, if you don't pit now, what's your strategy?
If you don't pit now, Mike, you're going to have to pit probably with about 15 laps to go in this stage. I could not imagine going with that strategy.
Yeah, and that means you're banking on cautions, because the last thing you want to do is come down pit road under green.
So looks like more than half of the field will pit. At the front of the field, all but 2 cars, McDowell and Custer come in.
I'm seeing more 4 tires than I anticipated. Saw Joey Logano taking 4 tires and fuel. Here comes our leader, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. into his box. William Byron taking 4 tires and fuel.
Just about everyone up and down pit road wants 4 fresh Goodyears and a full tank of gas for this restart.
Well, and this track is green, so they want fresh tires because they know that you're probably going to use these tires up on this run a little bit more than normal.
So cars that did not pit: Michael McDowell, Cole Custer, Reed Sorensen, B.J. McLeod, Corey LaJoie, Brendan Gaughan, Ryan Preece, and all the Toyotas.
Joey Logano taking advantage of that first pit stall in, pit stall 40, I believe they're calling it, and comes off pit road first.
Getting ready to resume the 500 in Daytona. Here's a quick word from Goodyear. Ready for the restart. It'll be 24 laps complete when they come by, as scoring resumed as soon as they brought out the yellow flag and the cars moved away. Going to be one more lap of caution. Thought I saw the lights off atop the safety car, but now that group up front, led by Michael McDowell and Cole Custer, all down toward pit road.
Now this is how close they are on fuel mileage. Look at some of these cars that just came down pit road. Joey Logano at the back of that. I don't know if he had an issue, but is he topping off fuel and coming in this time because they're so tight on their fuel window?
And here come all of the Toyotas for the first time to pit road. First time on pit road for the Joe Gibbs machines. Jimmy Johnson's team cited for too many men over the wall by that Hawkeye officiating system that NASCAR uses to electronically pass along pit road violations to the officials, who then make the call. Kevin Harvick stop here. It's time to kick off Busch's fastest giveaway ever. Each time Harvick pits today, fans will have a chance, however long the stop takes, to tweet #Pit4Busch and #Sweepstakes for a chance to win a new sports car. So tweet now for a chance to win. Brad Keselowski's team cited for being over the wall too soon.
NASCAR's going to have to find a way to reposition him in this lineup because the lights are out on the pit road. He's up on that front row.
He would have restarted second. Ryan Newman.
Kind of anxious to see Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He's led this whole race, has had everybody in his rearview mirror. Now he's got a little work to do, but I think he's going to be just as aggressive trying to get that lead back.
Pace car dives to pit road, and here they come. Keselowski was not the car that was cited. It was Corey LaJoie. So Keselowski aligned with Ryan Newman on the restart. Apologize for bad information there.
You can see right away a lot of Fords jumping down in that inside lane to get lined up, bumper to bumper, get that inside row moving.
3 wide midway through the field. Ryan Custer was up the way outside.
Yeah, and Ryan Newman jumped up in front of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Eric Almirola gets a nice push from his teammate Kevin Harvick to move into second place. 3 wide further back, as you mentioned. Oh, we got one that slid off the bottom. There's Jimmy Johnson getting a push, going through the center.
Harvick Harvick behind his teammate Almirola in the 10.
And you see Keselowski moving lanes, goes to the outside to block that outside lane, but here comes a big run on the inside. Eric Almirola said he had a fast race car. He's showing it right now. Really heads up driving there by Kevin Harvick behind the 10 of Eric Almirola in that inside lane. You see he pushed that rear bumper, but as they got to the corner, he backed off just to make sure that Eric Almirola's car was planted into the banking.
Ricky Stenhouse, the 47, our pole sitter, a bit boxed in here, sitting in third on the outside. Here's Vince.
Eric Almirola got a big shove from Kevin Harvick, and he immediately got on the radio to his spotter and said, tell him I don't need it. So they didn't want the big push at that particular moment. He feels like he's got enough speed right now without the big bump from behind.
This early into the Daytona 500, I don't blame him. You know, you're up front, you're in a pretty content position. Yeah, you'd like to be leading, but how much risk do you want to take doing that? We saw him get a pretty big bump going into the trial on the last lap, and his hands turned to the right as that car almost jumped sideways.
Almirola's gaining. He's got the lead into turn 1 on the inside.
Yeah, taking advantage of that shorter route on the bottom lane as those cars led by Keselowski have to run that high line. But you can see the momentum of that outside lane carries them down the straightaways.
Ford Mustangs out front for Brad Keselowski and Eric Almirola. That lead draft has about 21 cars in it.
And basically nothing but Fords. You got Stenhouse there in 6th in the Chevrolet, and Kurt Busch in 10th.
Jimmy Johnson, how about the penalty called on Jimmy Johnson?
Yeah, what got them in trouble was actually where they're pitting with that opening in front. You're going to see the guy just step out on pit road. You see him circled right there. Just stepped out on pit road. Even though there's not a wall there, that's counted as too many men over the wall.
Thanks, Larry. And again, it was 32 Corey LaJoie. We got some bad information on whose crew was over the wall too soon. Not Brad Keselowski, who runs in this front pack in the front 3. First car on the outside to Almirola and Kevin Harvick.
Saw Jimmy Johnson give a little wave. I think it was the 37 behind him of Brian Preece. Probably let Jimmy in. Just showing a little thank you.
Joey Logano ran second for the first 20 laps of this Daytona 500. Matt?
Mike, in that outside lane, Logano told spotter TJ Majors a few moments ago, you're going to need to help me on the exit of turn 4 because the sun is just such a challenge. Can't see in my mirror because of the angle of the sun.
Well, that won't be a problem at the finish of this Daytona 500. The lights will be on. It'll be dark. The sparks will be flying. Hopefully just from under the car and not between cars.
Only glare you want when this race ends is from flash bulbs going off from cameras in Victory Lane.
Right.
What a different race, though, today, Mike. We saw this race take off yesterday, and I think a lot of teams had a strategy that had fuel involved. Right now, these teams are not worried about fuel. They're side by side all the way back. Bump draft in here early on. Here's Alex Bowman with the move, and his teammates lined up behind him, and William Byron and Jimmy Johnson.
Keselowski takes the high groove to the front with Ryan Newman and Stenhouse in tow. Then Custer, Logano, and Matt DiBenedetto, who's new to the 21 of the Wood brothers this year. Now going to the other end of the field in 36th place, Clint Bowyer. Jamie.
And just like we saw yesterday, Mike, Clint Bowyer by design has chosen to fall to the back. He just feels like that is his best bet to be safe and be there at the end. It has not been nice to him. The Daytona 500, that is, over the last few years, he has a hard time finishing these races. Now, I talked to his crew chief, and he's new this year, Johnny Klausmeyer. Johnny worked with our Actually, he's in third now. Eric Almirola of the last 2 years. Eric likes to be up front. So Johnny told me with Clint falling to the back, it's a whole different dynamic setup. You have to look at different fuel mileage numbers, but he's going to hold out and hope that it works for him today.
Clint told me yesterday, I hate racing my guts out here only to get caught up in somebody else's mess.
I don't know what the right strategy is, Mike. I've talked to a lot of drivers down the garage area. I've done it myself where I've pushed really hard to be up front, try to stay out of trouble, and you still get caught up in it. You ride around in the back, and even then, when it's time to go, you still get caught up in a wreck. So there is no set strategy that really works, no real game plan. You just got to go for it and stick with whatever your plan is.
With 33 laps complete, Fords have 9 of the top 10 spots. And we'll be back with more from Daytona. But first, here's a special message from Wendy's. Hey, I hear they're remaking a great racing movie. Top Gun. That's a great shot. 37 laps of 200 complete. That'll make up the 500 miles here in Daytona. Ford's on point, 8 of the first 9. Ricky Stenhouse in 47. The only Chevrolet in that group. The rest of the Chevys are lined up 11th through 20th. Then a gaggle of cars back to the Toyotas from 34th on back. And those Toyotas were wondering about, well, do we sit here? Do we pull out? Are we getting too far back? How are we doing?
I think the 34 needs to catch up to the tail of that other pack. I know what they're doing, but the gap's too big. We might need to drive around them if they're going to fall off that hard. No, they're going forward. Don't jump it. Don't jump it. We're going to race them, and then we're going to get stuck side by side. Don't do it.
But, Jeff, if they're that worried about getting side by side, that tells me they're in full fuel conservation mode.
Well, I think they definitely want to stay in contact with this group. And the best thing is happening for them right now is that they are side by side. But as he mentioned, the 34, there's definitely a bigger gap than they want to see. Now, what we've been trying to decipher on what their strategy is we believe that towards the end of this stage, they're actually going to try to make a run at that front group and make up some positions because they're going to have to stop at that stage anyway. So I don't know what the advantage of saving fuel would be right now.
Well, we'll find out. 65 laps is the end of stage 1, completing lap 39 right now with Ryan Newman of Roush Fenway Racing in the number 6 Ford out front. Eric Almirola and Brad Keselowski, and it's on for the lead. Here comes Almirola, who came within 1 mile of winning the Daytona 500 a couple of years ago, was leading in the backstretch and got turned around on the last lap.
And what a fast race car he has today. He was really excited in his pre-race interview yesterday. You could tell he's had that swagger, he had that confidence, and he's showing it today. Now, one of the things he could have easily done is moved up in front of Ryan Newman there to maintain this lead and control which lane he wanted to stay in. But he's working with his teammate right behind him, Kevin Harvick. They're pretty content being in that one nose to tail right now.
How about that one Chevrolet up toward the front? Ricky Stenhouse, our pole sitter. Vince.
Well, and they just told Ricky, as you guys have been talking about, fuel mileage really important here as these teams trying to get to the end of this first stage. And they just told Ricky the mileage is not good if you're one of the first 2 cars in line. So keep that in mind as you see where Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has himself positioned.
Well, look, he's got a little help now. The number 9 and 48 Chevrolets of Chase Elliott and Jimmy Johnson are right up there with him. Larry?
Yeah, Mike, I spent a lot of time last night and this morning talking with different crew chiefs, and it's amazing the difference in the mileage when you're up there leading, pulling the pack, or you're back single file drafting. For example, if you're leading, you're getting about 5.2 to 5.3 miles to the gallon. That's a 39 to 40 lap fuel window. If you're single file drafting, you're getting as much as 5.8 to 6 miles to the gallon, which will add about 2 to 3, maybe up to 4 laps to what you can run on fuel.
You can see right here, riding on board with Christopher Bell. He's running about, 60-70% throttle, so definitely in fuel mode. And you know, now I'm really starting to get concerned with some of these cars at the front that are running wide open and have been side by side. They're not saving any fuel, and some of those cars didn't even top off, Mike.
Now, how about the Toyotas way out back, Matt?
Mike, go back to practice on Friday. The 5 Toyotas were all in a line for over 20 laps. laps. They'd run 5 laps apiece, rotating who was in the front. That way they could have great information which Toyota would be the best puller for this very situation during the event.
All right, they're holding station out back. Now, there is a big difference in this group, and the cutoff line is 6th. Everybody above the line pitted at lap 23. Everybody below this line, well, now Stenhouse, pitted and topped off at lap 24. So that one extra lap could make a difference.
I think it is going to make a difference. Otherwise, I think some of these drivers are going to have to start saving a lot of fuel towards the end of this stage. Jamie?
Guys, I'm watching. I'm thinking that the Toyotas, the only way their strategy is going to work is if these guys get single file in front, because the only way they can advance is if they're single file and they can all push. We saw how fast those guys were together by themselves, but I think as long as these guys are too wide in the front, the Toyotas can get to the back of this pack, but they're not going to be able to get to the front. I don't know what they have to gain then.
26 laps, we'll find out. That's the end of stage 1. Eric Almirola in a Ford is your race leader. The first Chevy is Ricky Stenhouse in 6th. The first Toyota, Martin Truex back in 34th. 39 laps complete in the Daytona 500. Bill Elliott won the Daytona 500 in 1985 and was a perennial most popular driver choice. Now that mantle falls to his son, Chase, whose Hendrick Chevrolet moments ago took over the lead from Chris Buescher. The Chevys moved to the front, including Jimmy Johnson, who restarted tail end of the field.
Yeah, remember,
second place.
He had that penalty during that pit stop. But Jimmy Johnson's been locked on to the bumper of either Chase Elliott. I think we saw him working with William Byron and Alex Bowman. So those 4 Chevrolets at Hendrick Motorsports feel like they saved enough fuel, and they showed a lot of speed in qualifying. We haven't seen it play out so far today until now.
So now there's a 6-pack of Chevys at the front of the field. Chase Elliott, Jimmy Johnson, Alex Bowman, William Byron, the Hendrick cars, Ricky Stenhouse for JTG Doherty Racing, and Ty Dillon in the 13. It's a late afternoon Monday holiday, 48 laps complete, stage break at lap 65. Sounds to me like a good time to crank it up.
dragging the whole line now. And let him go. That was
15 cars in the lead draft off turn number 4. Things are getting busy, though, behind them as drivers begin to jockey for position. Kyle Busch just said on the radio, come on, it's time to go. 14, make it 13 laps left to go in stage 1.
Well, as far back as they are, I don't know where they're going to go.
Here's Kevin Harvick's radio.
best thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, all those guys that were around here were all riding, saving fuel.
Well, we could done that on the bottom.
Vince?
Yeah, Kevin was confused as to why they all went to the top of the track when they had been running at the bottom, and he was told there were only 4 Fords down on the bottom, so they all went to the top, and Kevin didn't like that strategy and that line of thinking, but that's where they went. He was a good team player, but just wasn't too pleased about it and didn't understand.
Now you're riding with Austin Dillon, the Coca-Cola cam. Dillon was concerned that leading that pack, he was burning too much fuel. So he's drifted back out of the lead position, but things quickly went double wide there. In 12th place, Ryan Blaney. Here's Regan.
Well, the report from crew chief to driver Ryan Blaney just now was that you have saved enough fuel. Feel free to go whenever you want to. You're good to go to the end of the stage. So these cars up front, some of them appear to be okay with fuel now.
And I think that's, what you see out of these Chevrolets leading right now. They came a lap later, topped off, and then they saved a little bit in the middle of the pack. As soon as these Fords had to start saving a little bit more, they drove right by them and took the lead.
In 11 laps, we'll see who wins stage 1 of this year's Daytona 500.
Hi guys, this is the Chevy Silverado with the world's first invisible trailer.
Invisible trailer?
And it's not the trailer right next to us?
This guy? You don't believe me? Hop in.
Good looking pickup, I will say that. Wow.
Silverado offers an optional technology package with up to 15 different views, including one enhanced view that makes your trailer appear invisible. Wow. That's pretty sweet.
That's cool. There we go.
That's awesome.
Where's the trailer though?
I love it. It's magic.
I am back. After months away, I return. I am the humble beginning for some and the triumphant return for others. I am where seasons are made and history is written. I am a year-long, furious journey. And in the end, the one name forever etched in history is anyone's guess.
He is joining elite company.
Proud of you, buddy.
I am the 2020 NASCAR Cup Series. I am NASCAR.
And Doug.
Give me your hand! I can save you! Lots of money with Liberty Mutual. We customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I only have as long as this pit stop takes to tell you about Busch's fastest giveaway ever. All you have to do is watch Daytona, tweet hashtag pit for Busch every time Harvick pits, and you can win a Busch sports car. Woo! And with a second to spin. Busch.
In 1979, Jiffy Lube changed everything by providing the first convenient oil change service. Millions of satisfied customers later, they're changing everything again. Jiffy Lube Multicare. Brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. You can do more in a Jiffy.
John Cena returns home to Boston. A special Friday Night SmackDown, February 28th at 8 Eastern on Fox.
You're watching the 15-car lead draft from the Goodyear blimp. Providing our aerial coverage today. Goodyear, discover what's possible. Keep moving. Goodyear, more driven. 8 laps to go in stage 1. Joey Logano, the yellow car in the outside lane, trying to make something happen here with Eric Almirola on the outside.
Yeah, I feel like they now are in their fuel window. They've saved enough fuel. They want to try to get track position or get those valuable points that are going to be awarded at the end of this stage.
Now, a quarter of a lap down. What's going on with the Toyotas? Here's Kyle Busch's radio.
Can the lead pack make it the whole way right here? A bunch of them saved. A couple of them will probably be close. So if they can all make it, we're racing the whole pack. So we either go up there and race it or we just hang out here and forfeit.
Wow.
Listen, I'm as baffled as Kyle Busch is right now of what their strategy is. I don't know if anybody actually knows. I just don't see what they have to gain. It doesn't seem like they're going to pit before this stage ends. So I'm just completely confused.
Well, look, I thought they were saving gas or just being conservative to stay out of the wreck. And then we thought...
And there it is. One car goes sliding across the infield grass. William Byron, who won his qualifying race here on Thursday. And that will change everything.
Certainly has changed it for that Exalted 24.
Contact with Ricky Stenhouse puts William Byron into the inside wall and a hard hit.
I believe he was in 4th position in front of Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Well, he'd like to drive it away, but he hasn't seen the front end of that.
Oh, that's definitely
rollback
in their
material.
Chances in any way of winning this Daytona 500.
So officially, it is the second caution flag of the Daytona 500. Watch the 47 of Stenhouse.
And they had just gotten a run. The 10 gets to the rear bumper, the 13, little surge of the 47. Oh, he gets to the left side of that rear bumper. And we've seen when you try to bump draft, you need to be either the center or to the right. Oh, it almost looked like Stenhouse was going to poke out and try to go by him and maybe misjudged it, made contact, turned William Byron right around. You know, those guys had so much anticipation after that great duel on Thursday. You know, you could just see as Ricky Stenhouse Jr. moved left, he just caught that left rear of the bumper.
Into the safer barrier that now lines the inside of this speedway as well as the outside. And here's Chad Knaus, his crew chief.
You know, you work so hard.
William is okay. That's the AMR safety team attending to him out there in the back straightaway, and he'll make the mandatory ride to the Advent Health Care Center. And his hopes of winning the 500 are dashed.
Yeah, you just work so hard to get down here. You got one chance every year to win the Daytona 500, and that chance is now gone for that 24 team. Now they're on pit road.
Fords, led by Fords of Ryan Newman, Brad Keselowski, and Kevin Harvick, and Cole Custer. And all the Toyotas coming in to top off as well. Joey Gase will get the free pass, meaning he can come around under caution and get back on the lead lap.
Well, this is one area you see Christopher Bell, one of our rookies, overshot his pit, had to back into it, so that'll cost him a little bit of time. So they're going to give up those stage points by pitting now. You see they go around to the left side, put 4 tires on the 18 of Kyle Busch, but they're going to gain that track position back after those others pit when this stage is over.
There's the race off pit road. 12 drivers at the front of the field did not pit as William Byron gets sent sliding across the grass into the infield barrier and out of the 500. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by the all-new Ford Explorer. Built Ford proud. Another pit stop for the number 4 car means another chance for you to win a new car from Busch Beer. All you have to do is tweet hashtag Pit4Busch and hashtag sweepstakes while Harvick is pitting, and you could win big, so tweet now. Coming to the end of stage 1, we're going to get 1 to go this time. Michael McDowell comes in to top off. So does Timmy Hill. And here comes Kevin Harvick and Kyle Busch and all the rest of the Toyotas.
Well, I think we're starting to now learn more about the strategy by the Toyotas. I think they're going to give up track position, give up stage points, and try to get themselves out of any potential wrecks and be in position to win the Daytona 500 at 400 or 450 miles, not right now.
Larry, you agree with this as a long-term plan?
Yeah, I thought they were just trying to get their track position right there, but them coming back to top off, that does not buy them anything but being at the back of the field, out of trouble.
So when they take the green, it'll be 2 laps to go to the end of stage 1. playoff points at stake for the stage winner, and points to be awarded to the top 10 when they take that green and white checkered flag at lap 65. Where's our drone going to restart? Anywhere he wants, right?
Well, we know what the pace car is running. Our drone is outrunning the pace car right now, so that thing gets up and goes.
80 versus 70, I believe. All right, so on point, Chevrolets, Chase Elliott, Jimmy Johnson. Bowman and Stenhouse in Chevys. Eric Almirola, the lone Ford in the top 5. Looks like an X-Wing fighter plane, fighter from Star Wars, doesn't it?
So cool. So cool. And yes, I am a Star Wars fan.
I know.
I'm really going to be curious to see how important stage points are to these competitors right now. Because if they're going to be aggressive to get those points, then at the end of each of these stages today, we're going to see a heck of a race and a battle for them.
None of the top 13 have been on pit road since lap 24. Everyone from 14th on back has just pitted. 2 laps to race to the end of stage 1 as Chase Elliott and Jimmy Johnson lead them toward turn 1. And just now the Toyotas are crossing the start-finish line. Half a lap back.
And really not even moving at full speed, so I think they feel like maybe something big's about to happen in front of them. And they're saving a lot more fuel, too, doing that. Big push from the 88 of Alex Bowman to the rear bumper of his teammate Chase Elliott. Oh, it looked like Kurt Busch was going to poke to the outside, try to take it 3 wide.
Yeah, he and Matthew Benedetto had to look up high. But as they come off 4, it'll be 1 lap to the end of stage 1.
And remember, the top 10 pay points at the end of this stage.
Jimmy Johnson with Stenhouse leading the outside row. And the Joe Gibbs cars are coming to the line now. I think they can probably about a third throttle it to the end of the stage.
Some decisions for those Hendrick Chevrolets. Are they going to move up and work with Jimmy Johnson, their teammate, and the other Chevrolet in the outside row there of Stenhouse? Or do they have to block that big run that's coming from that very fast number 10 of Eric Almirola?
Here come the Fords, 10 and 22. Almirola.
Ooh, Ty Dillon.
3 wide, down to the line, and the stage 1 winner, Chase Elliott over Alex Bowman, Eric Almirola, Joey Logano,
Good job, buddy.
and Jimmy Johnson. Meanwhile, half a lap later.
Yeah, these guys are in full fuel saving mode.
And the rest of the field crosses the line. Let's check with Jamie.
And William Byron has been checked and released, and he is okay. So much preparation, so much draft practice, all to end like that. What exactly happened?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, got hit in the back bumper. I saw a brief replay of it. Just see here. Yeah, I mean, he was kind of moving when he hit me first, so that kind of pushed me left with him, and then he hit me off center in the left rear and just turned me around. So I think it was just enough. The first hit when he was sliding left on my bumper was what really moved my car left with him, and so yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's unfortunate. Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I feel like there's really no reason. It's lap 45 or whatever it was to be that aggressive moving across my bumper, but it is what it is. We'll go into Vegas and go try to win that one.
All right, William Byron, first one out of the Daytona 500. Mike?
Thanks, Jamie. Las Vegas Motor Speedway becomes the second race of the season. Beginning this year, that's where Fox NASCAR coverage will be this weekend. And a hats off to not just our cameramen, the great camera work you've seen, and all of our technicians, all of our staff, many of whom have not been home for 25 days. They went to Miami to do the Super Bowl, came right here to Daytona, 2 weeks of speed weeks. And tonight, it all gets packed up and rolls across the country to Las Vegas. Pit road should be open this time around for the end of stage 1 service. Chevrolets of Elliott and Bowman, the Fords of Almirola and Logano, and Jimmy Johnson are your first 5 in stage 1. Chris Buescher got the final stage point. February 28th, John Cena is back, joining the superstars of SmackDown as he returns home to Boston. A special Friday night SmackDown, February 28th, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, on Fox.
You can't see me, my time is now.
You know, I would say a lot of the drivers that pitted on that last caution will stay out. The ones that did not will pit. I have no idea what the Toyotas are going to
do. Larry, the way their strategy played out in this first stage, they pitted late. They knew they only had to race 2 laps, and they knew just how slow they could go and not get lapped before the end of the stage to save as much fuel as possible.
I think that's all we do know.
Yes. Pit road's a busy place, Matt.
Mike, Chase Elliott's in. Moments, he says, off turns 4. He does experience a little bit of free, but overall the car is good. Meanwhile, you can see the 22 of Logano going on the left side. 4-wheel drift, air pressure adjustment to try to tighten him up, Regan.
88 of Alex Bowman. The only concern Greg Ives had today was strategy. He wanted to be around Chevys at the end of the race and the stages. Vince?
Eric Almirola said, I'm good. Just give me 4 tires and a tear-off.
Brad Keselowski wins the race off pit road. Those cars with the green up marks likely took just 2 tires.
See there, Denny Hamlin, our leader currently. Are they going to come down pit road? But let's dial up our stage 1 winner, Chase Elliott. Hey, Chase, this is Jeff up in the Fox Sports booth. You got me, buddy? Hey, Chase, Jeff up in the Fox Sports booth. You got me? Well, we'll try him again after the break.
We'll check the frequency, Kenneth, and try again after the break. Chase Elliott, stage 1 winner. Yesterday here in Daytona, the President and First Lady paced the opening laps of the Daytona 500 in the presidential limousine. And we got 20 laps underway. We're now at lap 68 in the 500. Here's your stage 1 winner.
Yeah, let's give him another try. Hey, Chase, this is Jeff up in the Fox Sports booth. You got me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, great way to start the Daytona 500 with a stage win. Tell us about your car. How are the conditions? How's the car driving? Certainly shows that it has plenty of speed.
Yeah, our Napa Camaro, I think, has been plenty fast enough. Just a matter of being in the right place, as you know, and hoping just the lane goes your way. So nice to get a playoff point, and hopefully we can finish out the day just like that.
We're certainly seeing some different strategies play out. You know, some saving fuel mileage. You guys are pretty aggressive getting to the front there. What do you think? How easy is it going to be for you to get back up there this time?
Yeah, I think that's the question. You know, everybody was doing different things there for that first stage and on different agendas. So you're only battling, you know, a quarter or half the field versus, you know, here later on be battling whoever's left. So we'll see.
All right. Thanks for talking to us. Good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, appreciate y'all. Enjoy.
Chase Elliott, stage 1 winner. There's his pit stop. Denny Hamlin will be up front for the restart with Cole Custer for stage 2. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. And by Ram Trucks, Motor Trend's back-to-back Truck of the Year. Ready for the green flag for stage 2. Denny Hamlin, the race leader, has elected the inside lane against Cole Custer. Then Truex Harvick, Kyle Busch, Eric Jones. They approach the Geico restart zone where the leader has the option anywhere in that area to hit the gas and bring them to green.
And now we're going to see what those Toyotas can do since they've got that track position.
All the first 7 cars pitted before the stage break, including all 5 of the Toyotas. Denny Hamlin defending 500
champ run coming from Martin Truex Jr. Teammate Kyle Busch right behind him, and more Toyotas with Eric Jones and Christopher Bell.
Joey Logano in the middle lane, 5th car back.
A little bit more info on what's going on ahead of me. When I'm right on them, if I'm right on them, I need to be pushing. If I'm pushing, I need to know when to lift. So if you see me within a foot, 2 feet of the car in front of me, give me the gap in front. I'll take care of the behind. Yeah, no problem.
Matt?
And then TJ Majors also said, I'll tell you when he's tight on the door. TJ told me that with this package, they're really trying to speed up their thought and decision-making process on planning their moves.
Well, in a football field a second, you better talk fast.
Yeah, things are happening very fast. And when you're locked onto that driver's bumper, you can't see anything. That's why those eyes in the sky and the spotter stand is so important. Great information Joey Logano is giving his spotter.
5 cars out front, single file, double wide there on back. They're trying to form up that outside lane in one continuous line, and now they've done so as they get to turn 1.
We were wondering what these Toyotas were doing up front. We've got the answer. And it just, basically they gave up that first stage in any track position or stage points in order to get control of this race. We still have one more stage to go, though, so somebody else further back might be able to play that same game.
Well, it's 5 o'clock here. It's rush hour in Daytona Beach.
Yes, it is. At 200 plus miles per hour.
An easy graphic for our crew to build. Toyota top performers. There are 5 cars in the race for Toyota, and they're running in positions 1 through 5.
Pretty impressed with some of our rookies here. We talk a lot about Christopher Bell, but Cole Custer, another one of our rookies, sitting there in 6th position right now.
Now, all 39 cars are in one continuous fast freight train, single file.
There you go, rookies nose to tail. Christopher Bell in the 95 in 5th. Cole Custer in the 41 and Stuart Haas Racing in 6th.
Here's Matt.
Mike, moving up the Cup, Christopher Bell, new to the digital dash. He actually went down and talked to his Xfinity team from a year ago and got a visual to go back and tell Jason Ratcliffe he wanted it more like old school with analog gauges. Now, when he missed his stall on pit road, it wasn't because of that or Christopher. Actually, Ratcliffe took the blame and said, I just have too many buttons on my radio. Sorry, my bad.
A couple of Chevys poke out on the inside now from what was a 39-car freight train, and Ricky Stenhouse, the 500 pole sitter, leads that group on the inside, trying to work his way back to the front.
Well, we know he has a fast race car. If he has somebody that's going to latch onto the rear bumper like we see here with Jimmy Johnson, I think there's a very good chance they can work their way in that lower lane to the front.
The Chevys have a new model this year, which means a new front fascia and a new rear bumper compared to last year, which proved problematic. How is it different?
Well, we saw, and here's Ryan Blaney jumping down to the inside lane. I think they see those Chevrolets coming. He's going to try to block that lane or maybe use that to get some momentum. But you're right, Mike. There's definitely a different nose on those Chevrolets. It's more rounded than it has been in the past, but it still does come to a slight point.
77 laps complete in the Daytona 500.
Coca-Cola and NASCAR. It's a Sunday thing. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
Welcome back to the Daytona 500 on Fox, brought to you by NASCAR's premier partners. 200 of 500 miles complete. Last year's winner, Denny Hamlin, in command from Martin Truex Jr. and Kyle Busch. And here comes Austin Dillon, another 500 winner with a run down to the inside of Ryan Blaney.
And these runs are getting faster and faster, and you got to be real careful. Ryan Blaney thought about blocking Austin Dillon, and luckily he thought twice about it.
Brad Keselowski, Joey Logano on the high side with their Penske teammate Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, we saw the Toyotas were running that high lane, and as that inside lane started to form and catch them, they moved down to block that. Now an outside lane's forming, led by Brad Keselowski.
What's missing from that group of leaders are the rookies. Every rookie driver in NASCAR is required to have a yellow strip across his bumper, and it's almost like somebody pulled the tape because both Christopher Bell and Cole Custer got shuffled out of that front group.
They didn't get the memo that their teammates were getting ready to go to the inside lane. That's just going to be one of many lessons they're going to learn this year and in this 500-mile race.
Now, we've long said the leader cleans the track for everybody, and Denny Hamlin's got a bit of trash on the grill.
And there's just no way to get that debris off there if you're the leader. The only way, if that water temperature and water pressure starts to go up and become an issue, which gets maybe around 300 degrees, he's going to have to drop back and try to get the turbulent air around these cars to pull that piece of debris off.
The three Penske Fords leading Chase Elliott Chevy, trying to make something happen on the outside here.
If we go back to last Sunday's clash, where these two teammates had a bit of a clash when Joey Logano put a big block on Kyle Busch, caught his teammate Brad Keselowski in that big wreck. He wasn't too happy about it. He voiced his opinion. And Joey Logano, remember one of the comments he said, he goes, somebody asked him, are you going to get it sorted out? He goes, we have to. Well, so far, that's working out for him. See the three of Austin Dillon get shuffled out by Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Meanwhile, the inside line is scooting away. All right, the concern about that debris on the grill of Denny Hamlin, well, the team has become concerned.
Yeah, at a 45 team pace, they're not going to be able to get up here, so everyone just needs to stay tight as they can.
You know, that's Denny Hamlin. Denny has a lot of confidence, and he has a great experience of being up front and winning the Daytona 500 twice, so no surprise to me that he's shown leadership from the driver's seat, trying to give some instructions to those others behind him.
Now, those four Toyota drivers in practice worked together, figuring out how they could swap that lead position without slowing down the lap times. But what about here in this big, long pile of traffic?
Well, and that's what Denny Hamlin was alluding to, is if we're locked in together, they're not going to be able to shuffle us out. So if we can work together. Now, they did lose help in Christopher Bell, so they've lost one of their cars. But with four, I think they'll be okay. How about it, Vince?
The 18 of Kyle Busch is concerned about the 19 of Martin Truex. He asked what's wrong with the 19 here. It's like he's lifted and he can't stay with the 11. Kyle doesn't like the way the 19 is handling, and it's impacting the way his car is handling.
Yeah, Vince, we just saw some movement of the 19. I think it was maybe off of turn 4, which can be a handling issue. The sun really bears down on that part of the corner. We saw the car move up about a half a lane.
21, now 22 of 65 laps in stage 2 complete. Denny Hamlin out front in Daytona. The 00 has crashed here in Daytona. Rookie Quinn Houff. Other cars involved as they come to the caution flag. It'll be the 4th caution of the day, coming at lap 90.
That's the 52 of McLeod. B.J. McLeod got caught up in it as well.
Houff was running 28th, McLeod 35th. Well, McLeod will pull away. Let's see what happens here. left of your screen.
You can see they're coming up to put him a lap down. It looked to me like, Quinn just came up a little bit more than what the 10 of Almirola was expecting, and they just touched and ended up turning him into the outside lane. That was a close call for our 10 of Eric Almirola also. Now those Fords had dropped to the back to try to stay clear of all this mess. And you see BJ nowhere to go, tries to avoid that wreck, and then he catches the outside wall.
Riding with Kyle Larson, credit one onboard camera.
I just really think Eric Almirola expected Quinn Houff to stay lower off of that corner, and he was just going to get to his outside, side draft him, and go right on by.
So 90 laps complete under caution for the 4th time today. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by the strongest, most advanced Chevy Silverados ever. And by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR. Perfect for race fans. So the crash involves youngster Quinn Houff from Virginia and veteran BJ McLeod from Florida. But the concern is for Eric Almirola, who had one of the fastest Fords here.
How many times can he block me going so much slower? I mean, that's just common sense. I've seen it on TV, but you can't do that.
Yeah, I just told his spotter not to do it again. I think he's done blocking today.
Yeah, you could see the left front, maybe a little damage on the 10 of Almirola. And my bad, I thought Quinn looked like he was backing up and going, slower, like he was going a lap down. They were going to go to the outside of him. That was actually for position, and he was just trying to move up to stay in front of that group. See repairs going on, and here's the floor now with a little damage to the right rear corner of the bumper of Kevin Harvick.
Tire carrier crawled underneath there to see how extensive that damage is. Want to punch out that bumper cover so it retains some of its aerodynamic property. Larry?
Well, again, pit road was closed right then. Now, Jamie Mack and I, we have no windows in our bunker, but the window is open to be able to make it to the end of this stage. So I would say when it opens, Mike, we're sitting right now coming to 38 to go in this stage. Everybody will be in, more than likely, for 4 tires and fuel.
Well, Larry, there's no safe strategy here. We've had 2 incidents, precautions in this race. One right near the front of the field and one out back.
There is no safe strategy or place to be in this field, as we're finding out. And I said this earlier, Mike. I've tried both strategies, and this is where luck kind of has to come into play. You got to be smart, be precise in your decision making, and hope that it's your day.
It looks like Quinn Houff will join William Byron out of the Daytona 500, leaving 38 cars in pursuit of the Harley Earl Trophy. And green light on, pit road is open. Harvick stopping before pit road open means he's going to have to restart last. Matt?
Hamlin Truex on pit road 1-2. That's how they finished in 2016. Truex says that if he stays up about a foot, the car is okay, but then it will go to the loose side depending on how the 11 moves around. Regan?
Eric Jones' team's made multiple long runs in practice for this scenario, so they knew how their car would be working. Right now, it's very good. Denny Hamlin out front of the pack with the debris. His car's temps went up a little bit. He monitored them the whole time. Vince?
You see the 18 pulling away, just a tick tight. Right sides only for the 18 of Busch.
Here's your Ram race off pit road. Denny Hamlin, Ricky Stenhouse picks up 3 spots. Joey Logano 6. Rookie Tyler Reddick 11. Quinn Houff and BJ McLeod. Trouble in the back straightaway.
I am back. After months away, I return. I am the humble beginning for some and the triumphant return for others. I am where seasons are made and history is written. I am a year-long, furious journey. And in the end, the one name forever etched in history is anyone's guess.
He is joining elite company.
Proud of you, buddy.
I am the 2020 NASCAR Cup Series. I am NASCAR.
In yesterday's pre-race, 2 heads of state. The President of the United States and the king of stock car racing, 7-time Daytona 500 winner Richard Petty, who received the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 1992. Kevin Harvick's pit crew moving fast today, so get ready for another chance to win a custom Busch sports car. Just tweet hashtag Pit4Busch and hashtag sweepstakes during Harvick's pit stops for your chance to win right now. Well, this was a busy pit cycle, beginning with Eric Jones.
Yeah, you see Eric Jones comes in, front tire changer. Watch the hose just get pulled underneath the car, and when they drop this jack, it drops on the hose. They'd stop Eric Jones. He has to back up. Cost him a lot of time getting off pit road.
And now a close call as Brad Keselowski and Ross Chastain both exiting the pits at the same time, same place. There's the Advent Health onboard camera for Chastain.
And that visor cam, going to get some great shots from that. We've got one on Ross Chastain, one on Jimmy Johnson.
Ross gets a cold drink.
Checking in with Jimmy Johnson, visor cam, and our heart rate monitor. Still pretty calm. I think, we're going to see things are going to heat up for Jimmy Johnson. There's that view from the visor camera, and continue to monitor that heart rate, the beats per minute, up to 95.
So Johnson will restart 11th on this restart. He'll be the 3rd Chevrolet. Stenhouse will be on the front row. Chase Elliott in 7th. Reed Sorensen had an uncontrolled tire on that pit stop, so he will go to the tail end, along with Kevin Harvick, who pitted with damage before the pits were open. They'll be restarting out back. B.J. McLeod still in the race, 2 laps down. The 37 cars in front of him are all on the lead lap. We're almost halfway through stage number 2, which will take us to lap 130.
And with that incident on pit road, Eric Jones now not with those other teammates of his at Joe Gibbs Racing, so they're down to 3 up front.
Now Denny Hamlin this time chose the outside of the front row, inside last time. And here we come to green. Hamlin drops down in front of Stenhouse, abandoning his teammate Truex, leading the outside lane.
Yeah, well, Truex might get the lead here because he's got a big push from Chase Elliott.
Truex climbed the hill in turn 2.
That sort of separated, made a big gap between he and Chase Elliott.
The top 6 with an equal number of Chevys, Fords, and Toyotas, 2 apiece.
Starting to see that inside lane.
They're 2 wide behind us, 3 rows back.
Start to prevail. Breaking free of Mark Truex Jr.
Now 3 Toyotas in the top 5 with the Chevy of Stenhouse and the Ford, the 22 of Logano.
Now, we heard before that caution came out, with a 19 Mark Truex Jr. not having as good a handling race car, gets loose every once in a while. Just wondering if that's going to affect him being aggressive on some of these side drafts. But you can see now they go up top. Teammate Denny Hamlin goes to the top, allowing Joey Logano to get a run on the inside. And look who's behind him. Ross Chastain in the inside lane there. And rookie Christopher Bell giving him a push. anytime a number of cars shift lanes, if they go from the inside to the outside lane, all of a sudden the momentum really gets stalled out in that particular lane. So you saw as Denny Hamlin went to the outside lane, that inside lane just started to fall back. Now Chase Elliott making a run to the inside of Kyle Busch.
And here comes Logano to give him a big push off turn number 2.
Whoa, you see the 47 of Stenhouse getting a big push from the 18 of Kyle Busch, and the back of that car wiggling.
You hear Busch had to pedal it a bit to stay off of Stenhouse mid-corner. That push from Logano at turn 2 paid off. For Elliott, he is right there for the lead. Side by side at the line with Denny Hamlin.
And you know, Stenhouse is one of those guys, not only is he an aggressive pusher, he likes them to get to his rear bumper and just lock on. He does not mind that car moving around down the straightaways as long as he's getting a big push.
250 miles, halfway complete when they come to the line. They'll see the crossed flags.
Brad Keselowski making a move to the outside of Truex.
Penske cars lined up on the outside. Keselowski, Blaney, Logano. Denny Hamlin leads at lap 100.
5 rows back to the 2x2. We're faster around the...
Chase Elliott feels like getting in that outside lane in front of Brad Keselowski is the best route for him to get to the front.
Hamlin's number 11 have won 2 of the last 4 Daytona 500s, and he's the only 500 winner from the last 4 years who's led more than a single lap today.
Compared to previous Daytona 500s, so we've seen a lot of different drivers leading quite a few laps. You know, we've seen Chase Elliott lead more than 20 laps, Stenhouse more than 20 laps, Hamlin in 30 laps led that we just saw.
Toyota leading Chevy and Toyota. Denny Hamlin out in front as we go Fox side by side.
Hey there. I'm Lonnie from Lonnie's Lumber. If you need lumber wood, Lonnie's is better than good. We got oak, cherry, walnut, and more. And we also have the best selection of plywood in the state. Hey! Dang, woodchucks, stop chucking that wood.
With Geico, the savings keep on going. Just like this sequel. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
In 1979, Jiffy Lube changed everything. And we're continuing to change. With Jiffy Lube Multi-Care, you can get services on oil changes, brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. You can do more in a jiffy.
I only have as long as this pit stop takes to tell you about Busch's fastest giveaway ever. All you have to do is watch Daytona, tweet hashtag Pit for Busch every time Harvick pits, and you can win a Busch sports car. Woo! And with a second to spin. Busch.
This is the biggest heavyweight fight in recent history.
Here we go again. Shots fired, I'm going in. Standing alone for the loss. He's up.
This fight is a draw. Bring them all on!
It's the pay-per-view event of the decade. Wilder Fury 2, Saturday on pay-per-view or buy now on the Fox Sports app.
From the world's fastest motor speedway in the beautiful countryside of Talladega, Alabama.
They don't race anywhere in the world like they do at Talladega.
There's a company that's talked to even more real people than me. J.D. Power, 448,134 to be exact. They answered 410 questions in 8 categories about vehicle quality. And when they were done, Chevy earned more J.D. Power quality awards across cars, trucks, and SUVs than any other brand over the last 4 years. So on behalf of Chevrolet, I want to say thank you, real people.
We're going to need a bigger room.
.104 laps, 105 now complete in Daytona. Denny Hamlin continuing to lead Ricky Stenhouse. The front stretch is shaded, the turns and the backstretch still in full sun. But boy, Jeff, the drivers, they sure get an eye full of sunshine as they try to come off turn number 4 here.
Yeah, this time of day, that sun starts to set, and you have a real problem with visibility off of turn 4. So as you come through 3 and 4, see they're into turn 3. On board the visor camera, Jimmy Johnson. Now you can imagine, you know, if you get a bump from behind, you got somebody on the outside right there for a split second. You basically are blind coming off of turn 4.
At 200 miles an hour.
At 200 miles per hour. And we go on board here with Kevin Harvick. He's got a clear shield, and he didn't even close his eyes. You're just having to suffer through that for that split second.
Busch Beer camera on Harvick, who has not advanced after having to restart tail end for pitting too soon with damage. He's climbed to 31st, but 2 of his teammates, Clint Boyer and Eric Almirola, have dropped back to work with him.
And I just wonder, are they going to try to use the same strategies that worked so well for the Toyotas to give them track position? Will they come in before the stage ends and try to leapfrog them after that?
Now on that inside line, about 7th, a Daytona 500 winner, Austin Dillon. Jamie?
So far, so good for Austin Dillon on that last stop. He's one of the drivers that took 4 tires. He said it really seemed to help his handling. Now, Austin is reunited with an old crew chief, Justin Alexander, back atop the pit box this season. And you just mentioned that he won the Daytona 500 in 2018. He did it with that man that you're looking at on the left-hand side of the screen. Justin said they're both thrilled to overcome everything they've been through, working together again. The car has been good all speed weeks, and they expect maybe a number 2 later on today.
Well, they've shown speed. He's currently in 9th place. When he won in 2018, he led the final mile. That was it. Since the restart, let's look at our USAA biggest movers since the last restart. And there's Dillon picking up 8 spots. Michael McDowell and Austin Dillon's new rookie teammate, Xfinity champ Tyler Reddick.
Yeah, you said the last mile, not the last lap, because he only got that lead in turn 3. So 1 mile from turn 3 to the start-finish line.
.108 laps complete. Lap 130 will be the end of stage 2. A lot of pomp and circumstance in yesterday's pre-race. There's Austin Dillon, thrilled to meet the President of the United States. .112 in the books from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, celebrating the endless pursuit of forward momentum. Goodyear, more driven. Denny Hamlin in a Toyota. Ricky Stenhouse, our pole sitter, in a Chevrolet. Then the 2 Gibbs Toyotas of Kyle Busch and Martin Truex. And how about Ross Chastain in that front 5? And Jimmy Johnson, Chase Elliott, Christopher Bell, and Austin Dillon. Seven-time series champ Jimmy Johnson, single file in 6th place.
Yeah, man, they're looking for it. Be patient. 995 pushing hard. Switch your radio if you can. Go to your other radio.
Oh, that's never fun, trying to communicate with your spotter. You know, that was Earl Barton talking to him, and Cliff Daniels, his crew chief. They've had some real radio issues at Hendrick Motorsports this week, Matt.
Going back to practice on Friday, the 24 of William Byron and also the 88 of Alex Bowman, both were experiencing issues in that practice. They were chasing it. You could see Jimmy reach down to try to switch the channel, see if that might clear up the communication.
Also, the overnight rains may have had an effect. Cars were allowed to be pushed inside, but there was quite a bit of rain last evening. The NASCAR requires the teams to use analog radios for driver to crew to spotter communication so that the fans in the stands with their analog scanners can listen in to the communication.
Remember, with all that rain, you just wonder if any connections maybe got a little moisture in them that's causing that disturbance.
Joey Logano pokes out to the outside of his Penske teammate, Ryan Blaney. Now Logano and Keselowski working in tandem. Not gaining a ton of ground right there.
Well, we said we were going to follow along with Jimmy Johnson's heart rate monitor, so let's go on board that 48 car on this last restart. You can see on the left at 97 beats per minute as he goes up through the gears. Immediately it starts to go up. And what you're going through right here as a driver, you want to get that restart and get up through the gears, not miss any shifts. You've got your spotter in your ear talking you through the lane choice. You're going to close up on the rear bumper like you did with Ryan Blaney. Look how that heart rate just spiked right then. All the way up to 123, which is high for Jimmy Johnson. For the average human, I think I would start at 123.
Now the Penske cars tried to get something going on the outside, but you see Keselowski in the 2, Blaney in the 12, ended up right back on the bottom. We'll see if Logano drops in or if he stays up top with Austin Dillon in the 3.
I really think that the 12 of Ryan Blaney's having some issues handling. He has his hands full because we're seeing that car move and slide around a lot in the corners. You know, these teams have the option to be able to lower the back of these cars. No ride height restrictions. And when you do that, it gives the car a lot of speed, gets that spoiler out of the air, but it also makes it a handful without having the downforce in the draft.
And a half laps to go in stage 2 of 3. 3 wide up in turn number 4. Things get a little close there. We're going to go side by side, so you'll see it all right here on Fox.
Oh, hey, Pat.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Sweetheart, do my forearms look bigger?
They look the same.
I've been spinning faster recently. I think they're getting bigger. Feel them.
Yeah, they kind of feel bigger.
Yeah, cool. Sorry.
Switch to Progressive and you can save hundreds. You know, like the sign says.
At Outback, steak and lobster is back. Oh, no, it's gone. Phew, it's back with lobster mac and cheese. It's gone again? Oh, it's back with shrimp now. Steak and lobster starting at only $16.99. Hurry in before these 3 are gone again. Outback Steakhouse.
I am a party, and everyone's invited. And I am going to keep going until someone drinks some champagne. I am the NASCAR Gander RV and Outdoors Truck Series.
America is great, better than ever. Under President Trump's leadership, we are racing to new heights. Millions of new jobs, rising wages, lowest unemployment in 50 years, securing our border, protecting our country, and respecting our veterans. Most of all, we are proud to be Americans, proud of our country, our families, and our flag. God bless America. And the best is yet to come.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
9 laps to go in stage number 2. Last time by, Ryan Newman, fastest car on the racetrack, 202.3, our Xfinity fastest lap. Fastest lap of the race, Eric Jones at 206 miles per hour.
That is fast. I mean, to just run lap after lap over 200 miles per hour, and we're seeing some handling become an issue, so it's not as if they're just planted into the racetrack. You're 202 miles per hour sliding the back of the car around like we've seen Ryan Blaney and a few others do.
I mean, it looks to me, guys, like turns 3 and 4 where the sun is still on the racetrack is where these guys are struggling. And like when we look at Kyle Larson right now, he's not staying tucked up tight to that car in front of him. And that tells me when he gets close, his car's probably just not driving as well as he needs it to.
Yeah, he's just trying to get a little bit of air to the nose and on his car to push it into the racetrack.
3 Toyotas and 4 Chevrolets at the head of the pack. The first Ford is Blaney in 9th. With his teammates. How about Ross Chastain?
Oh, man, this is awesome to see Ross Chastain up there. He must be having a blast.
Tommy Baldwin is crew chief, a former Daytona 500 winner. This is only Chastain's 4th start at Daytona. Finished 10th here. Last year, his only top 10 on the super speedways. Joe Gibbs Racing won the Daytona 500 last year. They have 3 of the top 5 right now.
And they have very fast race cars. They've been in control of this race here recently. But you got to look down at Eric Jones in 21st. All it takes is one little bobble on pit road to get you behind. And now you see how difficult it is to try to get back to his teammates.
As they're drafting off Ryan Preece. Now here's the Hendrick Chevy running order. Jimmy Johnson, Chase Elliott in the top 10. Alex Bowman a little further back. And William Byron was crashed out of the race on lap 60. Team Penske for the captain, Ryan Blaney, Brad Keselowski, Joey Logano, all in close proximity here in their Mustangs. Chris Buescher amongst them, new to the Roush Fenway team in the 17.
And you saw right there, Joey Logano right behind the 17 had a little bobble going into turn 3. These guys are wanting some adjustments and 4 fresh tires pretty soon, which is going to happen in about 5 laps.
Stuart Haas running order. Larry, are they doing what the Toyotas did earlier back there near 30th place?
Mike, I'm just concerned how far they have fallen behind. They're over 16 seconds behind the leader. At one point, I felt like that they may try to go down a strategy of pitting before they close pit road. Remember, they closed pit road with 2 to go before the stage end, and they would get that track position, but I'm almost afraid they're too far back to do that right now. Now the strategy is nothing about anything but what puts you in a position to win the Daytona 500.
Yeah, and to stay out of any incident that might happen at the end of this stage. We heard the urgency on Kyle Busch's radio and his voice when they were at the back of the field, and he said, we got to go, and I think a lot of it was managing that gap that we're not seeing right now happen with those Fords that are at the tail.
37 of 40 cars still on track. BJ McLeod has joined Quinn Houff and William Byron out of the race. 35 of them on the lead lap with 74 to go.
Guys, I think this is a great opportunity for Ricky Stenhouse, Kyle Busch, Martin Truex to plan out what they might do if they're in the same position at the end of the race when the big trophy's paid out.
I think you're absolutely right, Jamie. They're going to position their car, maybe back up to that car behind them, see if they can get a big enough run where if they wanted to make that move, they might not make it at the end of the stage because it might be too risky, but they might just be able to learn something, as you mentioned, that wins them the Daytona 500.
Kurt Busch told me yesterday he doesn't need a partner to pull out to pass. He just has to time it right to get to change lanes and get in front of the next car that's coming to give him a push. You don't need a partner to dance. Oh boy, it sure helps if you have one.
Well, you got to have some things go on that allows that to materialize. You can't just do it by yourself, and you certainly can't do it from 8th or 9th or 10th.
Place here, Ty Dillon, Joey Logano, Chevy and Ford. Seven cars, single file on the inside. There'll be one lap to go in stage 2 as they cross the line.
It will be interesting to see if Stenhouse can materialize a run. If he wants to go after that stage win, will he make that move late in this lap?
The stage winner gets a playoff point that carries all the way through to the penultimate race of the season. With 4 drivers vying for the Bill France Cup in Phoenix.
Some real side drafting going on further back between Jimmy Johnson and Ryan Blaney. Oh, there's that run right there. Look at Stenhouse getting to the left rear of the 11.
Trying to get inside Hamlin, who hugs the white line, drifts up one car width. Stenhouse to the outside. Hamlin up to block. Kyle Busch to the bottom with Hamlin, who wins stage 2.
Got pretty exciting right there off of turn 4.
Denny Hamlin holds off all comers.
Denny Hamlin, fuel switch 1.
Denny Hamlin, your stage 2 winner over teammate Kyle Busch. In just 5 days, don't miss the most anticipated title fight in years. Undefeated heavyweight champ Deontay Wilder takes on 29-0 Tyson Fury in the rematch the sports world's been waiting for. Saturday, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific. Buy it now on pay-per-view or the Fox Sports app. Matt.
Ambient temperature down 10 degrees. Martin Truex Jr. says he pokes the left front out to try to help, but the car just gets way too tight, Regan, late in the run.
Smooth sailing for the leader, Denny Hamlin, on the right side of your screen. His race car just a little bit free right now. That means the back wants to slide out. Vince?
The 18 of Kyle Busch likes his car. It's just going to be 4 tires and gas. As for Ricky Stenhouse Jr., pretty loose late in that run in turns 3 and 4.
There's the race off pit road. Timmy Hill, gas only. But problems for Martin Truex.
Big problems. See Martin pull out of his pit stall and nails a gas can that somebody must have pulled out of their pit stall with them when they left. Martin, good job trying to navigate around that. Did that do any damage, though, to the nose of that 19 car?
That's the question.
And then who does that belong to? What do you say we dial up our stage 2 winner? Hey, Denny, this is Jeff up in the Fox Sports booth. You got me? Hey, Denny, Jeff up in the Fox Sports booth. You got me?
Yeah, I got you.
Well, congrats, man. Wow. You guys are looking strong. You really have control of this race. So how's it feeling? It certainly looked like everything's going your way to try to get a 3rd Daytona 500 win.
Yeah, I mean, you know, with us lined up there, it looked like our lap times were good enough to where it really didn't matter how many cars were up top. We were able to control the race on the bottom. So as long as we continue to be able to run that lap time on the bottom, you know, it'll be tough. But we'll see. We got our teammates here mixed up a little bit, so we'll see how it all plays out.
All right, well, thanks for talking to us. Good luck the rest of the way.
Denny Hamlin, stage 2 winner. Someone has a penalty coming for removing equipment from the pit stall. There you see Chase Elliott, and there goes that gas can that Martin Truex sent a ways down pit road right there. So we're under caution at the end of stage 2. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by KFC. It's finger licking good. End of stage 2. Another look here at Chase Elliott's pit stop, where he leaves the pit with the fuel can attached and drops it on pit road right in front of an onrushing Martin Truex at the top of your screen. Now, no penalty on Truex, although Martin did stop for the team to look over and make sure there was no damage. So he'll end up starting toward the back. And there's a look at the front end.
Looks pretty good. I mean, when I saw how hard he hit the gas can, I thought for sure it's going to do some damage, but looks pretty good. You know, that alignment on that gas can when the gas man has made the connection, it's a pretty tight connection, and so when that car starts to take off, if you haven't been able to disengage, it's pretty easy for it to get caught in there, which is exactly what happened to the 9 Chase Elliott that time.
So Elliott will restart tail end, and we're told so will Kevin Harvick, who pitted too soon before pits were open. .66 laps to go. Denny Hamlin's Toyota and Ryan Blaney's Mustang. Blaney has his teammate Joey Logano in row 2. Hamlin's teammate Kyle Busch also in the second row. So Hamlin has elected the outside with Kyle Busch right behind him. Puts Blaney on the inside with Logano. And then in the third row, Stenhouse and Johnson in Chevrolets. Then Ross Chastain and Chris Buescher. Here they come to the Geico restart zone to begin the third and final stage of the 62nd Daytona 500.
Things are about to heat up right here, Mike. This is it. This is what they've been waiting for. Congratulations to those guys up front that have put themselves in position to try to control the end of this race. Teammates Ryan Blaney and Joey Logano going to the front.
22, 47 are both clear. 22 don't get a shove for the 47. Here he comes. 20, 15, 10. He is clear. Whenever he goes. 5. Right with you. Half off again. His helmet's half off.
With that push coming from Ricky Stenhouse Jr., those 3 broke away. See Ricky, evasive move to the outside lane, trying to keep those Toyotas behind him. Boy, Denny Hamlin really had to check up as he got to the rear bumper of Joey Logano. Allows Stenhouse to go to second.
Whoa.
Big aggressive side draft by Ricky Stenhouse to try to take the lead.
And look who's with him, Ross Chastain. In the 77, then Keselowski in the 2.
Man, what a job Ross Chastain is doing today. Denny Hamlin had a huge run coming down the front straightaway in the tri-oval. Joey Logano put a big block on him.
Stenhouse trying to be 3 lanes wide to control this Daytona 500. 2 Fords after him. Here they go.
He's not going to be able to block that big of a run. Now he's got to get up and try to keep Denny Hamlin behind him if he can. Another big run coming. You saw Denny Hamlin get to the rear bumper of Stenhouse. Look at Stenhouse pushing the 22 right to the rear bumper of the 12.
Still half off again. First 6 single file up top. He's getting another push back to you. 1 back. Still half back. First 7, single file up top.
Well, these bumpers are getting a workout right now as we close this Daytona 500 out. And we might find out just whose bumpers line up the best, which cars can lock bumpers and find extra speed. We know how good those Fords can push.
Joey Logano got left alone.
Joey Logano shuffled out by Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Now remember, that sun is setting. Track temp's going down. The grip's going to go up. These guys ought to be more aggressive. Here comes a big run. 95 of Christopher Bell.
Bell coming up to Logano on the outside. Trying to bring that lane back up toward the front.
There goes Stenhouse to the outside of Ryan Blaney.
He wants the lead, and Hamlin's coming with him.
He had to check up a little bit. They almost got together and caused a wreck.
Blaney on the bottom with Kyle Busch now and Jimmy Johnson.
Big side draft. Stenhouse to the right rear quarter panel of Blaney. Here comes a push from Denny Hamlin. On the inside, a big push is coming from Kyle Busch. Look what happened. Look how much more speed they have. That is, what, 4 or 5 miles per hour more speed when they lock bumpers.
Something happened to Stenhouse going into turn 3. That car got squirrely and backed up, and he lost the lead. Now he's coming back on the outside. And Blaney is up to block.
Here comes Denny Hamlin to the outside. Boy, this might be trouble for Ricky Stenhouse Jr., but Eric Almirola might be his saving grace. Here goes Joey Logano to his teammate Ryan Blaney. Man, 3 wide. Look at 4 rows deep, 3 wide. Kyle Busch going to go up and try to block that outside lane with his teammate.
Well, that leaves the middle open for the 12 of Blaney, the 22 of Logano, and the Chevrolets have the inside all to themselves.
Yeah, but now look in that outside lane. You got 4 Toyotas lined up bumper to bumper. I think it's going through Jimmy Johnson's mind. What's on the line right now? His last Daytona 500. Toyota's lost a little bit of help as Brad Keselowski jumps down to that inside lane. I think this is Denny Hamlin doing a little test run, locking bumpers with his teammate. Remember, that's legal in the Cup Series. You can do that. You can push these cars. As long as the water tip can handle it, you can push. But I just wonder if those guys, if that was Denny testing that out, if he could be in that position on that final lap, that might allow them to separate themselves from the field.
58 laps to go and at least 1 pit stop. Race fans, instead of going to a commercial break, we're going to stay right here and go Toyota all out. Well, now that 4 of those 5 Toyotas, 3 from Joe Gibbs, and the Levine family racing car right here of rookie Christopher Bell, now that they have found each other, that's not great news for the rest of this field.
No, it isn't. And I'll tell you something else. You got defending champion Kyle Busch leading this field. Finished second last year's Daytona 500, but he has never won this race. He's got himself in position, and he has his teammate, yes, but one of the most savviest drivers on the super speedways, Denny Hamlin, right behind him.
Now their teammate Martin Truex Jr. had that problem running into the gas can on pit road, had to restart out back, so he's back in 35th as the other 4 run out front here.
But we saw where teammates of Eric Jones and Christopher Bell, somewhat of a teammate to these Joe Gibbs racing cars, they fell back. Look at how they've done such an excellent job working their way back up into the top 4.
1 week ago, Hamlin pushed the damaged car of Eric Jones to the Clash win.
Love this shot of Kyle Busch. Got that clear shield on his helmet. Right now, he's pretty calm. I think he feels pretty content, but look at those eyes looking in the mirror, even in the middle of the corner.
As we continue with Toyota All Out, here's a special treat for the Rowdy fans. The World TV premiere of Toyota's Sign the Line with NASCAR champion Kyle Busch.
Your turn.
.54 laps to go, and Kyle Busch leads the Daytona 500 from Denny Hamlin. Hamlin has never won the NASCAR championship. Kyle Busch has never won the Daytona 500.
This Toyota's won, what was it, like 19 races last year? Already shown a lot of strength here in 2020. Don't forget, though, we're going to have another pit stop to get to the finish. That could shake things up. A lot of work going on between those Fords back there, led by Brad Keselowski, trying to get to the outside of them.
Larry, guys, Jamie, what do we expect if we get this pit stop under green?
Well, I was just asking Larry the same question, and I looked over, and he looks like an unprepared accountant on the eve of April 15th. He's punching numbers, and there is paper flying everywhere. What are you working on, Larry?
Well, here's what I think will happen. Again, this final stage is almost like 2 full fuel runs. So right now we're at lap 147, which is 53 laps to go. The window will open somewhere around lap 160 to 162, which is about 38 to 40 to go. If I'm one of those Toyota crew chiefs, that's the format I'm going to go with. You can run to about lap 166 to 168, but I think especially for those 4 up front, when it opens, Jamie, Mike, and Jeff, come the minute that window opens.
So we can expect pit stops in about 12 laps. And it will be the money stop if this Daytona 500 goes green all the way to the finish. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola, a premier partner of the NASCAR Cup Series. And by Toyota. Let's go places. Coming to 48 laps to go. Fords have surged out front. Let's have a look at today's Credit One Bank ones to watch.
Two-time series champion and defending champion Kyle Busch has 8 victories here at Daytona in multiple series, but never the Daytona 500. Today, I think he lifts the Harley J. Earl Trophy.
Jeff, anytime you come to Daytona or Talladega, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is always the one to watch. If he can just keep a bridle on that thing for a number more laps, he may get his first Daytona 500 win.
Well, I got my eyes on the 12 car of Ryan Blaney. He finally got to the front with a teammate, and we know how good Ryan is at the end of these races. His car is a very good pusher right now.
Guys, I got my eyes on Clint Boyer. We haven't heard much from Clint today because you know what? He has a plan. His plan is to manage his race. He's going to stay in the back and stay out of trouble. The biggest reason, though, I'm watching him is because if he wins the race today, our very own Jeff Gordon has to interview him with the Kansas City Chiefs jersey on.
Everybody knows how aggressive Joey Logano is on super speedways. Anybody who doesn't know is likely to find out on the last lap. Those are our Credit One Bank ones to watch with the Penske Fords of Brad Keselowski and Ryan Blaney leading here in Daytona.
I thought Jamie McMurray was my teammate now. I can't believe he's pulling for Clint Boyer because of that jersey. Although I would like to see Clint Boyer win it. I'll do it. I'm a man of my word. He's got some work to do, though. Yes. Man, this race, what a race.
Boyer's going to have to come from 29th. 35 cars on the lead lap. 46 to go. Saw Ryan Blaney, as we were setting up that feature, come through the tri-oval in a complete four-wheel sideways drift. If the handling goes like it did in that last stage, that's going to be hard to hang on to.
Well, it hasn't slowed him down, though. We've been talking about it. Yes, he's had his hands full. We saw right there with the big bump draft to his teammate Brad Keselowski, but he hasn't checked up. Every time that car slides sideways, he's still wide open.
Well, if you had a mirror full of Ricky Stenhouse, you'd be wide open too, wouldn't you?
Well, listen, if you want a good pusher, that's your guy, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., but you better hold the wheel straight.
Denny Hamlin's Coke cam showing us Kyle Busch and Brad Keselowski.
Big push coming. Christopher Bell to the rear bumper of Denny Hamlin. Now that push goes right to the rear bumper of Kyle Busch. Boy, the push is just getting more and more aggressive. It's got to make you nervous, but at the same time, that's what you have to do in the closing laps of this race.
Best drivers in America, 2 abreast, 200 miles per hour.
I wish, Mike, I could explain to you. Whoa, you see Denny Hamlin move up the racetrack, has to check up a little bit. I wish I could explain to you what is going on inside that car right now, because these guys are gripped to the steering wheel, holding on tight, but they're not lifting the throttle. To do that takes so much skill. Saw a big move right there. Now Joey Logano to the rear bumper of his teammate Brad Keselowski. 1, 2, 3 Penske.
That didn't work out so well in the clash here last weekend when Keselowski blamed Logano's aggressive move on Kyle Busch for taking all 3 of them out of the race. Penske Ford's in front of the field with 43 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Impressive.
The Auto Club 400, Sunday, March 1st. Tickets at AutoClubSpeedway.com.
Here's the Progressive Race summary with 100 miles to go. Brad Keselowski, one of 11 leaders, 16 lead changes, 35 lead lap cars. We've had 5 caution flags, counting the 2 stage breaks, and 23 caution laps. Ricky Stenhouse made an aggressive move in the back straightaway as they were all 3 wide. Here it is as he goes to pass the 12 of Ryan Blaney, and watch Stenhouse and the yellow line.
He gets a big run. He goes to the inside. I think the 12 of Blaney moved down slightly, and I think the 47 of Stenhouse trying to avoid him. But when you go below that yellow line, you cannot continue on and keep and make that pass happen.
Unless you are forced down there, and we saw Blaney move to the left a bit. It's up to NASCAR to make a judgment call.
My experience is unless that car is slamming you in the door below the yellow line, they're going to call that. And I believe they just have on Ricky Stenhouse.
So our pole sitter, Ricky Stenhouse, who's led 24 laps here today, will have to come to pit road to serve that penalty, Vince.
Well, and they told Ricky that he was being penalized. Ricky said, I was either going to crash him or not. Had to make that choice to go below the yellow line, in his opinion.
And it's easy to have that argument. I understand, you know, when you're carrying that speed and they make that move, that you could say you're being forced. But honestly, I've just never seen NASCAR call it any different than that unless somebody was body slamming you, Larry.
And guys, he's got to serve a pass-through penalty, and the window is open. But when you serve a pass-through penalty, you can't stop and service your car. So he's going to have to make 2 trips to pit road, 1 for the penalty and 1 soon for his green flag stop.
Yeah, and the other thing he's got to do, Larry, is be really careful getting below that yellow line as he comes to pit road. He did a nice job.
Tough break for our pole sitter, arguing he was forced below the yellow line, but as Jeff has explained, NASCAR has been very consistent with this call.
Well, they always say, don't force us to have to make that judgment.
Logano out front, Keselowski on the outside lane. Logano picks up his Penske teammate, now leaves him as Jimmy Johnson right behind. And here's Chase Elliott coming up the inside, rebounding from that penalty. Both he and Jimmy Johnson have come back from penalties today.
You can come back from them once,
right,
but you can't come back from them too late in this race, which is what we're going to find out with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Where'd all those Toyotas go? Those guys were dominating this race.
Good point. Kyle Busch.
They've been shuffled back. Yeah, you see Kyle Busch, the first Toyota there. What is he, about 8th or 9th?
Busch is 8th, Hamlin 11th, Jones 15th, Bell 17th, and Truex never recovered. He's back in 32nd. So we're in the fuel window with 36 laps to go. Tonight on Fox, beginning at 8 p.m., see all new episodes of 911, Lone Star, and Prodigal Son.
Boy, it makes me so nervous, Mike, when we're 2x2 like this and we're getting ready to make a green flag stop. That's when drama usually kicks in and somebody makes some kind of evasive move or does something aggressive that usually brings out the caution. So be curious to see how they navigate this. I don't think I want to be the first one to make a green flag stop.
Well, we saw that on Thursday. Ryan Blaney didn't realize all the Fords were pitting. He got himself into an accident, had to go to a backup car during the qualifying race. Little activity on pit road as Joey Logano tries to keep the field at bay. Cup champion, Daytona 500 winner, and one of the most aggressive.
Well, somebody that's been really aggressive is his teammate, Brad Keselowski, behind him. We saw the last time through 3 and 4. Brad Keselowski all over the rear bumper of that 22 car trying to give him a push. Here comes another push. These guys make it look so easy. I promise you, folks, it is not. When you see that car coming, you just hold that wheel as straight as you can. When you're in the banking, there's nothing you can do. You just hope the grip of that banking holds the car.
Jimmy Johnson, third. In his final Daytona 500, Alex Bowman, the only Hendrick Chevy not to have problems today, is right on the back bumper of the 7-time champion.
Yeah, nice patient run for really both of these guys, but for Alex Bowman, we've not talked a lot about him after starting on the front row, but he just quietly is finding his way towards the front of this race at the right time.
Larry McReynolds, we're well into the fuel window. Getting nervous?
Well, Mike, I mean, they will definitely have to come here in about the next 3, 4, 5 laps. So evidently they've decided to take this as far as they possibly can and just maybe come for fuel only on this final trip to pit road.
Boy, that's going to mean dodgy handling in the last few laps for some of the cars we've seen sliding up the banking in the corners on worn tires.
Well, and remember, Mike, we've already seen this week in the duels, poor communication. If you don't allow the teams around you to know you're pitting, hand signals, radio communication, we talked about instant messaging happening on pit road. We can see disaster strike coming to pit road under green. See the Toyotas go to the inside, turns 3 and 4. Actually, that was a nice pass by Kyle Busch going by Alex Bowman. I was just wondering maybe they were coming to pit road. Not this time. Now Jimmy Johnson goes to the outside of Keselowski, but no help.
No, Bowman is a car length, now half a length back. Now here comes Bowman to give Johnson the big push as they come to turn 1.
Wow, both Bowman and Kurt Busch closed up on Jimmy Johnson in a hurry. They were 2, 3 car lengths back when Jimmy made that move. Pretty good indication. Anybody in that outside lane right now not coming to pit road. Are we going to see some action from anybody on the inside lane?
This time here outside.
Oh, here they come.
Here, there you go, buddy.
Are they coming too fast to make it down to pit road speed limit? Logano, Keselowski hard on the brakes. Matt.
And Jake Seminara goes around on the right side to hit the right rear. Hunter Massing's on the front. The second can's going in. They're only going to do 2 tires on the 22, Regan.
Denny Hamlin's been quiet for the majority of the night until he got in that heavy traffic. The race car was too tight in that heavy traffic. Vince.
The 2 of Keselowski, right sides and 2 cans of fuel. They'll go on the crew chief, Jeremy Lawrence.
Most everyone getting right side tires. As this group peels off, the first 14 cars did not pit. And most of those stay out.
Now remember something that played out the other day also in the duels. We saw cars get single file and run some of their fastest laps of the race to try to make up time for when these green flag stops happen. Let's see if these guys can now draft off of those cars that just came off pit road before they come to green to get fuel and tires.
48 Johnson at Ally Chevy is your leader. From Bowman, Kurt Busch, Ty Dillon, Ryan Preece, Austin Dillon. It's 10 Chevrolets out front. Yet to make their stop. This late in the race, the pit stops matter now more than ever for Kevin Harvick and for you. Keep tweeting #PitForBusch and #sweepstakes for your chance to win a Busch-wrapped sports car right now. The first 13 cars have yet to make this final stop. 12 Chevrolets and Timmy Hill's 4. Treble turn 4. One car.
Stenhouse Jr.
No caution. We stay green as Stenhouse makes it to pit road with a lot of damage there. And several cars choose to pit, including Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick. Ross Chastain is in. Brendan Gaughan on pit road. As we continue under green, Ryan Preece is in as well. Here's Chastain's stop. And
issue for Cole Custer. Was there some kind of contact between Cole Custer and Ricky Stenhouse Jr.?
Well, they've got the hood down and in position on Stenhouse's car. He may be able to continue. Here comes Custer staying on track. And a good bit of smoke from behind his number 41 Ford.
Yeah, these guys want to hit pit road before they close those pits in case the caution comes out.
Matt?
Jimmy Johnson was staying with those Chevys, and then he called an audible from the cockpit. Didn't know what to do, so he stayed out. They're looking for 4 tires here on the 48. Jamie?
The Stenhouse spin definitely messed with the Chevy strategy. The one of Kurt Busch in his box. 4 tire stop said the car is perfect right now, Regan.
The 88 car of Alex Bowman, you see him there taking 4 tires. He has been quiet on the radio this past run, happy with his race car.
Contact from Eric Jones may have sent Ricky Stenhouse spinning. There was no caution. And the field cycles around. Alex Bowman giving up the lead after his pit stop. Oh, here comes Jones. Whoa, huge run.
We talk about communication, and Eric Jones had no idea that the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was coming to pit road.
And there's Jimmy Johnson, the 48 on the inside. Wasn't sure if he should come to pit road or not. Gave up the lead and pitted the next time by.
Yeah, looks like he was planning to come. They waved him off. Issue here for Cole Custer had nothing to do with the Stenhouse incident.
Kyle Busch is the race leader. Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher, a Toyota, and 5 Fords right behind him. Joey Gay slips onto pit road, and so does the 20 of Eric Jones.
Well, it's just, bad timing for Eric Jones. He had a big run, dove to the inside of a car, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was just right in front of him, getting on the brakes to come to pit road. Nowhere to go for Eric Jones.
Remember, I'm going to get that jersey pressed and ready because Clint Boyer, who was 29th, Jeff, is now up to 5th place.
I believe I see it hanging up over there in the corner, Mike.
25 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Time for our Wendy's pit stop. Jamie and Michael had their own on-track rivalry as they battled for some Wendy's breakfast. Then there was an epic egg race that led to an unconventional delivery cart dash, which led to Wendy's breakfast Baconators for the winners. Everybody wins on March 2nd when Wendy's breakfast rolls out nationwide.
Well, we talked about how a green flag pit stop can change the whole race and the complexion of it. We saw where some took 4 tires, some took 2 tires, really has split up these groups.
The 4-tire group are 15th on back, 4 seconds back of the leaders with 2 tires. We're side by side.
There's a port on a western bay and it serves 100 ships a day.
If you build a truck tough enough to pull this much forward, you better make sure it's smart enough to back it all up.
They say Brandon, you're a fine girl. What a good wife you would be. Such a fine girl.
With Pizza Hut's new Mozzarella Poppers pizza, you can switch between 16 fried mozzarella bites and a large pizza. Pizza then app. App then pizza. It's your world. We're just making pizza in it. Hurry and try it before it's gone. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Oh my God.
Wednesday, we meet the brand new 6 Masked Singers. Oh my God! CYTV's #1 show
That performance almost brought me to tears.
has achieved global domination.
I'm gonna go Howie Mandel.
Jack Black.
This is Martin Short.
I can't wait for you to be wrong again.
I have good guesses. The Masked Singer, all new, followed by Lego Masters, Wednesday on Fox.
And Doug.
Give me your hand! I can save you! Lots of money with Liberty Mutual. We customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
The XFL is the hottest trending topic in sports, and it all continues this week as the Dallas Renegades take on the Seattle Dragons.
Touchdown!
Saturday at 5 Eastern on Fox.
The biggest fight in recent history.
It's the pay-per-view event of the decade.
You have got to be kidding me!
Wilder Fury 2, Saturday on pay-per-view or buy now on the Fox Sports app.
With 20 laps to go in the Daytona 500, here's how the Coca-Cola family of drivers are faring. Joey Logano in 2nd place, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Newman top 10, Austin Dillon, Bubba Wallace still on the lead lap. Now the group of 15 cars that took 2 tires on the last pit stop has been almost a second slower than the group from 16th on back that got 4 tires and are closing right in. Let's have a look at those Ram fastest pit stops. It will be, of course, the 2-tire stops that were faster, led by your nemesis, Clint Boyer. Need I remind you what's at stake here? Jeff promised that if Boyer won the race, Jeff would interview him wearing this beautiful Chiefs jersey.
Well, they've got to survive this 4-wide racing that's going on right now. And I got to say, I think right now I'm going to want 4 tires, not 2 tires, because business is picking up. Kyle Busch gets shuffled.
Kyle Busch shuffled back to 16th. The 4-tire group was led by Ross Chastain and Jimmy Johnson.
Oh,
and it's trouble
with the 18
for the defending NASCAR champion Kyle Busch.
Tire rubber blown up.
he had a tire rub. That was the issue coming to pit road.
Well, I don't see.
Well, he's down on the apron in turn 1, Jeff. That's a long way around.
It sure is. And you got to be really, really careful if it is a tire rub that you don't tear that tire apart. A lot of times we see these tires go down. If they've rubbed, they'll actually shred into pieces.
Up front, Ryan Newman, Brad Keselowski, 2 Fords side by side from different teams. Eric Almirola's Ford. Christopher Bell, the rookie in Toyota.
Well, we saw Ryan Newman up front at the beginning of this race. We have not seen it since then, but 18 laps to go, now 17. He's right in the mix of this, a former Daytona 500 winner. He knows how to get it done.
The 2008 winner, Newman, battling for the lead. And let's see if there's contact for Kyle Busch. This is Joey Logano right behind him. Trouble.
Hey, Greg. Here's the big one. Man.
Well, there goes half the field.
Sure does.
And it's Ryan Newman leading them around. Oh,
Jimmy Johnson. Hopes in his final Daytona 500.
Kurt Busch, another former Daytona 500 winner. Brad Keselowski trying to win it for the first time, all torn up. Bubba Wallace, Eric Almirola, one of the fastest Fords in this entire field. And here's Martin Truex, who couldn't get back to the lead pack and gets all torn up. Smoke out the exhaust pipe.
That's not a tire problem for the 18 of Kyle Busch.
We are, of course, under caution with 15 to go. Watch the outside line here, Jeff.
You can see Joey Logano really aggressive to the rear bumper of the 10. He's going to push him all the way up to the 2. And they just, right before the 10 gets there, there's a little bit of movement. And that little bit of movement, when you make that much contact, turns your car right around. That's exactly what happened to Brad Keselowski and the 10 of Almirola.
And that happens right in front of most of the field.
And that really all started with a big push from Joey Logano. Remember Joey Logano talking on the radio earlier about, you got to tell me when I'm pushing that car and it's going to make contact with the car in front of us. Well, that happened right there with his teammate.
Here's our Ford onboard camera with Logano.
You could hear he started to lift, but unfortunately Almirola's car started sort of swaying back and forth right before he made contact with the 2. Hooks his bumper, turns him around.
Oh, he slammed Alex Bowman. And then it's on. And for the second time in less than a handful of years, Eric Almirola ends up being knocked out of a good chance to win the Daytona 500.
On board with Austin Dillon. He even downshifted, trying to get that car slowed down enough to avoid this accident.
Riding with Jimmy Johnson, our Chevy cam.
Oh, just gets slammed. One of the cars loses control. I think that was Martin Truex Jr. Came down, made heavy contact with Jimmy on the right side.
Was it a question of if or a question of when?
I think it was just a question of when. I mean, you knew it was going to happen. That group caught that other group. They're going to race really hard to gain that track position. We saw so much bump drafting going on. We're getting down to the end of the Daytona 500. Nobody's going to lift in that situation.
We are under the red flag. Cars are stopped on the backstretch, and work has stopped among the cars that are on pit road. And there's our AMR safety team attending to Brad Keselowski. Reports from our cameraman are that all drivers whose cars are stopped are out of their cars, and Brad surveying the damage. One of 4 top drivers with more than 10 Daytona 500 starts, trying to win it for the first time.
Well, Mike, I mean, it's a product, you know, of the bump drafting that goes on. We talk about blocking. I don't think anybody was trying to block. It was just trying to get those lanes moving. These cars close up so fast. Here's another look at this. Yeah, watch these 3 cars right here. You've got Joey Logano, who's locked onto the rear bumper of Eric Almirola. There's going to be a big shove here, and you see the back of the car already moving right as he gets to the rear bumper of the 2 of Brad Keselowski. All it takes is the slightest amount of sideways motion to get that 2 car of Keselowski turning sideways. Really, I mean, Eric Almirola was basically the meat between the sandwich there. He's getting pushed from Joey Logano. He's going up to the rear bumper. He has no choice but to bump draft the 2. All Brad can do is try to hold the steering wheel straight. I mean, this is just aggressive racing in the end of this race. Ross Chastain was having such a great day. Bummer to see him get caught up in that.
And I'm not sure his day is over. Minimal damage, it appears, to his car.
That's a good
We'll
point,
see once
Mike.
they get him back to pit road. John Hunter Nemechek has made it back to the pits. No work allowed under the red flag. Alex Bowman is back to pit road.
We saw David Reagan coming back from retirement to make a Daytona 500 attempt again, and we saw him get involved in that also.
If I'm going to pick one driver besides the retired Bobby Allison to pick his way through an incident, it's Kevin Harvick.
Hey, race right. It's easy coming back up across the track. I can't see a damn thing from the dirt. See anything.
Phenomenal job. I mean, he was in a great position to be a little bit further back, to be able to get slowed down. The seas parted as Kevin Harvick came right there, and that's what I'm talking about, Mike. It's things like that that have to happen for you if you're going to win the Daytona 500. Right there was definitely something that Kevin Harvick said, all right, right now things are on our side.
I once asked Bobby Allison, the Hall of Famer, who I know is home watching our telecast tonight, how do you miss all those wrecks? He says, I aim for where they are. They're not going to be there when I get there.
Well, I think there was a movie that was made 30 years ago with a statement similar to that.
Days of Thunder.
Yes.
Let's watch Clint Boyer in the 14 work his way through this in black and gold, top of your screen, 5th car back. Now 6th car back, and here he comes.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He made it through. And almost to Benedetto, clipped him on the way by.
Here's what Boyer had to say about that.
Yeah, how'd you do that? I don't know. That was close, though, boy. Woo! We're 6th, and a bunch of cars are torn up, man. I mean, a bunch. Might be 8 or 10 of us that aren't hurt. I was teed up with a 2, and he stayed up.
Neil Bonnet won a Firecracker 400 here one July. He passed 3 cars in turn 3 on the last lap and said, how'd you do that? He said, man, did it all with my eyes closed. Here are the cars involved in that crash. We're not yet sure who might be able to continue. We'll know that after they lift the red flag.
What'd you say you made it through that big one?
Probably more so getting through that big one, man. I had him teed up. Brad was backwards sliding, and I was like, oh, no. Barely missed him, but, you know, according to plan, you hate to ride in the back, but you know it's coming. You got to give yourself a chance. Said it from day one since I got here. Survival, survival, survival. It's go time now. Gloves are off. Time to go.
Well, and we saw you did kind of play out that strategy. You were in the back early on in this race, but right now, I got to believe you're pretty happy with the position you're in. What is it going to take? I mean, is it going to take more things like that, or what kind of move can you make? Who can help you to get to the lead and try to win this Daytona 500?
Well, I think a couple things led to that wreck. Honestly, it was, you know, at the end of the race, things start to compress, but 2 tires. Everybody was sliding around, had their hands full. Be interesting to see what everybody does here after the caution, being that there's so few cars left. But pull one of them, baby. Get that jersey ready. You're going to need it.
Well, you're putting on a heck of a show, man. Thanks for talking to us. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, boys.
All right, let's go to the Advent Healthcare Center and Regan Smith.
Well, Kurt Busch, the first to emerge from that healthcare center. Kurt, know that was a big wreck in front of you there. Was there anything you could have done different?
Nah, couldn't have done much different. It was, 15 to go, and we're all racing hard. And we ended up knocking the oil cooler out of it. No, it's not even worth watching, guys. For me, my guys prepared a really good Monster Energy Camaro. The CO1 was fast. It was hooked up. I was able to go wide open. And on the inside lane, Lady Luck was not on our side. There it is. Boom. That's a roulette wheel, people. The roulette wheel spins, and it grabs your number. It grabbed my number. Maybe in Vegas will be a little better.
All right, thanks, Kurt. Glad you're okay.
Las Vegas next week, race number 2 of the NASCAR Cup Series. We're under the red flag for a grinding crash on the back straightaway. The Daytona 500 has 16 laps to go.
What are you doing in my car?
Oh, hey, Kevin. I was just telling everyone they can enter for a chance to win one of these bad boys every time you pit during Daytona.
Right, but they're not winning this race car. They're winning that sports car.
Right. I'll get out. Watch the Daytona 500. Tweet hashtag pit for Busch during Harvick pit stops. Win a sports car.
I got it.
At Outback, Steak and Lobster is back. Oh, no, it's gone. Phew, it's back with lobster mac and cheese. It's gone again? Oh, it's back with shrimp now. Steak and Lobster starting at only $16.99. Hurry in before these 3 are gone again. Outback Steakhouse.
16 laps to go in the Daytona 500. We're under the red flag as they continue cleanup in the back straightaway from a multi-car incident. Let's go back to the care center. Regan Smith.
Well, Brad Keselowski standing here with me. Brad, we saw the push that Joey Logano gave Eric Almirola down the back straightaway. They got to your back bumper once they hit you too much to hold on to.
Yeah, I just instantly spun out. I don't know. I had the 6 car in front of me. I think I was about to push him, and just a lot of kind of kinetic energy there. But, I felt like we had a really good car. I made one mistake about a lap earlier, and the 95 was doing such a great job of pushing the 6. I didn't think they'd have as strong of a run as they did, and they just got by me there on the bottom. I should have covered that better, and I didn't. So it's my fault. I kind of put myself in position for that. But it's a really good effort from everyone, the Discount Tire Ford team. I felt like we were right there. We led a lot of laps. We were certainly in position at the end, and just not quite strong enough.
Did you have any clue that they were coming with that big of a run from Joey as well as Eric Almirola right there, or was it just pretty much nothing you could do? Well,
I knew the 10 was coming, and the 6 threw a pretty good block, and we were closing in on them. It's a lot of energy when you got 3 or 4 of them. It adds up quick.
All right, thanks for talking to us, Brad.
Keselowski led 30 laps today. There is Almirola's car awaiting a push to get back to pit road. They're going to refire the cars, and once the caution flag is displayed, they'll be allowed to work on those cars, and that work begins now.
And we talked to Clint Boyer and what a great job he did, or getting lucky making it through that crash. But I'd say the same thing about Hamlin. Thought Hamlin really did a nice job working his way through there, and Logano. So Logano, Hamlin, and Boyer just making it through before that hole closed up.
Now, we'd been talking about Kyle Busch, and it turns out we saw that smoke from the exhaust pipe. He does have engine issues, but he is still running. So scoring owes him a lap, we're told. He'll be allowed to pass the pace car and come around so that his scoring is correct with the rest of the field.
That didn't sound good. He just went to start the engine up, and it did not sound good. I think this is probably heading towards being pretty terminal.
Here. Okay, can you get us a push?
Saturday, week 3 of the XFL heats up. Coach Bob Stoops leads Dallas against Seattle. Catch the action sports fans can't stop talking about. Saturday, 5 Eastern on Fox and the Fox Sports app. You could play football here right in they call it the ball field, the tri-oval grass between the racetrack and the pit road.
And the coolest thing about that, Mike, is that those cars at speed, when they're in the draft, are going by that in 1 second, covering that football field.
So Kyle Busch will get a push to pit road with the electronic fuel injection on these cars. Oh, a lot of smoke.
He got it started, but
They have to go through a cycling procedure to get that car restarted. It's not as simple anymore, is it, as just hitting a switch or turning a key on your family car.
That makes you wonder, was Kyle Busch in a tight draft? Maybe the temperatures got really high. Did that lead to some of this issue that he's having? Cars on pit road.
Jamie?
Well, as you know, on the last stop, the 14 of Clint Boyer took 2 tires. He just told the team, we were in big trouble from the start. I would love to have 4 if we have enough time. They're putting the right sides on, and it looks like Boyer will get his wish for fresh tires.
Kyle Larson on the right of your screen getting 4 as well. Eric Almirola came down pit road with damage, cut down a tire, and dragged the frame all the way to his pit stall. 15 to go. And here's the Ram race off pit road. Harvick, Boyer, Larson, McDowell. Looks like 5 cars stayed out. 6, 7, 8, maybe 10 lead lap cars did not pit.
See Kyle Busch staying down on the apron. I think he knows that it's just a matter of time before he starts losing some fluids. That is not the purr of an engine running on all 8 cylinders.
It's the local mosquito abatement program, unfortunately. Larry dropped a valve, rings, everything. What do you think? Maybe the kitchen sink. 15 laps to go in the Daytona 500. Who will win it? Almost everyone who came to Daytona this weekend came in pursuit of this, the Harley Earl Trophy, to etch their name on one of those plaques on the permanent trophy that stays here at Daytona and symbolizes the Daytona 500 winner. 15th try to win it for Kyle Busch. He has coasted into the garage after completing a lap or 2 under caution to get points ahead of those cars that were knocked out here. Said earlier in the week he hopes to have 10 or 12 more chances at the 500.
Well, we've seen some of the all-time greats take a long time to get that first win and only 500 win, but not going to happen today.
Regan?
Well, certainly one of the best Daytona 500 cars that Kyle Busch has ever had. Kyle, did it give you any hint that it was about to go?
No, I mean, just right there coming out of 4 when we were leading and guys were kind of switching from the bottom to the top. That's when I got warning that it was starting to go away, and then through the trial it let go more, and that's when Logano was all over me pushing me, and I couldn't get out of the way fast enough, you know. So overall, just it's a shame, man. Really hate it for all my guys. Really hate it for Joe Gibbs Racing, and you know, you come off pit road after the final pit stop and you're leading the thing. You know, it's kind of your shot to win, and all you got to do is make sure you can keep everybody else behind you. We've been in that spot I don't know how many times, and we'll just keep going down in history of figuring out new ways to lose it. I know of another guy that's done that before, and he's pretty popular. So, I don't know. It sucks to be in that conversation, though. We'll go on another year.
Thanks for your time, Kyle.
He was referencing Dale Earnhardt, who took 20 years of trying to win the Daytona 500. There are 4 of the drivers with 10 or more starts in this race, hoping to win their first 500.
Pretty much only one of those guys are left in this race, Clint Boyer. I really thought today was the day for Kyle Busch. When he got out front, and as fast as his car was, I thought today was going to be the day.
So let's set the field for you. 22 cars are on the lead lap. Some of the favorites that are laps down include Alex Bowman and Martin Truex, and Matt DiBenedetto 1 lap down. Eric Almirola, Eric Jones, Jimmy Johnson, Ricky Stenhouse 2 laps back. With 13 to go. Ryan Newman is your race leader. He's driving for Jack Roush, Roush Fenway Racing. The last time we ran the 500 on a Monday, Jack Roush was in victory lane with driver Matt Kenseth. Christopher Bell, the rookie, running second to Newman. What a day it has been for the rookie.
Unbelievable. I mean, we know we're going to see great things out of this kid this year, but to start off the Daytona 500 the way he has, pretty impressive. Got to survive these next 12, or maybe 10 laps when we go back to green. Going to be a tough challenge.
Well, guys, the trends are back in 2020. I know we don't have a lot of drivers left out there, but if you look at the last 10 Daytona 500s, the average of the last caution is lap 194 with 6 to go. 8 times in the last 10. It's happened in the final 10 laps. And Mike and Jeff, 6 overtimes, including our last 2 trips here in February.
So if the leader comes to the white flag and we are under green, the next flag ends the race. Otherwise, if a caution comes out and we get to the 200 lap distance, we would go to overtime and a green-white checker. There are a lot of dark horses in the top 15 right now. Rookie Christopher Bell is one of them in second. Michael McDowell in 9th. Ryan Preece in 10th. Corey LaJoie 11th. Ty Dillon 13th. Reed Sorensen 14th. And still way too soon to pick a winner. So the Daytona 500, which has taken 2 days to run, has 12 laps to go to decide a winner. The President of the United States and the First Lady on hand to give the command and pace the field. Jimmy Johnson getting a penalty here early. Too many men over the wall. William Byron getting turned around by Ricky Stenhouse. Hard hit to the inside wall. William is okay, but first car out of the race. His teammate Chase Elliott would win stage 1 for Rick Hendrick, while Denny Hamlin for Hall of Famer Joe Gibbs won stage number 2. Chase Elliott pulls the fuel can out of the pit box with him, leaves it on the pit road where Martin Truex collected it and was unable to advance thereon. Ricky Stenhouse went below the line to make a pass and then ended up spinning off the front bumper of Eric Jones. Finally, Joey Logano in the yellow 22 gives Eric Almirola a push all the way up to the bumper of Logano's teammate Brad Keselowski, who gets turned into the wall, and it's on. The big one at Daytona in turn 3.
Mike, you can hear that little lift off the throttle pedal by Joey Logano just before the 10 car got to the rear bumper of Brad Keselowski. He knew that he had a lot of momentum being carried as he was pushing the 10 of Eric Almirola. He knew he had to lift. Probably heard from his spotter, okay, you're closing up on him really fast. Unfortunately, it just wasn't soon enough to keep that from happening.
NASCAR's damaged vehicle policy allows the teams 5 men, 6 minutes to make repairs and get their car back out. That time has expired for Jimmy Johnson. He will not win this Daytona 500. Martin Truex also pushed to the garage. Here's Denny Hamlin's team.
I'm going to see how this first couple laps here play out.
Don't second guess yourself. You're the best guy out there, most decorated at these racetracks. Anybody out there, so don't second guess yourself for a second. However it turns out, it turns out.
Let's find out. They will come to the green with 10 laps to go in the 62nd Daytona 500. Ryan Newman leads them toward turn 1. With a push from Logano in the 22. Harvick right behind. Christopher Bell on the bottom with Chase Elliott and last year's winner Denny Hamlin.
Well, we talk about how well those bumpers line up on the Fords. Didn't line up so well down the back straightaway when that big one happened, but right now Joey Logano locked onto the rear bumper of the 6 and Newman going to take the lead. Watch Denny Hamlin also. One of those very aggressive pushers. Big push to Chase Elliott as he gets to the rear bumper. Rookie Christopher Bell. Oh no, now Hamlin's going to go to the outside, kind of leave Chase Elliott hanging there.
Hamlin slid up into a hole that wasn't there behind the 4 of Kevin Harvick.
Now watch that lane start to surge forward with the big run because of that. The inside lane starting to lose some cars in it, so watch them go backwards here for a little bit. Chase Elliott going to the end, to the middle, going to shuffle that rookie out.
Clint Boyer in the 14 with Elliott. Single file at the front. 6 cars trying to break away.
Denny Hamlin to the outside of Kevin Harvick, going to shuffle Kevin Harvick out now. Well, that was a power move by Denny Hamlin.
Ford, Toyota, Chevy. Ryan Preece up into the top 5 in the 37. Haven't seen him all day.
No, we haven't. We know what his stats are, though, on these super speedways. Best average of anybody in the field.
8 to go.
Oh!
Crash in the back of the field.
Eric
2
Jones,
cars piled up there.
And Reed Sorensen, Timmy Hill.
Timmy Hill, who was 10th after the 20 laps run yesterday, and Reed Sorensen. And caution is out with 8 to go. Timmy Hill, who had said if they didn't make the Daytona 500 on Thursday, they would probably have to fold that team. And it looks like Alex Bowman has front end damage from that. Well, we'll see how all this got started from our Goodyear aerial coverage. Bottom of your screen.
Sorensen goes to the middle. A lot of sparks out of that car. I think he cut a tire down.
Oh, it slid right up in front of Timmy Hill.
Yeah, anytime you see that much, those types of sparks, it basically that tire has gone down and now a car is lower down and riding on something, some steel, maybe the track bar adjuster mount.
Hard hit for Sorensen into the wall there.
Not exactly sure what happened to Alex Bowman.
And you saw David Reagan slipping by on the inside in what may be his final 500. I'm going to try to get Timmy Hill back in this. 7 to go. All of these cars a lap or more down. After all this contact, Bowman 2 laps down as they try to fix the right front of his car.
Now as we look at what's happening up front, those 2 Fords that were locked together doing a good job pushing. Now they're going to get separated. One's going to have to pick the inside, or Newman's going to pick inside or outside lane, so he'll have a Toyota and a Chevrolet behind him as pushers.
Ryan Newman, your race leader, as Reed Sorensen crashes out with Timmy Hill. Six laps to go in Daytona. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Discover what's possible. Keep moving. Goodyear. More driven. So who are your friends out front there? Ryan Newman, Joey Logano, the 2 Fords, Denny Hamlin, the lone Toyota, the Chevrolets of Kyle Larson and Ryan Preece.
Well, obviously to Ryan Newman, he thinks Denny Hamlin's his friend because he chose the inside lane. He'll have Denny Hamlin, one of the most aggressive pushers, somebody with a very fast car behind him on this restart.
6th is Ryan Blaney, 7th Chris Buescher, 8th Michael McDowell, and 9th Kevin Harvick, all in Fords before the Chevrolets of Ross Chastain and Chase Elliott.
I like the position of both Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin, maybe even a little bit more towards Denny Hamlin. Defending winner of this race. He's so good on these tracks. We've seen how strong that car has been. Even though Newman's got control of this restart, I just don't think Denny Hamlin is going to stay on his rear bumper to the finish.
We went back and looked for damage on Alex Bowman's car. Turns out that was from the prior caution flag and crash. They were just coming around having made replacements and trying to get him to the finish line here. How about Ryan Preece, the kid from Connecticut, had a great debut Daytona 500 last year. Finished in the top dozen, third at Talladega last spring. Former NASCAR modified champ. He's in fifth. Just ahead of him, defending 500 winner Denny Hamlin. Here's Hamlin's radio.
Let him know he's got to stay tight here. Like, tight. That's Preece in that car now. Tell him to stay tight. Whoever's behind him, get with that spotter. Just let him know. We got to line up. If we don't line up, we're dead.
I love the way Denny Hamlin's thinking. He knows what it takes to get that run. Now, of course, he wants that for himself, so he knows the tighter that those cars can maintain that gap between the bumpers, he wants those bumpers right closed up to one another, because that's where the energy is going to come from.
I think all these manufacturer alliances are now out the window. Your best friend is the car right in front of you or right behind you.
I still think that move can be made without some help coming to the checkered flag, though, Mike.
It'll be 4 laps to go. Newman, Logano on the front row, green flag.
Not a great start by Denny Hamlin right there. Excellent start by Joey Logano. Timed it perfect.
Logano with Kyle Larson in the 42 and Ryan Blaney in the 12. Here comes the bottom. Logano comes down to side draft.
Boy, not a great start, but look at the way they connected through 1 and 2. Denny Hamlin and Brian Newman have taken off.
Can they get too far out front?
Remember, I talked about this earlier in this race. Denny Hamlin tested this same move out with his teammate Kyle Busch. But yes, I agree. I think they're going to get too far out. I just don't think they can push like this tandem for 4 straight laps.
Can the cars behind him link up in a long enough draft to run down the lead duo with 3 laps to go?
But Denny Hamlin's going to give it everything he has to try to pull this off. I'm amazed that they've been able to stay hooked together this long. Just don't think it's going to last.
Chase Elliott peeks out. Logano says, no thanks. I'm going up the middle. Boy, Joey Logano got shot.
Oh, there goes
back.
Denny Hamlin. He knows it's time. Watch these two stall out now as this big run from Ryan Preece comes from behind.
2 to go.
Boy, that was just textbook by Denny Hamlin. Can he put the block on? Oh, car. Oh, 77.
They're right behind you.
That was Ross Chastain. Got down on the apron, turned him sideways up the racetrack.
Straight into Ryan Preece. And we have
involved.
Another multi-car pileup. With 2 to go, we'll go to overtime. There's the Connecticut kids car.
Joey Logano.
Logano's got a flat left rear and trouble on the right front. Ty Dillon stuck in the grass. No rear deck lid or spoiler.
Well, that's a big hit by Ross Chastain.
He wants to make it around to pit road to load the car.
Yeah, I believe so.
And Ryan Preece, that car won't steer. It's against the wall. Now, Almirola, that's prior damage. He just got back out there. And maybe a little current damage. Watch 77 right here.
Well, I knew those cars were going to stall out. You can see right there, Ryan Preece sort of pushes Chastain down onto the apron. As soon as it gets down the apron, he loses control. And heavy impact to the 22 of Logano from Chastain. Car goes sideways. He tries to correct. You know, those kinds of impacts for Logano, it might not look as big of an impact as what we see some of these other cars because of the damage, but when you get right into the driver's side door and then the passenger side door goes to the wall, those hurt.
That almost looks, Jeff, like the right rear went down with all those sparks and the car just took off.
I think the car, once he came up on the apron, the car just got a little sideways. He tried to correct, and it caught the banking and shot the nose over.
I think Michael McDowell made it through with the damage.
See Christopher Bell go by with some damage.
Let's ride with him and our Toyota cam.
Just nowhere to go.
And we'll ride with Ross Chastain.
He had such a run. You're really, at this stage in the race, you have no choice. You just can't lift. And there's only half a car width of room there, and he tried to take it.
He's made it to pit road. As the field circulates under yellow, teams are allowed to work on the cars. We're going to hear from Denny Hamlin's radio and Ryan Newman's.
I would have kept pushing. I just ran out of temperature.
No, I think that was perfect, my man. Fun to watch.
Yeah.
You can't do it when everybody expects you to do it, right?
Levin said he ran out of temperature. Getting too hot. That's why he pulled off you.
That's not why he pulled off.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But it makes a good excuse, right?
Well, we knew he was going to pull off the rear bumper of Ryan Newman at some point. I just didn't know when. When you're hooked up to somebody's rear bumper like that, tandem drafting, you're total control of that car leading. And it's so easy for you to just pull out and make that pass. And he did it, I mean, just perfectly. Right off the corner, he knows Newman's feeding the wheel to try to keep it on the bottom. There's absolutely nothing Ryan Newman could do now. Where this worked out so well for Hamlin, gets down in front of the 6 and really stalled out this whole lane, continued his momentum, although the 17 right there was going to the outside. Maybe he's going to make that pass. Chris Buescher, heck of a move there to get to the outside. He might have taken the lead.
Newman, both lucky and skilled to make it through without damage. That 34 McDowell with hardly any damage gets through. Clint Boyer undamaged, still in it in 4th place. Here's Regan.
Well, Jimmie Johnson's attempt to win his 3rd Daytona 500 came just a little bit short as you got caught up in the wreck 2 wrecks ago. How much has this race meant to you over the years?
Yeah, it's been really a cool race to be a part of. I mean, you only dream of racing in races like this as a kid. That yellow 22 car had been pretty aggressive all day long, and I just felt like it was a matter of time before his pushes were a little much, and looks like that was the case there. But our ally Chevy was really strong. Hate that we were tore up in it, but really excited about the races ahead of us. Cliff Daniels is doing a great job leading this team. Full support from Hendrick Motorsports, my family, my friends, my fans. Just very thankful for all of that. And we didn't get the victory lane today, but ready to get to Vegas to get to work out there.
All right, thanks for the memories here, Jimmy.
7-time champion Jimmie Johnson out of the 500. Here's Ty Dillon's car being hauled back by the wrecker. He had a great finishing record here in past 500s. And there are the cars that are left. Still 18 lead lap cars, with Denny Hamlin in Toyota trying to hold off 5 Fords right behind him. Chris Buescher, Kevin Harvick, Clint Boyer, Ryan Newman, Ryan Blaney, then the first Chevrolet. That'll be Bubba Wallace, who has a runner-up finish in the 500. He's the lead Chevy. And then Justin Haley, who won here last July, leading what, just the last lap?
I think it was just the last lap, and some rain shortened that race. But man, what a wild week it has been down here in Speed Week. Started with the Clash, and we had a huge wreck there and a lot of blocking going on. This has been a very entertaining Daytona 500, and it wasn't really until this last stage, as we wind down the Daytona 500, that the aggressiveness has just increased and the intensity has increased. I think they see that trophy right up there off the hood, and all of a sudden those pushes turn into shoves, turn into bangs, turn into wrecks.
So when they clean up, we'll go to NASCAR overtime. I can't pick a winner, Shannon and boys in the studio. I think one of the record drivers, though, may have a good shot at it.
All of our picks are already out the window, Mike. We are done. Shannon Spake, Larry McReynolds, Jamie McMurray here in the Race Hub studios. Let's just talk about what we just saw on the racetrack, Jamie. We've seen these moves on the backstretch. That place has been a busy place today. This was coming off that backstretch as that transition starts to hit those race cars. Tell me what happened.
Well, look, the move that Denny Hamlin made I thought was incredible, of pushing Ryan Newman. And he said that the temperature got hot, which I believe, and he was able to get on the outside of Ryan. But we saw so many wrecks down the backstretch in the race today because that's where you can get locked bumpers easiest. And I think it's hard to explain to the fans at home, but like when you see that guy coming, I heard Jeff say this, inside the car, you grab the steering wheel as tight as you can, you kind of tense up, and you hope that when they hit you, that they hit you square enough that it just pushes you forward and doesn't get you sideways. And what we saw with Brad Keselowski is that, you know, it just became more aggressive as the race gets to the end. It's the Daytona 500.
Yeah,
I mean, you're going to be aggressive, and that's what we expect to see from those guys. And I don't think anybody was mad in that because that's fully what they expect to happen.
Yeah, the banking in the corner is 31 degrees, but when you get down to that double yellow line and you get just below it, it's not even close to 31 degrees. When Ross Chastain got down there and his left side tires got just below, you can see it right here. That's much flatter than 31 degrees, and he just shot him up the racetrack. He was at that point, once he dipped down below that double yellow line, kind of got forced down there, he was just along for the ride.
Affects the stability of the race car?
Yeah, and look, we saw the in-car from Ross Chastain. He was going about 10 miles an hour faster than everybody in front of him. He had a huge run. When Denny made the move on Ryan, it stalled everybody out, and the guys that were 10 car lengths back got big runs. Look, it's the end of the Daytona 500. Ross Chastain saw a gap. There was enough room there. It just closed up on him.
My trends have not let me down, though. This is now the third consecutive Daytona 500 to have overtime.
Maybe we should have him pick the winner, Mike, because obviously he knows what's going on, right?
Thanks, Shannon.
The real question is, are we done yet?
Well, NASCAR's rules now provide for overtimes as needed until we have a winner. Tonight on Fox, all new episodes of 911, Lone Star, and Prodigal Son. Once our race here is completed, biggest race of the season, Denny Hamlin knows the way to victory lane in 2016. Look at him on the outside of Martin Truex Jr., beating and banging all the way to the line in the closest 500 finish ever. And 1 year ago, here's Hamlin dropping to the inside. Joey Logano up there. Kyle Busch has to follow his teammate to the line as the Joe Gibbs Toyotas go 1-2 in last year's Daytona 500. I wonder, Jeff, Hamlin, with that move on Ryan Newman, did he show his move too soon?
He may very well have, Mike, because now he's going to be the leader. How is he going to prevent somebody from doing that exact same thing to him? But, boy, he's been so strong, so strong. I think it's going to be extremely hard to beat Denny Hamlin.
Coach Joe Gibbs, just inducted into NASCAR's Hall of Fame. Started this race with 4 cars. Has 1 left in the top 15.
You asked the question. Let's dial him up and ask him himself. Hey, Denny, this is Jeff and Mike up in the booth. You got a copy?
Yeah,
What a move, man. That was pretty impressive to watch. You lock onto the rear bumper of Ryan Newman. But did you show your hand too early? Because now you're going to be leading this race.
I like where I'm at. I mean, I do like pushing, but you know, being able to control the line on the restart, I think is beneficial. And you know, thinking that another caution's coming, and I was kind of limited there by temps that I need to make a move. So went ahead and tried to get the lead and worked out, but got a long, long way to go.
Yeah, I hear you. Long way to go, and probably some more green-white checkers. I thought it was interesting on that last restart. Ryan Newman kind of got out there. I didn't think that you got the best restart. There was a gap, but when you finally closed that gap, I was impressed how you were able to lock onto him.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've worked with Ryan before. Yeah, obviously Talladega last year with this package I locked on the last lap. But yeah, we had a pretty good hold there. I was just kind of limited by temperatures, so I had to make a move. And I saw the line coming, so it all worked out.
Well, thanks a lot. Good luck the rest of the way. And we can't thank you enough for the incredible access to the leader of the Daytona 500 here as we close this thing down. We appreciate it.
Denny Hamlin, your race leader, under red. Where else can you get this kind of access?
Nowhere, Mike. It's NASCAR.
You're not going to get a golfer on the 18th green in the Masters come talk to you before he makes what would be the winning putt. But this is NASCAR.
I mean, these in-car cameras, visor cameras, heartbeat monitors, radio access, and be able to actually dial them up is it's unbelievable what we're able to do.
Drivers who have won consecutive Daytona 500s. Richard Petty won 7 in all, back-to-back in 73 and 4. Cale Yarborough, 1983 and 4. Sterling Marlin, 1994 and 95. So Denny trying to join a very exclusive list here. He will have lane choice on the restart and will go green-white checker. Chris Buescher, having moved from Chevrolet over to the Ford camp for 2020 at Roush Fenway Racing, lined up in second. Kevin Harvick, Clint Bowyer, and Ryan Newman, the front 5.
What always impressed me, Mike, about drivers that just had a knack for this type of racing is as rules change, right? Whether it's the power plant, whether it's the aerodynamics, a body style, that they can continue to have, that way, almost like a vision where they could either avoid wrecks or find out how to get the momentum, get the push, make the passes. And it just seems like Denny Hamlin is one of those guys.
Quite a bit of fluid on the back straightaway from radiators, oil coolers, as everybody got jumbled around there. So Speedy Dry put down, the jet dryers trying to make as quick a work of that as possible. And now the field is rolling and pit road will be open before we have NASCAR overtime. That's Bubba Wallace below the line in the 43. Looking for pit road. Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott, and Austin Dillon. All those Chevys coming to pit road. Kyle Larson, 20 races in the offseason. He's raced all around the world and won half of them, including the Chili Bowl. Big check off there.
There's a bunch of just incredibly talented race car drivers that come to NASCAR, and we get the privilege of days like today, watch these guys, the best of the best, out here in a stock car on a 2.5-mile high bank super speedway. Daytona's fun to watch, and boy, they're going to have to get every bit of that talent out of these race cars and out of themselves in these final laps.
And some interesting dark horses in that top 10. Michael McDowell's been good on super speedways. Justin Haley had to race his way into the Daytona 500 on Thursday. A winner here previously. He's in 9th. Rookie John Hunter Nemechek, second-generation driver, starting his rookie season for Front Row Motorsports. There he is in 10th, the number 38. Big rookie class, the biggest I can remember in years. 6 drivers, including the top 3 from last year's Xfinity Series, to campaign the entire 2020 season in NASCAR Cup racing. And it's kind of been an up and down day for those rookies. John Hunter Nemechek in 10th. Brennan Poole, who got the free pass way back at lap 130. In 13th, Christopher Bell and Tyler Reddick all on the lead lap. Cole Custer and Quinn Houff out of the race. There's Brennan Poole. And Christopher Bell's got issues. A lot of right front damage there. And after that big hit, boy, they have patched up Joey Logano's Penske Mustang.
Well, anything, you know, at this point, it's all about getting points. This thing looks like a modified car, not a stock car.
Well, that it does.
You know, Mike, I so badly want to say it's still anybody's race, but Denny Hamlin has been so impressive the way he's been able, when he loses the lead, to get it back. But he does have one guy that is behind him. I mean, Newman's still not out of this thing. Neither is Boyer. But there's one guy that's just stood out to me that when it comes down to the final laps of the race, finds a little bit extra, something extra. He's won this race before. That's Kevin Harvick, who's going to be probably starting behind Hamlin if Hamlin chooses that inside lane.
And since long before you've joined our Fox coverage, we have called Kevin Harvick the closer. No matter how competitive he may or may not be in the first half, first 3 quarters of a race, kind of like David Pearson, you get to the final laps and there he is in contention for the win.
And don't count out Chris Buescher in that front row too, because if Hamlin chooses that inside lane, Buescher's going to have his teammate Ryan Newman lined up behind him.
And Hamlin has no friends at the front.
No.
By that I mean he's the only Toyota in a sea of Fords. The first Camaro is Justin Haley in 8th place.
Yeah, but not only that, not only is he the lone Toyota, those other drivers, you've got maybe somebody like Chris Buescher wants to win his first Daytona 500, but you got those veterans behind him going, I don't want to see Denny Hamlin win another Daytona 500. He had it last year. I want it this year.
So in overtime, we go green-white checker. It's a 2-lap shootout. And if the leader takes the white flag under the green, the next flag, yellow or checker, will end the race. And NASCAR says we'll take as many tries as it takes.
Well, and it might take a few.
Here's a little radio from the always entertaining Clint Boyer and Company.
Is it going up the scoring loop? Sean, was I ahead of him when the lights come on? Yeah, you were, but they go back to the last scoring loop, and it must be pretty far away from where the yellows came out. Damn it! It's gonna be okay. We'll just be fine here. Just stay focused. We got a fast car. We got a lot of Fords around us. We'll be fine.
So what Boyer's upset about is which lane he will have to restart in based on his current position.
Yeah, I think maybe he felt like he was ahead of Newman, would have been in that outside lane. And what they do on the last lap coming to the line, they'll use a camera to determine those positions. But before that, they're going to use the previous loop that NASCAR has timing and scoring on. And so sometimes it will go back several feet.
And the reason they do that is to set the restart order. They use the last timing loop you crossed so that nobody, when the caution comes out, has to gas it to try to establish their position. It's already been set by the time the caution light comes on. So, Larry, lane choice on the outside for Hamlin. Are you surprised at all?
No, I'm not. In fact, that's the discussion Jamie McMurray and I were having when you were trying to get a hold of me a while ago. If Hamlin lined up on the inside, that puts those 2 Roush Fenway Ford teammates bumper to bumper on the outside. I think he had to choose the outside to break up those 2 teammates.
Well, Larry, if I'm Ryan Newman, I want payback on Denny Hamlin. I want to lock bumpers. I want to push him all the way around to the white flag. And when we come off of turn 4 in that final lap, I hope that I get to make the same move that Hamlin made.
Kevin Harvick led 4 laps in his Daytona 500 win in, 2007? He won with a last lap pass in overtime.
Oh, here we go.
Green, white, checker. We're coming to overtime, sponsored by Credit One Bank. 18 lead lap cars trying to win the Daytona 500. Green flag.
Oh, cars got loose. Spun some tires. Contact. Is that Boyer?
And McDowell.
Oh, man.
And caution's out. We'll try it again.
Boy, he was already upset about starting in that row. He would have been out of that had he been one row further up.
And he has damage on the right front, and Justin Haley has had contact.
Yeah, it looked like somebody spun a tire. Then I thought Haley maybe went to the outside.
So here's Clint Boyer.
The 12 comes up to the rear bumper, the 6. Oh, actually, maybe it was Boyer had some contact from behind from the 34 of McDowell. Sent him up into Haley, actually. I knew they made contact. I wasn't sure where that contact came from. Ooh, we saw this the other night in the in one of the duels. Or was that maybe it's the Clash, but one of the similar things where they came to the line and spun the tires with a little bit of contact.
Ryan Newman, that was Ryan Newman spinning the tires, and William Byron, and they both spun off track as they tried to accelerate under the green flag on worn tires. Now there's a good bit of damage there left rear, and Christopher Bell continues to have issues.
Yeah, Boyer's not out of this. Neither is Michael McDowell. I think, the contact that was made there, I think they can fix it, just whether or not they're going to have any kind of track position to still win this race.
So these laps are counted under caution, but the completion of the race will come with another try at green-white checker until we get it right. Counting Bell, still 18 cars on the lead lap, capable of winning this as Boyer comes to pit road after doing a bit of agricultural racing here. Next on Fox, 911 Lone Star, followed by Prodigal Son. All new episodes tonight. Here's another view from the Goodyear blimp of that restart. Watch the 34 McDowell with a bump to Boyer, who turns into Haley.
Again, similar to what we saw in the Clash, I'm just not so sure that was necessarily caused by McDowell's contact. I mean, it was so slight. I'm just wondering if the slightest amount of contact happened right as Boyer spun the tires a little bit.
Boyer and Haley continue after damage repair. And we listened in on Michael McDowell and company.
I'm not sure what he did there, but he was spinning out. I tried to get away from him on the inside there. He clobbered me.
Well, that's Michael McDowell, basically saying he doesn't feel like he made contact that sent Clint Boyer around.
Boyer owns a good-sized farm in the Triad area of North Carolina, so...
I don't think it's a sod farm, though, is it, Mike?
No, it's not. So we'll try again with McDowell, Boyer, and Haley at the back of the field. And that will move up Ryan Blaney to 4th, Kevin Harvick now 5th, and Corey LaJoie to 6th place.
Wow.
LaJoie, third-generation driver whose granddad gave the command to start one of the dual races on Thursday night. Gave a great speech at the Hall of Fame and brought with him a letter.
He sure did. Brought a letter. He thought that he might come across Rick Hendrick, knowing that Jimmy Johnson's going to be retiring and they might be looking for a driver to fill that seat. Handed him a letter to Rick Hendrick. Actually saw him backstage at the Hall of Fame as he was finishing up his presentation, and just happened to see Rick Hendrick one-on-one behind the stage and handed him that letter and said, "Sir, I don't know if I'm what you're looking for, but I'd like for you to read this letter." I just thought, to me, that spoke volumes about Corey LaJoie and his passion for this sport. And I haven't talked to Rick Hendrick about it, but I guarantee you that meant a lot to Rick.
As I've long told my kids, if you don't ask, the answer's always no. Boyer back in for a few more repairs, trying to make that Mustang a little more aerodynamic as it comes back up. Boy, thanks to all of our Fox TV crew that's with us all year long on the NASCAR trail from February to June. Most of them were at the Super Bowl 2 weeks ago, and all of them have been here since last Saturday, bringing you just great pictures and close-ups. And the replays have just been incredible. They just give you just incredible looks, and the action unfolding like this And as we said earlier, most of our crew hasn't been home since before the Super Bowl, 3.5 weeks now. And tomorrow, they're all headed for Las Vegas to set up and get us up and running for next weekend's race.
And remember that torrential downpour we had last night.
Yep.
I saw a lot of those guys completely saturated because they were out in the elements.
Las Vegas next week, then California, then Phoenix. Then we come back to the East Coast in Atlanta for the 2020 NASCAR Cup season as they chase the Bill France Cup.
What do you say, Mike? We're going to try this again?
Same song, second verse.
Is it second or third verse?
Well, second overtime.
Yeah.
So we're headed west. The Fox trucks and all the haulers are load up for Las Vegas Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern time on Fox. Then California Speedway in Fontana. Same time 1 week later, and then on to Phoenix. All at 3 p.m. Eastern time and all on the Fox network.
You see up front here, a little bit different shakeup in the lineup because of what happened on that restart. Now Newman, what was he, in 4th position, I believe. Now he goes to 2nd. See Chris Buescher gets shuffled back. When that caution came out, that inside row must have been shuffled back, and you see Kevin Harvick all the way back there in 5th now. Now here's Ryan Blaney is who Denny Hamlin has chosen to line up behind him and hopefully push him along the way.
Kind of like the chances of the Roush Fenway team, Ryan Newman with his new teammate Chris Buescher, who'd been away for a couple of seasons on loan to JTG Doherty Racing, and now back in the Roush fold, and there they are on the inside, first 2 rows.
Well, and that's what we found is interesting. The last time Denny Hamlin chose to split those 2 up. This time is going to let them line up.
It'll be lap 207, the longest Daytona 500 ever. The only Toyota in the top 15 is Hamlin. He is followed by 7 Fords and then 6 Chevrolets led by rookie Brennan Poole and Kyle Larson. One more time for green, white, checker.
See Denny Hamlin's hand out the window. He's going to signal to Ryan Blaney when he wants to go. There he goes. Look at those eyes on Denny Hamlin looking in his mirror. What's Ryan Blaney going to do? Right now, he does want him to lock onto him. They get separated a little bit on the back straightaway.
Through the speedy drive, Buescher not able to be of much help to Newman. Can't get close enough to push him.
Now what? Denny's got to be careful getting too far out there and letting a big run come. And now as long as they're side by side, he's good. But here comes Newman. Big run. Denny put the block on him. Great job not causing a wreck on that block.
White flag under green. Next flag will end the race, and Newman is there.
Newman's got locked onto his rear bumper just like he did. Oh, wrecking behind Chase Elliott around.
Spinning around,
no
still green.
Still green.
Still green, and here they come.
And here comes Blaney.
Ryan Blaney up behind Ryan Newman, trying to get him to Hamlin.
Newman backed up to Blaney. Big run coming here.
To the inside, Newman to the front.
Nothing Denny Hamlin could do. What can Ryan Blaney now do? Here comes a push from Denny Hamlin. Oh, this thing's not over yet. Not at all.
Ryan Newman off turn 4 for the final time. Blaney to the outside, to the inside. Here comes Hamlin up the outside.
Wow.
Crash into the wall, into the air goes Newman.
Upside down.
In a shower of sparks on his roof. Ryan Newman comes across the line, 4th, and comes to rest. Scoring unofficial between Hamlin and Blaney as far as who crossed the finish line first. Newman got turned, went up in the air. As he came down, was hit by another car and launched skyward. coming down on his roof. The AMR safety team is there quickly to attend to Ryan Newman. A fist pump from Denny Hamlin, who has won the Daytona 500 for the second year in a row.
And the third time overall.
Coach Gibbs leads his team in prayer. Denny Hamlin, Ryan Blaney, too close to call. Our scoring monitor gives us interval to 1/100th of a second. It was closer than that. Denny Hamlin has now won 3 of the last 5 Daytona 500s. Goes to 3rd on the all-time list. 3rd win at Daytona in his 29th start. And the 4th Daytona 500 win for Joe Gibbs Racing.
Yes, sir!
Unofficially, the second closest 500 finish in history. Both of which won by Denny Hamlin, side by side over Martin Truex, and here against Ryan Blaney.
Hell of a job, brother. Thank you, man. Awesome. Yeah, baby! You're the man! You are fucking awesome! Awesome.
Denny Hamlin and Joe Gibbs Racing.
Awesome job, brother. Awesome
jubilant.
job,
As the biggest single-day prize in stock car racing is theirs yet again. And Denny Hamlin will head for victory lane. We will update the situation on Ryan Newman when we come back. A hushed crowd in Daytona stands awaiting word, as are we, on the condition of Ryan Newman being assisted by the AMR safety team, who are going to remove him from the car, and he's going to be taken directly to a local hospital. Here is a look at the last lap. Denny Hamlin out in front of Newman and Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, Ryan Blaney gets to his rear bumper. Nothing that Denny Hamlin can do other than try to tuck right into the rear bumper of Ryan Blaney, which he does an excellent job of. Newman gets a pretty good run to the turn 4, but now here comes a huge run by Ryan Blaney, being pushed by Denny Hamlin. He tries to go to the outside, then the inside. They lock bumpers and turns Ryan Newman around. Upside down he goes. Corey LaJoie coming along, making contact.
Just lifting Newman's car up and over, and it comes to rest on its roof. Here is the second closest finish in Daytona 500 history. Denny Hamlin the winner in both of them. This time it is Ryan Blaney finishing second. Blaney tried the top side, tried to get low, Ryan Newman goes around, and the car goes to its roof, and here's the on-rushing Corey LaJoie picking it up and over. We'll give you further updates on Ryan Newman as they become available to us, as they're working now on helping him out of the car. Denny Hamlin and his crew, though, have reason to celebrate in Daytona. Here's Jamie Little.
Well, there's a little celebration, but it is a subdued victory lane right now. Denny, as a race car driver in these moments, the highs, the lows, how do you describe this style of racing, the adrenaline and the bravery that it takes?
Yeah, I mean, I think we take for granted sometimes how safe the cars are. But, number one, we're praying for Ryan. Works really well with Ryan through this whole race, and obviously he got turned right there, but proud of our whole FedEx team. I don't even know what to say. It's so unexpected. I mean, I knew they were going to come with a big run there. My job was to just make sure I didn't put a block that was going to wreck me. Lived to race another corner. We got to the 12s bumper, got to pushing him there, and I knew I was going to give him a big run, and it was going to. The race wasn't over, and obviously it worked out well for us there at the end. But proud of this whole FedEx team, Toyota, Coke, the Jordan brand, Little Big Burger. Great to have my girls here. Great to have the team celebrating. Back to back. I can't even tell you what it means to me.
Denny, it doesn't matter what crew chief you have or what rules package or what year it is. 3 times now. What is it about you and this style of racing in Daytona?
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like I'm a student to the game. I never stop learning and, trying to figure out, where I need to put myself at the right time. And it doesn't always work. I mean, the odds have definitely, we've defied odds here in the last 8 years or so in the Daytona 500. But, I just trust my instincts, and so far they've been good for me. So I can't do it without the car that's making it capable for me to make those race-winning moves.
Congratulations on your back-to-back 500s.
Thank you.
Matt?
Ryan Blaney will leave Daytona with a second-place finish. It's been a speed week of incredible runs, and including the final lap. Walk us through the final lap.
We pushed Newman there to the lead, and then we got a push from the 11, and I made a move off 4 on Newman. He blocked it, and I kind of went low, and he blocked that. So then I was committed to just pushing him to the win, and trying to have a Ford win it. And I don't know, we just got bumpers hooked up wrong and turned him. I hope he's all right. It looked pretty bad, so definitely was trying to push him to a win, and I don't want to say those things happen. I feel really bad about it. It's just a close one, but I hope Ryan's all right.
Thank you, Ryan. Regan?
Well, Chris Buescher, a career best third-place finish in the Daytona 500. I know that's not your concern right now. Talk me through the last lap from your view.
Yeah, we're hoping Ryan's okay at this point. Very wild last lap, and proud of our Fastenal Ford Mustang group. Had a bit of fun race all the way up to that last point, and really thought he had it. They, him and the 12 tandeming there through the backstretch, and wish I could have gotten in line, but without any real help behind us, was kind of pulled away and had that gap. So, the 11 was able to fill it there, and I don't think if it would have been for that, if we could have gotten 3 Fords in line, I don't think we'd have had much to worry about. But obviously try and do everything you can to push, and it's kind of part of it. So really just hoping Ryan's okay at this point. Wishing him the best.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Regan. We'll be back with more from Daytona right after this. Welcome back to the 62nd Daytona 500 on Fox. The Harley J. Earl Trophy being presented to Denny Hamlin, celebrating in victory lane with his daughters, his family, and his Joe Gibbs Racing teammates after his second Daytona 500 victory in a row. Ryan Newman has been helped from his car by the AMR safety team. He's been loaded into an ambulance, taken to a local hospital. Now, that's all the information that we can provide to you at this time after a wild finish to the second closest Daytona 500 ever.
Yeah, it was a phenomenal race all the way until we came into the tri-oval there. And, you know, safety has come a long way in this sport. But sometimes we are reminded that it is a very dangerous sport. And we just, thoughts and prayers right now are with Ryan Newman and his family.
Absolutely. The 11 team celebrates with a second consecutive victory. Our congratulations to Denny Hamlin and Joe Gibbs Racing. Next on Fox, 9/11 Lone Star and Prodigal Son.